The Naxalite movement in India. Prakash Singh 2006. Lord Krishna said, I am the terrible time, the destroyer of people, and am here proceeding to destroy them. Even without you all these warriors in every division shall cease to be. Therefore arise and attain fame, and conquering your enemies enjoy a flourishing kingdom. By me alone have these been killed already. O Savyasachin, Arjuna, you be merely an instrument. Bhagavad Gita 11:32-33. 1. The spark. Stirrings in Naxalbari. 2. The flame. 2.1 A new party is born. 2.2 Ideas that ignited. 3. The fire. 3.1 Andhra Pradesh Srikakulam. 3.2 West Bengal Midnapur and Birbhum. 3.3 Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. 3.4 Other states. 4. The blaze. 4. The blaze. 5. The flicker. 5.1 Cracks in the party. 5.2 Post-Mazumdar period. 6. The embers. 6.1 People's War Group, PWG, Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and Maharashtra. 6.2 The new left in Bihar. 7. The fire rekindles. 7.1 Expanding arc of violence, 2000 to 2005. 7.2 Unity moves and extraterritorial links. 7.3 Maoist movement in Nepal. 8. Retrospect and prospect. Appendices. A People's Daily. B. Biographical sketches of some Naxal leaders. C. Joint statement of the Maoist parties and organizations of South Asia. D. Chronology of events. Preface. The Naxalite movement erupted violently in 1967, its flames spreading to almost all parts of the country. Some of the finest brains and the cream of India's youth in certain areas left their homes and colleges to chase the dream of a new world, a new social order. 2 decades had passed since the dawn of independence, and yet large segments of the Indian population, peasants, workers, and tribals, continued to suffer the worst forms of exploitation. The peaceful political process, it was felt, would not be able to bring about the necessary change because vested interests controlled the levers of power, regulated the wheels of industry, and had a feudal stranglehold over the predominantly agrarian economy. An armed struggle was the only way out, they thought. It was in such an environment that there was a spark in a small village, Naxalbari, on the tri-junction of India, Nepal, and what is today Bangladesh, and the prairie fires spread within a few years to distant parts of the country. There were uprisings of peasants and tribals, and also urban actions marked by acts of terrorism. The movement came to be compared with the Hooks of Philippines, the Al-Fatah of Palestine, and the Tupamaros of Uruguay. Some even dreamt of liberated zones turning to little Vietnams. These dreams were to be shattered. Intra-party differences and the counterinsurgency measures of the government led to gradual disintegration of the movement. The flame was doused, but the embers remained, and there was a resurgence of the Naxalite movement in a virulent form in Andhra Pradesh and Bihar in the 80s. The People's War Group, with a firm base in the Telangana area, spread its tentacles to the adjoining areas of Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Orissa. In Bihar, the administrative paralysis, economic bankruptcy, and exacerbating social tensions are building up a frightening scenario, and in that welter of disorder the Naxalite violence is rising steeply, particularly in the south-central districts of the state. In all, 10 states of the Union are affected. The Naxalite movement has ebbed and flowed during the last more than a quarter century of its existence. Naxalism arose from certain basic factors: social injustice, economic inequality, and the failure of the system to redress the grievances of large sections of people who suffered and continue to suffer as a result therefrom. These factors unfortunately continue to exist, perhaps in a more aggravated form. The embers would therefore continue to simmer. Occasionally there might even be a violent flame or a raging fire, depending on the volume of popular resentment and the presence of a master brain to orchestrate those into a well-coordinated movement. The idea of writing this book germinated in my mind as far back as 1972 while I was serving in the Ministry of Home Affairs. My assignments had given me the opportunity to see the movement from close quarter and even interact with some of its top leaders, including Charu Mazumdar himself. I felt that the movement represented a sincere, even if misguided, attempt to change a system which according to large sections of the people was not working in a fair and just manner. The writing work, however, could not be pursued, mainly because one moved from one high-pressure job to another, serving in different trouble spots of the country. Nevertheless, I took the care to keep myself abreast of the developments on the subject and, during my tours to different areas, kept on collecting whatever material I could lay my hands on. I also felt that I would be able to do justice to the subject only after I was free from the constraints of service. And so, after superannuation, I picked up the threads, and the end product is placed before the readers. Naxalite is a much abused term. The authorities playing second fiddle to vested interests in an area use this terminology to brand anyone crying for social or economic justice and justify repressive measures against him. Some Naxalite groups which have been indulging in senseless violence are also to blame for the misconception. Basically, however, shorn of polemics, it represents the struggle of the exploited peasant, the deprived tribal and the urban proletariat for a place in the sun, for social and economic survival. The system has to provide this minimum. If it does not or cannot, the consequences are bound to be disastrous. Prakash Narayan, while touring the Naxalite-affected areas of Bhojpur, Bihar, on June 12 to 13, 1975, exhorted the people to shun the path of violence and work for total revolution. Addressing the crowd at Narayanpur, he said, "If in 5 years from now nothing changes, I will not ask you to give up Naxalite." One wonders what he would have said today. I would like to place on record my deep sense of gratitude to all those who helped me in the preparation of the book. Professor S.D. Tendulkar of the Delhi School of Economics and Ms. Jyoti Ghosh of the Jawaharlal Nehru University helped me in understanding the nuances of Indian economy. Ms. Seema Alavi of the Jawaharlal Nehru University enabled me to get in touch with the right persons on different subjects. Shri Keki Darawala and Shri Arvind N. Das took the trouble of going through some chapters and offered valuable comment. I am particularly grateful to Shri Asish Kumar Roy for permitting me to reprint the biographical sketches from his book The Spring Thunder and After. Sri N. R. Banerjee and Sri Neshal Sandhu were good enough to collect volumes of published material on the subject and make the same available to me. Sri K.M. Kashi and Sri K.C. Sharma typed and retyped the text indefatigably. Sri K.C. Shah painstakingly prepared the maps. The book I sincerely hope lead to a better understanding of the problems of the deprived, exploited, and alienated segments of society, and also better appreciation of the circumstances under which these sections are at times forced to rebel against the establishment and, in sheer desperation, even take up arms to uphold what they consider to be their minimum legitimate rights. I would consider my labors rewarded if this objective is achieved. Prakash Singh. New Delhi. 19.12.94. Preface to second edition. It is a little over 10 years that the book was written. The Naxalite movement was on the decline, and so was my interest in the subject. But destiny had charted a different course. The 9th Congress of the People's War Group held in 2001 ushered in a phase of renewed militancy by the premier Naxal formation of the country. The party demonstrated its lethal capabilities by attempting to assassinate the heavily protected Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, N. Chandrababu Naidu, on October 1, 2003. The incident sent shockwaves throughout the country. I was called upon to head the one-man inquiry commission to probe the circumstances leading to the incident, identify the lapses in the security arrangements, and suggest short-term and long-term measures to deal with the problem. Meanwhile, a French publisher, Les Nuits Rouges, decided to bring out a French translation of the book and insisted on my updating the English version. All this forced me to renew my interest in the subject. The present revised edition, which is substantially expanded, is the result of that. I have taken the liberty of including a chapter on Maoist movement in Nepal also in the book. The Naxalite movement refuses to die down in spite of all the efforts by the state and central governments. This is essentially because it draws sustenance from the grievances of the people which have not been addressed. Governance being what it is, inefficient, corrupt, insensitive and, what is worse, increasingly infiltrated by criminal elements, it is unlikely that the movement would be contained in the near future. The future course of events would depend as much on the sagacity and vision of the policy makers as on the willingness of the Naxal leaders to shed the ideological garbage and adapt themselves to the changing times. I am grateful to the Institute for Conflict Management, New Delhi, for the help extended by them in the preparation of the map, and to the officers of Andhra Police for the valuable inputs they gave during the course of the inquiry. Prakash Singh. Noida. January 11, 2005. 1. The Spark. Stirrings in Naxalbari. We can't forget them. In their blood was the deluge of the tameless river. In their hands was the dream. Higher than the skies. Avik Gangopathyay. Naxalbari. March 3, 1967. Three sharecroppers, Lapakishan, Sangwakishan, and Rudayakishan, supported by 150 CPI-M followers, armed with lathis, bows and arrows and carrying party flags, lifted the entire stock of 300 MDS of paddy from the Yattar's granary without giving him any share. A small incident in a small village. And yet it marked a turning point in the history of the communist movement in India. What followed in the Naxalbari area, comprising the three rural police stations of Naxalbari, Karabari, and Fansidwa, was, according to Kanu Sanyal, an armed struggle not for land, but for state power won. Soon Naxalbari became a national event. With Peking hailing this as the front paw of the revolutionary armed struggle launched by the Indian people under the guidance of Mao Zedong, and boldly prognosticating that the spark will start a prairie fire and will certainly set the vast expanses of India ablaze, Naxalbari assumed international significance. A new political philosophy based on Mao Zedong thought was being applied to the Indian conditions. A new word was added to the political lexicon. Naxalbari is strategically situated at the tri-junction of Nepal, Bangladesh, then East Pakistan, and India. The selection of the area indeed showed careful planning. China is not far off, and thus there was a reliable hinterland. Nepal and the then East Pakistan could be used as sanctuaries to elude the police dragnet. Besides, the area, steeped as it was in the tradition of an aggressive peasant movement, was ideal for building up an agrarian movement with political overtones. Naxalbari was, however, not the first peasant uprising to have taken place in India in recent times. In 1946, there was the Tabhaga, 3 parts, movement in undivided Bengal, which demanded reduction in the share of landlords from 1/2 of the crops to 1/3. It spread from Dinajpur and Rangpa in the north to 24 Parganas in the south. The Kisan Sabhas, which were dominated by the Communist Party, encouraged the peasants to forcibly take away 2/3 of the harvested crops to their granaries. As a result, there were bloody clashes between the landlords and the peasants. The movement was essentially on economic demands, though in certain areas it led to the landlords fleeing away and the Kisan Sabhas establishing their sway over the villages. The movement petered out when the landlords, with the help of local administration, let loose a wave of repression. The Telangana insurrection, 1946 to 1951, was much more broad-based and has no parallel in Indian history since the 1857 War of Independence too. The peasants launched their struggle on economic issues against forced labor, illegal exactions and unauthorized evictions, but it soon developed into an uprising against the feudal rule of the Nizam. The movement was directed by communists from the very beginning, and they mobilized large segments of people. It is said that the peasants were able to establish their control over about 3,000 villages, and their influence extended over several others. Armed struggle continued even after the Indian troops had liberated Hyderabad, though the guerrillas retreated to the forest areas to avoid any confrontation with the army. A total of about 4,000 lives were lost in the prolonged struggle until it was formally withdrawn by the Communist Party. It was an important landmark in the history of peasant struggles in the subcontinent. The Naxalbari uprising was a much smaller affair in comparison. Here the revolt lasted just 52 days, and that also because the state government prevaricated in the initial stages, and not more than a score of people were killed. But then Naxalbari left a far-reaching impact on the entire agrarian scene throughout India. It was like the premeditated throw of a pebble bringing forth a series of ripples in the water. 3. The total population of Naxalbari area then was 1,26,719, the tribals constituting the most important segment. They included Santhals, Maitsayas, Orayons, Mundas, Rajbansas, etc. A large number of them had originally migrated from the Santhal Parganas of Bihar. It is necessary to have a clear picture of the socio-economic conditions in the Naxalbari area for a proper understanding of the unrest and turmoil which followed. As per the census report of 1961, 57.7%, 72.2% and 64.5% of the total population of Naxalbari, Karabari, and Fansidwar respectively comprised scheduled castes and tribes. They were engaged as cultivators, agricultural labor, or employed in the tea gardens, forests and mines. The following figures illustrate the occupational pattern in the different police circles of the area. 4. Lest an impression is created that agricultural labor formed a very small percentage, it must be clarified that the census data showed a peculiar intermingling of roles, a relatively high proportion of cultivators doubling up as agricultural labor and a good proportion of agricultural labor declaring cultivation as their major secondary occupation. The rural scene has to be viewed from another angle also. Not all the cultivators owned the holdings they plowed, a significant proportion cultivated on agency basis, bagchash. The following table lays bare the crux of the problem in the area: the extraordinary high percentage of bagchash arrangement. Needless to say, the bagchashis were exploited by the Yatdars, and the threat of eviction always hung like the Damocles sword over their heads. There were age-old agrarian disputes in the area in which the forces of Yatdars were pitted against those of the land-hungry Kisans and sharecroppers. In 1953, the government passed the Estates Acquisition Act, fixing the land ceiling at 25 acres of agricultural land, 15 acres of non-agricultural land and 5 acres of homestead land, making a total of 45 acres in all per head. This was followed, in 1955, by the Land Reforms Act. The Yatdars thereafter started mala-fide transfers of land. They sold land which actually vested in the government. There were quite a few evictions also. It was against this background that a peasant movement, spearheaded by the Kisan Sabha of the Communist Party of India, started in 1959 in the Naxalbari area where, in Gunnar Myrdal's words, extreme tensions had been built up. The movement did produce some results. Here and there lands were recovered and evictions registered a fall. The influence of the Kisan Sabha was, however, limited to parts of Naxalbari and Karabari police stations. Besides, the movement suffered a setback in 1962 when, following the Chinese aggression, a number of leaders of the Kisan Sabha were arrested. It may be mentioned here that after the split in the Communist Party, the party cells in North Bengal were mostly captured by the CPI, Marxist. In the 1967 election, Jangal Santhal, president of the Siliguri subdivision Kisan Sabha, contested on a CPI-M ticket and polled 10,484 votes, 26%, second only to that of T. Wangdi of Congress, who was returned with 16,227 votes, 41%. The West Bengal State Kisan Conference held in October 1966 at Satkakia in Burdwan district was attended by 8 delegates of the Siliguri subdivision also, but they did not put forward any different opinions or oppose the official resolutions. 5. It was, however, obvious that the Siliguri militants, guided by Charu Mazumdar, had started veering on a different course. The propaganda leaflets brought out by them bore this out. One such leaflet of April 9, 1965 stated, "It is necessary now to come forward powerfully and tell the people forcefully that capturing of power area-wise is our way. It further gave a call for laying the foundation of a new People's Democratic India by building liberated Kisan areas through Kisan Revolution. Another leaflet of August 30, 1966 bearing the caption "Main task at present is to build real revolutionary party through uncompromising struggle against revisionism" contained an exhortation to organize partisan struggles within 6 months. The Siliguri group, on return from Burdwan, organized a separate Kisan convention. They gave a call to I. Establish the authority of the peasant committees in all matters of the village. 2. Get organized and be armed in order to crush the resistance of Yatdars and rural reactionaries, and 3. Smash the Yatdars' monopoly of ownership of the land and redistribute the land anew through the peasant committees. 6. It was like raising the battle cry. The pattern of events which followed were mainly shaped by Charu Mazumdar, Kanu Sanyal, and Jangal Santhal. Charu's was the brain, Kanu spread the organizational network, while Jangal mobilized the Santhals. They propagated that all the lands belonging to the Kulaks would be taken away by the government and would be available to the Kisans if they became members of the Kisan Sabha. A nominal subscription of 20 paise for membership was fixed, and the hardcore started intimidating and even coercing the unwilling Kisans to become members of the Sabha, the carrot held out being land for cultivation. In this way, a large number of Adivasis and Rajbansis were enlisted. Kanu Sanyal claimed that the membership of the Kisan Sabha jumped to nearly 40,000. The figure appears very much on the higher side, though the fact of increase in membership is undoubted. Sanyal also convinced the Kisans that the United Front government of West Bengal would take no action against them in their struggle against the Kulaks. And so, what Peking called the peal of spring thunder, crashed over North Bengal. The People's Daily, in its editorial of July 5, 1967 wrote, "Revolutionary peasants in the Darjeeling area have risen in rebellion. Under the leadership of a revolutionary group of the Indian Communist Party, a red area of rural revolutionary armed struggle has been established in India. This is a development of tremendous significance for the Indian people's revolutionary struggle. In the past few months, the peasant masses in the Darjeeling area led by the revolutionary group of the Indian Communist Party have thrown off the shackles of modern revisionism and smashed the trammels that bound them. They have seized grain, land, and weapons from the landlords and plantation owners, punished the local tyrants and wicked gentry, and ambushed the reactionary troops and police that went to suppress them, thus demonstrating the powerful might of the peasants' revolutionary armed struggle. All imperialists, revisionists, corrupt officials, local tyrants, and wicked gentry, and reactionary army and police are nothing in the eyes of the revolutionary peasants who are determined to strike them down to the dust. The revolutionary group of the Indian Communist Party have done the absolutely correct thing, and they have done it well. The Chinese people joyfully applaud this revolutionary storm of the Indian peasants in the Darjeeling area, as do all Marxist-Leninists and revolutionary people of the whole world. The Santhals, armed with bows and arrows, forcibly occupied the lands of the Kulaks and plowed them to establish their ownership. Demonstrations were organized against persons holdings paddy. In many cases, the entire stocks were lifted and distributed either amongst themselves or sold locally at cheaper rates. There were violent clashes. Between March and May 1967, nearly 100 incidents were reported to the police. Many more were not reported for fear of retaliatory action. The district authorities initially showed reluctance to grasp the nettle. They sought instructions from Calcutta on the plea that the tribals were armed and any stringent action by way of raiding their hideouts and arresting the wanted persons would lead to large-scale violence. Hare Krishna Konar, Land Revenue Minister, flew to Siliguri on May 17 and succeeded in bringing Kanu Sanyal to the conference table at Sukna Forest Bungalow in the foothills. Sanyal came on the specific assurance that he would not be arrested. It was agreed that lawless activities would be suspended, land distributed in consultation with the local agencies, stocks hoarded on the basis of information supplied by the people's committees, and that all the wanted persons including Kanu Sanyal and Jangal Santhal would surrender to the police by a specified date. The superintendent of police was asked to submit a list of wanted persons to Sanyal at Hatigasa, a stronghold of the CPI-M, within 2 days. Kanu Sanyal did not turn up. The extremists backed out from the commitment and decided to continue their movement. The police meanwhile got instructions to arrest the persons wanted in connection with specific cases. On May 23, an armed police party led by Inspector Sonam Wangdi went to a village near Naxalbari police station to arrest some wanted persons. On his approach, the menfolk went into hiding, some of them taking positions with their bows and arrows behind the bushes. Wangdi left the armed squad at some distance and, accompanied by 3 others, went to persuade the womenfolk to surrender the wanted men without any trouble. While the dialogue was still going on, his body was riddled with 3 arrows. Wangdi died on the spot. The events of the following day further widened the hiatus between the authorities and the extremists. On May 24, 2 police parties, one led by the superintendent of police and the other by the subdivisional officer, proceeded towards the village from different directions. Near Persijot, the SDO's party confronted a riotous mob which included women and children. The SDO thought he was being encircled and, in sheer panic, ordered the police to open fire. 10 persons were killed, 6 of them being women. The situation thereafter progressively deteriorated. There were cases of murder, dacoity, looting of property and theft of arms and ammunition. The extremists moved about freely at the head of Santhal groups, armed with bows and arrows. On June 10, a mob of about 150 men carrying CPI-M flags raided the house of Yadar Najan Roy Chaudhry in PS Karabari and looted paddy, ornaments and a double-barrel gun. They also abducted Najan Roy Chaudhry and subsequently murdered him. It is said that a panchayat presided over by Kanu Sanyal had earlier passed a death sentence on him as the Yadar had dared to organize a resistance group. The same day, another gang raided the house of Jainandan Singh in village Baramanajot, police station Naxalbari, and decamped with his double-barrel gun, 25 cartridges, and some valuables. It was obvious that firm action was called for to tackle the situation. On July 5, after a good deal of dithering, the West Bengal cabinet decided in favor of police action. However, it was only on July 12 that the police operations commenced. There was no resistance worth the name and the movement was squashed with unexpected ease. About 700 persons were arrested. The police success was due partly to the massive show of strength. Nearly 1,500 policemen were deployed, and partly to the harrying tactics of constant raids which kept the extremists running from pillar to post. Jangal Santhal was utterly famished and in low spirits when arrested on August 10. He had not had any meal for the last 2 days. What did Naxalbari achieve? Kanu Sanyal's report on the peasant movement in the Terai region makes a rather tall claim. It says that the peasants were able to accomplish 10 great tasks. 1. The old feudal structure which had existed for centuries was smashed. 2. Fraudulent deeds and documents were burned. 3. Unequal agreements between the peasants and the Yadars were all declared null and void. 4. Hoarded rice was confiscated. 5. Open trials of tyrannical Yadars were held. 6. Gunda elements attached to the Yadars were suitably dealt with. 7. Armed groups of peasants were organized with traditional weapons and guns snatched from the Yadars. 8. Night watch was arranged to maintain law and order. 9. Revolutionary committees were set up to establish peasants' political power. And 10. The existing bourgeois laws and courts were declared inoperative. 8. Samar Sen assessed the Naxalbari uprising in the following words. Naxalbari exploded many a myth and restored faith in the courage and character of the revolutionary left in India. It seemed that the ever-yawning gap between precept and practice since Telangana would be bridged. Indeed, the upheaval was such that nothing remained the same after Naxalbari. People had to readjust their position vis-a-vis every aspect of the system, political, administrative, military, cultural. 9. According to another critic, Naxalbari marked an advance for the people of India as the Paris Commune had marked an advance for the world proletariat. 10. At the other extreme is the rather harsh verdict of Pannalal Dasgupta, the Naxalbari revolution is at best a caricature of what Mao Zedong did and taught for 20 years of protracted revolution in China. Even compared to what the Santals did in their Santhal revolt in the middle of the 19th century or what the Indigo peasants did against the planters, the performances of the Naxalbari revolutionaries was a hollow imitation. The failure of the movement in Naxalbari was attributed by its leaders to 1. Lack of a strong party organization, 2. Failure to build a powerful mass base, 3. Ignorance of military affairs, and 4. A formal attitude towards land reforms. 11 Kanu Sanyal deplored the absence of a party armed with the theory of Marxism-Leninism and its highest development in the present era, Mao Zedong's thought. The failure to rely on the people and build a powerful mass base also prevented the struggle from rising to a higher stage. In a self-critical vein, Kanu Sanyal observed, "We did not realize that it is the people who make history, that they are the real heroes." The petty bourgeois leadership imposed itself upon the people and set limits on how far the peasant masses could go. This resulted in thwarting the initiative of the masses. The ignorance of military affairs was another contributory factor. It was felt that they had, in the first stage of the struggle, underestimated the enemy's strength and indulged in idle daydreaming. The result was that when police action commenced, the Naxalites found themselves in disarray and the movement started petering out. The failure to establish revolutionary political power and carry out land reforms further blunted the edge of class struggle. The peasants had formed central and zonal revolutionary committees and seized land from the Yatdars, but they turned these two achievements into a most formal affair. The party did not carry out the task of political education among the masses and paid inadequate attention to the question of redistribution of land. In April 1973, nearly 6 years after the Naxalbari uprising, Kanu Sanyal came out with a more objective assessment and attributed the failure to ignoring the socio-political conditions of the Indian people. In an article entitled "More About Naxalbari," he wrote, "The immaturity of grasping Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought in the concrete condition of India is the sole reason as to why such a long time was required to understand the importance of the Naxalbari peasant uprising. So, extreme price had to be paid through heavy losses. India is a vast and ancient land of many nations. Failure to keep in view the specific features of Indian society and inability to solve the problems of Indian revolution from the traditions of struggles of the Indian people led to subjective superimposing of the experiences of other countries mechanically. It brought about right and left deviation in the Indian communist movement. Expressed in the language of Mao Zedong, it is cutting the feet to fit the shoes. Denying the materialist truth that it is the Indian people who are the real creators of Indian history since time immemorial, the communist leadership painted some persons of the ruling classes of different era as creators of history and father of the nation. 12. The Naxalbari uprising did not achieve much by itself but is nevertheless a watershed in the history of the Indian communist movement. Its importance is symbolic. Here was a movement aimed at transforming the society. Here was an uprising blessed by Peking. From Naxalbari the sparks flew all over the country, and there was political upheaval. 2. The flame. 2.1 A new party is born. If there is to be revolution, there must be a revolutionary party. Mao. He Naxalbari uprising placed the CPI-M leadership in West Bengal on the horns of a dilemma. It was torn between its consideration for the party workers pursuing a militant line in Darjeeling district and its responsibility for maintaining law and order in the state. Ultimately, the mounting pressure from the coalition partners and the hue and cry in the public forced CPI-M's hands and it ordered police action against the Naxalbari revolutionaries. This action, however, caused consternation among the party rank and file. The dissidents alleged that Naxalbari had stripped naked the leadership of the CPI-M, mouthing revolutionary slogans and laid bare before the people the utter hollowness of their revolutionism. The Politburo of the CPI-M took cognizance of the discordant notes and decided to enforce discipline. It announced that those deviating from the party line would be expelled, and the state committees were instructed to take action against the extremist elements accordingly. The organizational measures were reinforced by an ideological offensive against the extremists. The Central Committee of the party, which met at Madurai from August 18 to 27, 1967, accused the extremists of neglecting all the immediate tasks of mobilizing the class and relying on spontaneity. 1. It denounced the left deviation as an ideological disease of frustrated individuals. 2. And condemned the Naxalbari line as wrong, disruptive, and anti-Marxist-Leninist. 3. The Central Committee also adopted a resolution on divergent views between our party and the CPC in view of the fact that extremist elements were getting inspiration and encouragement from Peking. In it the CPI-M expressed differences with the Communist Party of China on the following vital issues connected with the communist movement in the world in general and in India in particular. A. The CPC's outright rejection of the principle of unity in action among different socialist states and the world communist parties against imperialism on the ground that some of these socialist states and communist parties were under the leadership of revisionists was considered wrong in principle and harmful in practice. B. The CPI-M did not subscribe to the erroneous theory of US-Soviet collaboration for the sharing of world hegemony and perpetuation of world domination, even though it believed in exposing the class collaborationist and revisionist policies of the leaders of Soviet Union. C. The CPI-M considered the CPC's reading of class relations in India and its assessment of the current situation and the tactical line worked out on that basis as completely incorrect and contrary to the realities. 4. The CPI-M felt that these mistakes assumed all the more grievous proportions in views of the CPC's interference in the internal affairs of the party with a view to imposing its own political line on the latter. The Central Committee quoted from the Chinese Communist Party's letter of June 14, 1963 to the Communist Party of Soviet Union, saying that it was impermissible for any party to place itself above others, to interfere in their internal affairs and to adopt patriarchal ways in relation with them. 5. And deplored that the Chinese leaders did not deem it necessary to take up their differences with the CPI-M on party-to-party level before applauding the extremists of Naxalbari as real revolutionaries. The debate within the CPI-M was given the stamp of finality at Burdwan, where an all-India plenum was held in April 1968. The ideological document, as finally adopted, rejected the concept of peaceful coexistence, peaceful economic competition and peaceful transition as interpreted and practiced by the CPSU on the ground that it amounted to class collaboration and conciliation on the global plane. 6. It interpreted the concept of peaceful coexistence as a concept of respite to be correctly utilized to consolidate the socialist state economically, politically, and militarily so that imperialist aggression could be successfully met and the imperialists vanquished. It rejected, however, the Chinese formulation that the USSR had become an ally of imperialism and was working for sharing world hegemony with American imperialism and for the division of spheres of influence in the world. The extremists retorted with no less vehemence. Charu Mazumdar alleged that the party's Central Committee meeting had dragged down the party to the level of a revisionist bourgeois party, and declared that under the circumstances Marxist-Leninists were left with no alternative but to declare war. 7. Against those policies, he insinuated that the Central Committee had become an ally and friend of American imperialism, Soviet revisionism, and the Indian reactionary government. The Liberation of May 1968 aptly summed up the extremists' bitterness. The Naxalbari peasant revolt exposed the counter-revolutionary character of this neo-revisionist clique. Burdwan has completed the unmasking of these agents of reaction who masquerade as Marxists. Charu Mazumdar took the stand that Mao Zedong thought is the highest form of Marxism-Leninism and that agrarian revolution is the only path for the liberation of the country. Such a revolution could be brought about by building up revolutionary bases in the rural areas, encircling the urban centers by expanding these bases, and organizing people's liberation forces from among the peasant guerrilla formations. The extremists were all the time conscious of the need to have a revolutionary party. The first step towards organizational consolidation of the extremists was taken in November 1967 with the formation of an All-India Coordination Committee at a meeting held in Calcutta which was attended by extremists from different states. The extremist leaders were of the view that there was an excellent revolutionary situation in the country with all the classical symptoms as enunciated by Lenin. They criticized the CPI-M for having betrayed the cause of Indian revolution and chosen the path of parliamentarism and class collaboration. The Coordination Committee was entrusted with the following tasks. A. To develop and coordinate militant and revolutionary struggles at all levels, especially peasant struggles of the Naxalbari type under the leadership of the working class. B. To develop militant, revolutionary struggles of the working class and other toiling people to combat economism and to orient these struggles towards agrarian revolution. C. To wage an uncompromising ideological struggle against revisionism and neo-revisionism and to popularize Mao Zedong's thought, which is Marxism-Leninism of the present era, and to unite on that basis all revolutionary elements within and outside the party, and d. To undertake preparation of a revolutionary program and tactical line based on concrete analysis of the Indian situation in the light of Mao Zedong's thought. 8. 6 months later, in May 1968, the Coordination Committee met again. It decided to issue a new declaration and change its name to All India Coordination Committee of Communist Revolutionaries, IUCR. The declaration underscored the semi-colonial and semi-feudal character of India and gave a call for people's democratic revolution. The revolution could be accomplished by I. Overthrowing the four mountains of U.S. imperialism, Soviet revisionism, big Indian landlords and comprador bureaucrat bourgeoisie which were weighting heavily on the back of the toiling people. 2. Setting up revolutionary base areas in the countryside. 3. Establishing the leadership of the working class, and 4. Encircling the cities from the countryside with a view to capturing them. The declaration reiterated the great importance which the extremists attached to Mao's thought. They called it the acme of Marxism-Leninism in our era. Charu Mazumdar emphatically declared that the people's democratic revolution in India could be led to a victorious finale only on the basis of Mao's thought. The extent to which one assimilates and applies the thought of the chairman will determine whether one is a revolutionary or not. 9. The IUCR also adopted a resolution on the boycott of election which was denounced as a sinister counter-revolutionary maneuver of the reactionary ruling classes and their lackeys. 10. It was said that the parliamentary path would blunt their revolutionary consciousness and disrupt the class struggle. The third meeting of the Communist Revolutionaries held in October 1968 expressed the view that the Naxalbari peasant struggle had entered the second stage, the stage of guerrilla war, and drew satisfaction from the fact that in several areas of Bihar, Madhya Pradesh and Andhra Pradesh armed struggles had broken out under the inspiration of the Naxalbari movement. It gave a call for building up revolutionary bases in the countryside and emphasized that this should be their major task in the coming period. It also adopted resolutions hailing the people and the Communist Party of China for the success of the proletarian cultural revolution, expressing indignation at the dastardly act of imperialist invasion of Czechoslovakia by the Soviet revisionist renegade clique and greeting the people of Albania on their renouncing and withdrawing from the Warsaw Pact. 11. In November 1968, there were incidents of attacks on police stations in Kerala. These were to have a bearing on the unity of the extremist movement. It so happened that the ultras of Kunakal Narayanan group attacked 2 police stations at Tellicherry and Calicut and a wireless station at Pulpally. A sub-inspector was wounded and a wireless operator was speared to death. Later on, it transpired that the extremists had organized a training camp in an adjoining area where plans of attacks on the police stations were drawn up. These attacks were to be followed by similar attacks on big landlords and attempts at securing firearms. The interpretations given to the incident by the IUCR and its Andhra unit headed by Nagi Reddy exacerbated their differences and eventually led to their parting of ways. The differences were indeed on basic issues. The first and foremost was the question of loyalty to the Communist Party of China. The IUCR considered Nagi Reddy's press statement criticizing Kerala extremists' attack on the police stations even after the Chinese Communist Party had endorsed them as clear proof that Nagi Reddy and the Andhra Committee were not loyal to the CPC. Secondly, there was the question of attitude to the Srikakulam struggle. The IUCR felt that the Andhra Committee, instead of owning and clarifying the movement, merely accorded it lukewarm support. And thirdly, they disagreed on the issue of boycott of elections. Nagi Reddy did not comply with the IUCR's direction to resign from the Andhra State Assembly within a specified period. The IUCR therefore disaffiliated the Andhra Coordination Committee, though it agreed to treat the latter as friends and comrades outside the Coordination 12 and decided to maintain non-antagonistic relations with them. The IUCR leaders, at their next meeting held on February 8, 1969, expressed impatience over the delay in the formation of a revolutionary party. They felt that the Coordination Committee had served a useful purpose, but it could not fulfill the complex political and organizational tasks arising out of the present stage of revolutionary struggles. It was, therefore, essential to form an All India Party of all the revolutionaries. Without a revolutionary party, there can be no revolutionary discipline, and without revolutionary discipline the struggles cannot be raised to a higher level. 13 Some extremist leaders were, however, of the opinion that it would be proper to form a party only after the opportunist tendencies and trends were purged through class struggles. This was dubbed as an idealist deviation, and it was said that to conceive of a party without contradictions, without the struggle between the opposites, i.e. to think of a pure and faultless party, is indulging in mere idealist fantasy. 14 Mao's statement that if there were no contradictions in the party and no ideological struggles to resolve them, the party's life would come to an end was also quoted to buttress the argument in favor of early formation of a Marxist-Leninist party. There are strong reasons to believe that the Communist Party of China also, around this time, conveyed instructions for the formation of a third communist party in the country. Charu Mazumdar, in an article "Why Must We Form the Party Now?" clearly mentioned that the international leadership has been reminding us time and again of the importance of building up a party. Earlier, Sanmagathasan, Politburo member of the Communist Party of Ceylon, on return from China, where he had an interview with Mao Zedong, expressed the view that the political and economic situation prevailing in India was almost tailor-made for revolution, and the only thing lacking was a genuine revolutionary leadership based on Marxism-Leninism and the thought of Mao Zedong. 15. On April 22, 1969, the 100th birth anniversary of Lenin, the All India Coordination Committee of Communist Revolutionaries declared its own liquidation and the formation of the Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, based on the thoughts of Mao Zedong. A central organizing committee of the party was constituted. The extremist movement thus acquired an organizational and ideological base after groping for nearly 2 years. A number of splinter extremist groups continued to exist, but the CPI-ML gradually emerged as the most important component of the extremist movement in the country. The formation of the CPI-ML, it has been said, was a historical necessity because the CPI and the CPI-M had degenerated into social chauvinist bourgeois parties, anxious to defend the present system and to serve the ruling classes faithfully. 16. Besides, as Mao had said, if there is to be revolution, there must be a revolutionary party. The political resolution of the CPI-ML 17 indicated the party's assessment of the prevailing conditions in India and its attitude to the various problems. These were briefly as follows. India is a semi-colonial and semi-feudal country. The Indian state is a state of the big landlords and comprador bureaucrat capitalists, and its government is a lackey of US imperialism and Soviet social imperialism. 2. The principal contradiction in the country is between feudalism and the peasant masses. 3. The Indian Revolution is at the stage of people's democratic revolution, the main content of which is agrarian revolution. 4. The revolutionary situation in India is excellent with the ruling classes enmeshed in economic and political crisis. The contradictions between imperialism and the people, between feudalism and peasants, between capital and labor, and between different sections of the ruling classes are growing sharper every day. The party would strive to build a united front of all revolutionary classes on the basis of alliance between workers and peasants. 6. Guerrilla warfare would be the basic tactic of struggle. The resolution on party organization 18 stated in unambiguous terms that the CPI-ML would be a party of armed revolution. No other path exists before the Indian people but the path of armed revolution. It would also be a rural-based party. The first and foremost task of our party is to rouse the peasant masses in the countryside to wage guerrilla war, unfold agrarian revolution, build rural base, use the countryside to encircle the cities and finally to capture the cities and to liberate the whole country. Thus, in the present-day phase of Indian revolution, the center of gravity of our work has to be in the villages. The party, it was clarified, would function with utmost secrecy and keep its main cadres underground. Quoting Lin Biao, it was said that guerrilla warfare is the only way to mobilize and apply the whole strength of the people against the enemy. This formulation, as we shall see later, was to land the party in a quandary when Lin Biao was disgraced in China. For the present, however, the party workers were directed to concentrate on developing guerrilla forms of armed struggle and not waste time and its energies in holding open mass meeting and forming Kisan Sabhas in the old style. The Marxist-Leninist Party, it was also said, would be the party of new style in the sense that it would integrate theory with practice and criticism with self-criticism. Kanu Sanyal, the firebrand Naxalite leader, announced the formation of the CPI-ML, at a rally held in Calcutta on May 1, 1969. He claimed that the revolutionary situation was ripe both at home and abroad with Mao Zedong at the helm of the world revolution being led by the Communist Party of China. The new party, he asserted, will be able to make a new sun and a new moon shine in the sky of our great motherland. 19. Significantly, the rally was preceded by violent clashes between Naxalites and supporters of the United Front. Bombs, crackers, pipe guns and brickbats were freely used in the clashes. About 200 persons were injured, 50 of them seriously. It was a precursor of the shape of things to come. The CPI-ML was ironically beset with internal rifts from the very beginning. Some members of the IUCR felt that the decision to form a party had been taken in great haste and in an undemocratic manner without eliciting the views of all the units of the committee. Parimal Dasgupta, General Secretary of the State Electricity Board Employees Union, defected and formed a rival coordination committee at the state level. He criticized CPI-ML's method of guerrilla warfare as Che Guevarism and faulted it for ignoring the task of building mass organizations and not participating in trade unions. Another important leader, Usit Sen, who actually presided over the rally where the formation of the CPI-ML was announced but was unaware of the decision till the last moment, also parted company with the CPI-ML. At the international level, the formation of the CPI-ML was welcomed by the Chinese Communist Party, which published the party's political resolution in People's Daily. Peking Radio welcomed the event. Recognition also came from the Marxist-Leninist groups of other countries like UK, Albania, and Sri Lanka. The CPI-ML acknowledged its gratitude to these fraternal parties. We Marxist-Leninists in India owe a deep debt of gratitude to Marxist-Leninists in other countries, especially to the great Communist Party of China, the leader of the international communist movement, for their warm fraternal support and correct guidance at every crisis in our party history. We remember how the heroic struggle of the Naxalbari peasantry, the first single spark of the Indian Revolution, was applauded by the great party led by Chairman Mao. Now, too, the great CPC has come forward to extend its unmistakable and inspiring support to our newborn party, the party of armed struggle based on Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong Thought. 20. In due course, the CPI-ML developed a close nexus with the Marxist-Leninist parties of these countries and also with others like Australia, USA, Canada, Cuba, Indonesia, Italy, Nepal, and East Pakistan. The Chinese continued to extend ideological guidance and material assistance to the CPI-ML, until they got disenchanted with Charu Mazumdar's tactical aberrations. Financial help and propaganda literature were liberally provided. The Chinese also directed the underground Naga federal government, which was getting substantial weaponry from China during this period, to coordinate their insurgency with that of the Naxalites and, with this end in view, give them arms and ammunition. The Naga rebels accordingly gave 1 LMG and 10 rifles to the Naxalites in Assam. The Communist Party of Great Britain, ML, remitted £1,000 to Suniti Kumar Ghosh, Central Committee member, soon after the party was formed. A party delegation visited Albania in October 1969 and held discussions with Enver Hoxha, Secretary-General of the Albanian Party of Labour. San Magathasan, Secretary of the Ceylonese Communist Party, was used by Peking to convey its views on policy matters to the CPI, ML. Eastern Nepal was used by the Naxalites as a sanctuary. From East Pakistan, the EPCP, ML, sent a message of greetings to the CPI, ML, Party Congress and acknowledged that the guerrilla warfare being waged in India had provided inspiration and taught many lessons to the Qadars in East Pakistan. The CPI, ML, indeed functioned as a contingent of the international communist movement. 2.2 Ideas that ignited. The important thing is the revolution, the revolutionary cause, revolutionary ideas, revolutionary objectives, revolutionary sentiments, revolutionary virtues. Fidel Castro. The Naxalite movement had a meteoric phase for about 2 years from the formation of the party in May 1969 till the end of June 1971. The ripples starting from Naxalbari spread in ever-widening circles to practically all parts of the country. The only areas which remained untouched were the northeastern states and the Union territories of Goa, Pondicherry, and Andaman and Nicobar Islands. The dominant strand of the movement was the annihilation of class enemies. It was Charu Mazumdar's distinctive contribution to the movement. It was his triumph as well as his tragedy triumph because it achieved a considerable measure of success in the initial stages when several Yatdars fled from the countryside and there were tremors among all shades of oppressors, and tragedy because the killings, not always discriminate, alienated the general mass of people and, further, there were serious ideological differences within the party which weakened and fragmented the movement. The annihilation of class enemies was directed at not merely the physical liquidation of a few hated landlords and usurers but at the overthrow of the feudal class in an area economically, politically, and militarily. 1 It was explained that after the class enemies were annihilated, others of his ilk would also flee in utter panic and the area would be freed of the class enemies and their agents. This would raise the armed struggle to a higher plane. Annihilation of class enemies was thus a higher form of class struggle and the beginning of guerrilla war. The annihilation campaign had other advantages also. It raised, at least that was the claim, the political consciousness of the people and created conditions for the emergence of a new type of man who feared neither hardship nor death. The battle of annihilation liberates the people not only from the oppression of the landlord class and the state but also liberates them from the shackles of backward ideas and removes from the minds of the people poisonous weeds of self-interest, clan interest, localism, casteism, religious superstition, etc. 2. The class enemies included landlords and their agents, rich peasants, moneylenders, and police informers. The poor and landless peasants were relied upon to carry on this campaign. Squads of poor and landless peasants, imbued with the politics of seizure of political power by armed force and burning with class hatred, annihilated the feudal oppressors. What weapons were to be used for annihilations? Here, as on several other points, the Naxalites took the cue from Mao. Weapons are an important factor in war, but not the decisive factor. It is people, not things, that are decisive. The party workers were therefore advised to rely on conventional weapons like choppers, spears, javelins and sickles. The tendency to acquire guns and other firearms was discouraged on the ground that even if they managed to get hold of a few guns, they would not be able to retain them and those would inevitably fall into the hands of the police. The party's thinking in the matter was expressed by the Deborah Organizing Committee of the CPI, ML, in the following words. The guerrillas are used to bows and arrows and not guns, and so, their initiative and inventiveness develop in using the former. Our tactic, plan and choice of weapons should be such as can unleash the initiative of the masses. As they realize the limitations of their primitive weapons, in course of struggle, they themselves will take initiative to procure modern weapons, which will then not be a hindrance to releasing the initiative of the masses but will, on the contrary, become its complement. Point 3. The act of annihilation of class enemies was considered by the Naxalites to be the primary stage of the guerrilla struggle. It is therefore necessary to understand the CPI-ML's concept of guerrilla struggle. It was explained by Charu Mazumdar that guerrilla warfare is and will remain the basic form of struggle for the entire period of the democratic revolution. Point 4. He was at pains to distinguish the CPI-ML's concept of guerrilla war from that advocated by Che Guevara, in which guerrilla war was waged by the petty bourgeois intelligentsia without the support of the peasant masses. He underscored that the guerrilla war, as understood by the Naxalites in India, was initiated by the class-conscious elements of the poor and landless peasants, and that it could be led and carried on only with their active cooperation. Another point of difference from Guevara type of guerrilla warfare was that there was no reliance on firearms, and the peasant masses depended exclusively on primitive weapons conveniently available to them. The guerrilla war, according to Charu Mazumdar, could be started wherever there were peasants. It was a mistaken understanding that such warfare could be started only in mountainous areas or in jungles. Another point, and this led to divergence of opinion in the party circles stressed by Mazumdar, was that mass movements and mass organizations were not necessary preconditions for waging guerrilla warfare. On the contrary, these mass movements and mass organizations exposed the revolutionary workers before the enemy and were therefore obstacles in the way of development and expansion of guerrilla warfare. What was indispensable was the spreading and propagation of revolutionary politics, or the thought of Mao Zedong. The Liberation of February 1970 gives an expose of Charu Mazumdar's views on guerrilla actions. It was stressed that complete secrecy must be observed in forming a guerrilla unit. The method of forming a guerrilla unit has to be wholly conspiratorial. No inkling of such a conspiracy should be given out even in the meetings of the political units of the party. This conspiracy should be between individuals and on a person-to-person basis. The petty bourgeois intellectual comrade must take the initiative in this respect as far as possible. He should approach the poor peasant who, in his opinion, has the most revolutionary potential and whisper in his ears, "Don't you think it is a good thing to finish off such and such a yattar?" This is how the guerrillas had to be selected and recruited singly and in secret and organized into a unit. The guerrilla unit must be small, well-knit and mobile. It should generally not have more than 7 members, and the until should be led by a commander. Before undertaking any action, a thorough investigation of the target should be done by keeping watch over his movements so that the best possible time and place for attack is chosen. Shelters should be arranged with the utmost care and caution. These should be spread and located in different villages far from the place where the guerrilla action is to take place. A detailed plan of operation should be worked out in consultation with the petty bourgeois intellectual comrade. At the time of attack, the guerrillas should come from different directions, pretending to be innocent persons, and gather at a previously appointed place where they should wait for the class enemy. After the annihilation is carried out, the guerrillas should disperse to their respective shelters. This should be followed by propaganda activity. The political cadres, pretending to be neutral, would start a whisper campaign like this: "So, that devil of a man has got killed after all, good riddance, eh? Can't find enough words to praise those who have done it. They have done a heroic thing, haven't they? Wish they would carry on with this business until the whole pack of those bloodsuckers is finished off. Oh, how fine will be everything then, just think, when they are gone all this area will belong to us, all this land, all this crops, all the riches will be ours, because, once these scoundrels are gone, how can the police know who is tilling whose land?" 5. After the masses begin to respond to such propaganda, the political cadre would gradually become bolder and hold group meetings. At this stage, the petty bourgeois intellectual would also come out of hiding and hold meetings to rouse the masses. The guerrilla units thereafter find out new targets and work out new plans of action. The process thus goes on until Red Terror is firmly established. While expounding the above principles of guerrilla action, however, Charu Mazumdar's enthusiasm overran his discretion, and he made the fantastic statement that he who has not dipped his hand in the blood of class enemies can hardly be called a communist. The statement caused a furor among the party leaders and was subsequently disapproved even by the Chinese leadership. The guerrilla warfare was, in turn, to lead to the establishment of base areas. A base area was one where the feudal regime of the landlord had been destroyed and the revolutionary authority of the peasants established. These ideas fired the imagination of party workers and sympathizers, and the Naxalite movement surged stridently. The ideological formulations, however, had inherent flaws which, in due course, led not only to the movement losing its momentum but the party also getting splintered. The Annihilation Campaign, it has been rightly said, had four basic objectives: 6. Smash the feudal authority in the villages and replace it by the authority of the peasants. 2. Establish Red Terror as opposed to the White Terror of feudal elements. 3. Arouse the poor sections of the rural masses to take over the leadership of the movement, and 4. Encourage the common people to shake off their fear and inertia to join the Naxalites. Not that these objectives were not achieved to a certain extent, but Mazumdar failed to visualize the devastating implications of his flawed approach for the very cause he was trying to champion. Mass movements were neglected, economic struggles did not get due attention, and White Terror was provoked to launch fierce counterattacks which nearly decimated the Naxalites. The movement did not have the vital ingredients to sustain itself. No wonder, after attaining a certain trajectory, it showed a sharp downward trend. At the end of 1969, Charu Mazumdar summed up the lessons of the year in the following words: "Rely on the poor and landless peasants, educate them in Mao Zedong thought, adhere firmly to the path of armed struggle, build guerrilla force and march forward along the path of liquidating the class enemies, only thus can the high tide of struggle advance irresistibly." 7. He also expressed his optimism that the year 1970 held the promise of still bigger victories. A month later, Charu Mazumdar gave the call for making the 1970s the decade of liberation and exhorted the party workers to spread the sparks of this revolutionary armed struggle throughout India, here and now. The holding of the first party congress by the CPI-ML, in the middle of May 1970 was an important landmark in the evolution of Naxalite movement in the country. The party congress was held in underground conditions in Calcutta and was attended by delegates from the various states of India. It clearly acknowledged its links with the Chinese Communist Party in a resolution conveying revolutionary greetings to Chairman Mao Zedong, to whose all-conquering thought and to whom personally our party owes its birth and phenomenal growth. The Congress did not mince its words in recording that our party and revolution have received and are receiving the personal care and guidance of Chairman Mao. Through another resolution, the party gave a call to avenge the death of great martyrs by intensifying the armed class struggle and the war of annihilation of class enemies. The party workers were advised to turn their grief into burning class hatred. The Congress adopted the party program, the political organizational report, the party constitution, and elected the Central Committee. The salient features of the party program were 8. India achieved a sham independence in 1947, when Congress leadership representing the comprador bourgeoisie and big landlords was installed to power. The Indian people are now weighed down under 4 huge mountains, namely US imperialism, Soviet social imperialism, feudalism, and comprador bureaucrat capital. The contradiction between feudalism and the broad masses of the Indian people is the principal contradiction of the present phase. The present Indian society is semi-feudal and semi-colonial in character. The government has been suppressing the genuine rights of all the nationalities and national and religious minorities like Kashmiris, Nagas, and Mizos, who are being denied the right of self-determination. The foreign policy of the country serves the interests of imperialism, social imperialism, and reaction. The country is in the stage of democratic revolution, the essence of which is agrarian revolution. The revolution will establish the dictatorship of the working class, the peasantry, the petty bourgeoisie, and even a section of the small and middle bourgeoisie under the leadership of the working class, which is the most organized, advanced detachment of the people. A democratic front would be built up under the leadership of the working class, and it would include the landless and poor peasants, the middle peasants, and also a section of the rich peasants with the urban petty bourgeoisie and the revolutionary intellectuals as reliable allies, and India's liberation would be achieved by people's war, which would involve creating small bases of armed struggle all over the country by waging guerrilla warfare. The party also outlined the major tasks which the People's Democratic State would carry out. These deserve to be quoted in extenso 9. A. Confiscation of all the banks and enterprises of foreign capital and liquidation of all imperialist debt. B. Confiscation of all the enterprises of the comprador bureaucrat capitalists. C. Confiscation of all land belonging to the landlords and their redistribution among the landless and poor peasants on the principle of land to the tillers, cancellation of all debts of the peasantry and other toiling people. All facilities necessary for development of agriculture to be guaranteed. D. Enforce 8 hours a day, increase wages, institute unemployment relief and social insurance, remove all inequalities on the basis of equal pay for equal work. E. Improve the living conditions of soldiers and give land and job to the ex-servicemen. F. Enforce better living conditions of the people and remove unemployment. G. Develop new democratic culture in place of colonial and feudal culture. H. Abolish the present educational system and educational institutions and build up a new educational system and new educational institutions consistent with the needs of People's Democratic India. I. Abolish the caste system, remove all social inequalities and discrimination on religious grounds and guarantee equality of status to women. J. Unify India and recognize the right of self-determination. K. Give equal status to all national languages. 1. Abolish all exorbitant taxes and miscellaneous assessments and adopt a consolidated progressive tax system. M. People's political power to be exercised through revolutionary people's councils at all levels. N. Alliance to be formed with the international proletariat and the oppressed nations of the world under the leadership of the CPC. The Political Organizational Report 10 adopted at the Party Congress claimed that peasants' armed struggle under the leadership of the CPI, ML, had spread far and wide and engulfed 12 states of the country. It gave a call for strengthening the party, which was declared the most important, most immediate, and most sacred task of the revolutionary people of India. The party expressed its resolve to continue the annihilation campaign in a more determined and concerted way and develop the struggles in mighty waves. Charu Mazumdar's speech on the Political Organizational Report 11 at the Party Congress for the first time indicated that differences were brewing inside the party over the issues of A. Annihilation, B. Use of firearms and C. Dependence on the petty bourgeois intellectual. Charu Mazumdar made a virulent attack on the dissidents whom he dubbed as centrists and made a vigorous defense of the party line. Lai said that without class struggle the battle of annihilation the initiative of the poor peasant masses cannot be released, the political consciousness of the fighters cannot be raised, the new man cannot emerge and the people's army cannot be created. On the questions of firearms, he argued that their use at this stage, instead of releasing the initiative of the peasant masses, would stifle it. If guerrilla fighters start the battle of annihilation with their conventional weapons, the common landless and poor peasants would come forward with bare hands and join the battle of annihilation. A common landless peasant, ground down by age-old repression, will see the light and avenge himself on the class enemy. His initiative will be released. In this way, the peasant masses will join the guerrilla fighters, their revolutionary enthusiasm will know no bounds and a mighty wave of people's upsurge will sweep the country. After the initiative of the peasant masses to annihilate the class enemy with bare hands or homemade weapons has been released and the peasants' revolutionary power has been established, they should take up the guns and face the world. Charu Mazumdar felt that there is the possibility of a tremendous upsurge in India, and he therefore called upon the cadres to start as many points of armed struggle as possible instead of confining it. Expand anywhere and everywhere was his message. Such expansions were particularly noticeable in Srikakulam in Andhra Pradesh, Debragapaballapur in West Bengal, Mushahari in Bihar and Palia in Lakhimpur district of UP. 3. The fire. 3.1 Andhra Pradesh Srikakulam. Dignitaries fell, wrapped in their togas of worm-eaten mud, nameless people shouldered spears, tumbled the walls, nailed the tyrant to his golden door. Pablo Neruda. Srikakulam is an immortal name, a great hope. Srikakulam is the future history of India. Srikakulam will be the bulwark of revolution. This is how Charu Mazumdar assessed the Girijan insurgency in Srikakulam. The movement in Srikakulam actually predates Naxalbari. It started as early as 1961. Besides, the Naxalites here achieved a considerable measure of success and were able to carve out a red area where the writ of the government did not run, even if for a small period only. And yet, for inexplicable reasons, the movement in Srikakulam has not been given as much importance as the movement in West Bengal. Srikakulam is in the northeastern region of Andhra Pradesh. Surprisingly, the area has had no revolutionary background. It was part of the ancient kingdom of Kalinga where Emperor Ashok fought a bloody battle. Later, when the area was under French sway, the district was the scene of another bloody conflict, the Battle of Bhopali, which is commemorated in a ballad sung by the wandering minstrels. 1 The engagement was so severe that a historian described it as one of the most ghastly stories which even Indian history has to record. In the post-independence era, the communist influence over the area was negligible in the initial stages. In the 4 elections held in 1952, 1957, 1962, and 1967, the Communists failed to get a single seat from the area, and the percentage share of votes polled by them, CPI and CPM combined, was 4.9, 12.7, 5.6, and 4.4 respectively. The question naturally arises, why did the Naxalites choose this area and what contributed to their success? 3 explanations could be offered. In the first place, the district has a hilly terrain covered by forests which provide ideal conditions for guerrilla warfare. Secondly, the Girijans were a terribly discontented lot, subjected as they had been to the most ruthless exploitation by traders and money lenders from the plains. They were ready to be led by any political party which would espouse their cause. Thirdly, the adjoining Mahendragiri hills of Orissa provided an ideal sanctuary where the rebels could seek shelter in the event of pursuit by the police. The Girijans or the hill people comprise about 90% of the total population of Srikakulam district. They inhabit what are known as the agency areas spreading over 509 square miles of the eastern Ghats. The tribals belong mainly to 2 groups, viz. Jatipu and Savara. Both have their separate languages, but Telugu is generally understood. They lead simple and unsophisticated lives with little contact with the outside world. Most of them were engaged in agricultural operations while some collected minor forest produce like tamarind which they sold to the merchants from plains at weekly shandais, village markets. The British were conscious of the need to protect the Girijans from any exploitation by the plainsmen. As early as 1917, therefore, it was decreed that no land would be transferred from a Girijan to a non-Girijan without the specific permission of the district collector. The act was unfortunately observed more in the breach. The traders and money lenders took full advantage of the grinding poverty of the Girijans. They gave them daily necessities of life like tobacco, kerosene, salt, chili and cloth on credit, and also lent money for the purchase of seeds and payment of taxes. Those unable to clear their debt were made to part with their land. The result was that gradually much of the fertile land was alienated from the Girijans and passed into the hands of plainsmen. The Girijans became hewers of wood and drawers of water in their own country. Some worked as farm servants, some as daily wage earners, while some took plots of land on lease. The landlords squeezed them to the utmost and paid subsistence wages, 5 putties per year, 1 putty being about 55 kgs, to the farm servants and less than half a rupee per day to the daily wage earner. Those cultivating on lease had to give 2/3 of their produce to the landlord. Their plight was indeed miserable. It was against this background that Venkatapu Satyanarayana organized the Girijans to fight for their rights. A school teacher from the plains, he had settled in the agency area. He mobilized the Girijans and forced the landowners and contractors to pay fair wages to them, though this brought him into conflict with the vested interests and he had to sacrifice his job in the process. Thereafter, Venkatapusatyanarayana devoted all his time and attention to improving the lot of the Girijans. To establish closer identity with them, he married one woman each from the Jatipu and Savara tribes. Under his leadership, various issues affecting the Girijans were taken up. These included the right to cultivate wastelands, use of forest produce, increase in the wages of farm servants and daily wage workers, reduction of the landlord's share in lands cultivated on sharecropping basis, reduction of interest on loans, transfer of lands occupied by landlords and sahukars to the rightful owners, distribution of consumer goods at fair prices and ending of harassment by the forest, revenue, and police officials. The movement achieved a considerable measure of success and, by 1967, a number of demands were conceded. The wages of farm servants rose from 5 putties to 20 to 25 putties, the landlord's share of harvest from lands leased to sharecroppers was slashed from 2/3 to 1/3, 1,500 to 2,000 acres of land were wrested back from the landlords and sahukars and more than 5,000 acres of wasteland came under the possession of Girijans. Apart from these economic gains, the Girijans started becoming politically conscious. Venkatapusatyanarayana found a good response when he set about forming Girijan Sanghams. These bodies carried out certain functions like settling disputes, managing schools, raising funds, etc., which are normally performed by government officials. Venkatapusatyanarayana became a very popular figure. The Girijans started calling him Gapaguru or Chief Guru. Some even looked upon him as God. Panchati Krishnamurthy and C. Tejeswara Rao were the other important leaders of the movement. Subbarao Panigrahi, a famous writer who belonged to Orissa, contributed to extending the Naxalite activities to the bordering villages of Orissa. He stirred the people with his Jamukula Katha, a popular folklore form of storytelling, troupe. M. Uppulsari was another important figure. A significant feature of the movement was the participation of engineering and medical students who provided the middle-rank leadership. The movement was initially confined to fighting for economic demands only. The Naxalbari uprising is said to have opened the eyes of the revolutionary comrades in Srikakulam too. Soon after, on October 31, 1967, an incident took place which proved to be a turning point. A large group of tribals marching in a procession to attend a meeting organized by the Marxist Party were intercepted by the landlords at Laviti. A clash ensued. The landlords used their guns and killed 2 tribals. This inflamed the Girijans and they took a pledge to settle their score. The Girijan movement henceforth became militant. Venkatapusatyanarayana organized the Girijans into guerrilla squads or dalams. At one stage, there were as many as 100 dalams consisting of 800 tribesmen. 3 These dalams conducted raids on Shandais, attacked the houses of landlords and money lenders and looted properties and food grains. On March 4, 1968, the Girijans had their first encounter with the police at Padakarjia. The tribals were armed with bows and arrows, spear and muzzle loaders, but they suffered 2 casualties due to the superior firepower of the police. They were, however, not daunted and continued their preparations with meticulous care, selecting hideouts, giving training in guerrilla warfare to the Dalam members, organizing a courier system and collecting whatever arms they could lay their hands on. There was a general realization that to meet the armed offensive of the exploiting classes, the armed struggle is the only weapon left to them. 4. It is necessary to clarify at this stage that the Srikakulam leadership, after the split in the Communist Party in 1964, had joined the CPI-M. In 1968 they broke away from the CPI-M, and came under the banner of All India Coordination Committee of Communist Revolutionaries, which, in due course, evolved into the CPI-ML. The members of Srikakulam committee headed by Tejeswara Rao went to Calcutta in October 1968 and met Charu Mazumdar, Kanu Sanyal, and Sushil Roy Chaudhary. It was decided at the meeting that an insurrection on the pattern of Naxalbari uprising should be organized in Andhra also. The decision was subsequently endorsed on October 23, 1968 by the Srikakulam leaders, which included Venkatapusatyanarayana, Panchati Krishnamurthy, Tamada Gunpati, Uppulsari and Tejaswara Rao at Bodupadu, a sleepy village in the plains area of Sampada taluk of Srikakulam. A month later, on November 24, 1968, the Naxalites struck at Gurudabhadra. The CPI, ML, regards it as the opening shot of the liberation struggle. A squad of women volunteers preparing for political demonstration was obstructed by the landlord's men and the women volunteers were manhandled. This aroused the ire of Girijans. About 250 of them belonging to the Sampada and Tekali taluks collected and forcibly harvested the standing crops of the landlord. The same night Venkatapusatyanarayana led an attack on the house of a landlord in Pedagotlai in Parvathapuram agency area and looted property worth 20,000 rupees. The movement from November 25, 1968 onwards was aimed at implementing the following program. A. Seizing the property of the landlords. B. Annihilating the class enemies. C. Resisting the police, and D. Building up revolutionary base areas. 5. There were a series of raids at the houses of landlords, money lenders, and their agents in which the Naxalites burnt down their dwellings and looted cash and other property. There were a number of encounters with the police also. It was claimed that during the period from December 20, 1968 to January 30, 1969 no less than 29 policemen, including one circle inspector and one sub-inspector, were killed in action. 6 The special representative of the statesman, in his report of December 14, 1968, mentioned that the state government's writ did not run in scores of isolated mountain hamlets where the tribesmen held complete sway. He also mentioned that the special armed police which had been moved into the area was not able to check the revolt and that the Girijans continued to be in a sullen and uncooperative attitude. Charu Mazumdar's visit to Srikakulam in March 1969 gave spurt to the Girijan insurgency. He advised the Srikakulam leaders to concentrate on annihilating the class enemies, building up guerrilla squads and starting People's War. 7 It is worthwhile reproducing Charu Mazumdar's experience in a quiet village of Srikakulam in the midst of Girijan rebels. Here, in the midst of a jungle surrounded by hills, I am sitting in a room on a hilltop and before me are seated about a score of young men. They are not well-known or renowned men, nor men who enjoy an all India fame. But they are men who are young, men who dream. They dream of liberating the tens of crores of peasants who have been exploited and oppressed through the ages, they dream of liberating them from the yoke of exploitation, from the murky depths of ignorance, from grinding poverty, from hunger. They believe in making revolution. It is after a long time that I have attended a meeting like this of communist revolutionaries where they have taken the vow to sell out their properties and donate the entire sum thus obtained to the party fund. The slogan, "Let us build Srikakulams in the different areas to support the Srikakulam struggle," instantly changed the atmosphere of the meeting and the very air in the room seemed to have been electrified. All the comrades present resolutely declared that they would build Srikakulams in Telangana, in the districts of the Rayalaseema region, in the whole of Andhra. At that moment, throbbing as it was with the vigorous, bright spirit of revolutionary ardour, one thought repeatedly haunted me, the thought of the heroic revolutionaries of Telangana who lay down their lives fighting. I was thinking that the sacrifice of those glorious fighters has not been in vain, for India's Yenin will be created here. 8. The Girijan insurgency touched a high water mark. The Naxalites claimed political power over 300 villages of the agency area. Raids on the houses of landlords and ambushes of police patrols became a regular feature. As a result, many terrified landlords fled from the agency area and the forest and revenue officials found it difficult to carry out their functions in the Naxalite-infested villages. The rebels set up a Rayatanga Sangram Samithai, which was described as the revolutionary mass organization of the peasants. Violence registered a sharp increase and the Naxalites claimed to have seized knights from the enemy's hands. Some of these claims may be exaggerated, but it was acknowledged that, about 100 square miles of mountainous terrain, deep in the interior of Parvathapuram agency, is under the virtual control of the Naxalites, and that the Andhra Pradesh government has failed to extend its sway to this red area. 9. It is estimated that during 1969 the Naxalites committed 23 murders and 40 dacoities in Srikakulam district. 10 Some of these were particularly gruesome. On the night of May 26, 1969, about 600 Naxalites raided Luharajola village and murdered a landowner, Anguruan Devadana Naidu, in the presence of his wife. One of the Naxalites dipped his hand in the blood of the deceased and made palm impressions at 5 places on the walls. The Naxalites also ransacked the house and carried away property worth 12,669 rupees. In another incident at Akapalai on June 20, 1969, about 80 armed Naxalites including some women volunteers raided the house of a rich merchant, Bachandra Rao, and killed him notwithstanding desperate pleadings by his wife. According to the widow, the slaying was done by a woman member of the gang, later identified as Panchati Nirmala. Here is an account of how a feudal tyrant met his doom. On May 11, a landlord named P. Jammunayudu of Athamanaguda of Patapatnam Taluk was punished to death by 200 people assisted by the guerrilla Dalam. This landlord, who was above 50, was having 7 wives, 2 of them little girls, and had been committing crimes of every sort. He stepped up his criminal activities especially since March 1968, when the large-scale repression was let loose by the police. He grabbed the land and other property of the poor Girijans and some were forced to give their daughters to him as his wives. Not satisfied with his death, the peasants painted slogans with his blood. This demonstrates the intensity of the wrath of the masses against this notorious feudal lord. The brothers of his wives and other relatives also participated in this action. 11. The following account of trial of a Sahukar by the People's Court throws light on the nature of exploitation. The Sahukar, usurer, who is also a merchant, came to the agency area to collect tamarind from peasants who pay off their loans taken earlier from the Sahukar by supplying tamarind. The list of borrowers which he brought with him showed that he had lent a total sum of 280 rupees to peasants of 4 villages. Against this, he proposed to collect from them 40 cavities, bundles, of tamarind, which at current market rates, are worth 1,600 rupees. That is, the peasants are to pay back nearly 6 rupees for every rupee they borrowed. This had been the normal practice till the revolutionary peasants established their own authority through guerrilla struggle. The man was arrested by the peasants and taken to their base area for trial. The man confessed before the People's Court that he had been exploiting the peasants and promised never to exploit again. He also promised to obey the rules and regulations of the Samithai and live a just life without exploiting anyone. He begged that one opportunity be given to him for proving his sincerity. After listening to what he had to say, the people were consulted in order to verify his past record, how he had treated the peasant borrowers, etc. On verification it was found that, compared with other landlords, he had seldom acted brutally. On the basis of this finding and in view of the man's repentant attitude, he was finally set free on the understanding that he would act in accordance with the promise he had made before the People's Court. 12. In sheer brutality, the incident at Bhavanapuram was in a class by itself. On the night of January 18, 1970, 8 Naxalites attacked the lonely farmhouse of Vunasavaraya of Sampada residing at Bhavanapuram village and stabbed him to death. Thereafter they severed his head and hung it on a bamboo pole erected in front of the house. Revolutionary songs composed by Satyanarayana and others became popular with the Girijans and fired the imagination of the simple tribals. The following lines were penned by Satyanarayana. Rise up, O, ya Adivasi heroes, and flex the muscles of your taut and sinewy body, and plunge with the force of a hurricane into battle against your class enemies. Another revolutionary song popular with the Srikakulam Naxalites was in the following refrain. Awake, O, tribal hero. Your sinews are strong as steel. Lunge forward with the force of a tidal wave. And hurry along, O worker. Hurry along, O peasant. While the Girijans were in full cry in Srikakulam, the Revolutionary Communist Committee of Andhra Pradesh led by T. Nagi Reddy organized the movement in Warangal, Khammam, and Karimnagar districts of Telangana. A total area covering 5,000 to 6,000 square miles and inhabited by about 350,000 to 400,000 population came under the control of the revolutionaries. 13 In April 1969, the committee adopted the immediate program, which called upon the party workers to apply the path of people's war to the revolutionary practice in India and to carry it through to the end. They were also directed to mobilize the people and intensify their activities both in the forest as well as the plains areas. T. Nagi Reddy and 7 other leaders were, however, arrested in December 1969. Thereafter Chandrapula Reddy took over the leadership of the movement. The government soon realized the seriousness of the situation. An interstate conference of top officials of Andhra Pradesh, Orissa, and Madhya Pradesh was held at Visakhapatnam on August 12, 1969, and it was decided to coordinate police action against Naxalites in the bordering areas. Police offensive started in Srikakulam district towards the end of 1969. In the encounters which followed, important Naxalite leaders like Bhaskar Rao, Tamada Gunpati, Nirmala Krishnamurthy, Subbarao Panigrahi, and Ramesh Chandra Sahu were killed. These losses greatly upset the Central Organizing Committee of the CPI-ML, and it issued a statement in January 1970 calling upon members of the party to avenge the dastardly murder of our heroic comrades of Srikakulam by annihilating as many class enemies as possible. It directed the comrades to turn their grief into burning hatred of the class enemy and exhorted them, in Mao's words, to march ahead along the path crimson with the blood of heroic martyrs. The Srikakulam comrades were told that losses and setbacks were inevitable in any struggle. Charu Mazumdar made a desperate attempt to resuscitate the movement. In a letter to the Andhra comrades on July 18, 197,114, Charu Mazumdar stressed the need to form small squads of landless and poor peasants and stated that every such squad should be considered a contingent of the People's Liberation Army. The area of operation of the squads should be fixed and area commanders elected from amongst the landless and poor peasants. The petty bourgeois were assigned the role of political commissars. A significant advice contained in the letter was that mass economic work such as land distribution and seizing of harvest should be propagated at various levels by the revolutionary committees, which were further asked to pay attention to the production of food grains, etc. This was in sharp contrast to Charu Mazumdar's earlier aversion for economic work. Perhaps it indicated a climb down on his part in the face of mounting criticism. He went to the extent of conceding that only in this way mass struggle of the peasantry could be linked up with the armed struggle, and the political authority of the party established. Charu Mazumdar expressed his optimism that the Andhra extremists would be able to overcome their weaknesses and their struggle will develop like an avalanche in the state. However, that was not to be, and the movement gradually tapered off in the face of coordinated administrative action. The shooting down of Vempatapu Satyanarayana and Adabhatla Kailsam, the 2 top Naxalite leaders of Srikakulam, by the police in an encounter in the Bori hills of Parvathapuram Taluk on July 10, 1970 shattered the tribal insurgency in Srikakulam. Both of them were members of the Central Committee of the CPI-ML. While Satyanarayana completely integrated himself with the tribals and organized the Dalams, Kailsam was the brain behind the movement. However, their death did not signify the end of the Naxalite movement in Andhra Pradesh. As we shall see later, the volcano was to erupt again in the Telangana area with the People's War Group spearheading the movement. 3.2 West Bengal Midnapur and Birbhum. The greatest of evils and the worst of crimes is poverty. Bernard Shaw. He Midnapur district of West Bengal bordering Bihar and Orissa witnessed a well-planned and well-organized Naxalite movement in the Debra and Gopiballavpur police station areas. The district has a sizable tribal population of Santals, Lodas, and Orions. The majority of them were landless laborers, though a small proportion owned small plots of land or cultivated the Adar's land under the Barga system. It was easy for the communist revolutionaries to work up the land hunger of these simple and unsophisticated Bargadars. Besides, Adept as they were in the use of bows and arrows, they could be deadly if provoked to violence. Gopi-Ballabhpur was selected for its strategic location. It has a long forest-infested border with Bihar and Orissa and is linked with the rest of Midnapur only by a bridge over the river Subarnarekha. Debre was an obvious choice because all CPI-M leaders of the local unit had come out of the party after the Naxalbari uprising and joined the CPI-ML N bloc. From the point of view of terrain, it was unsafe for guerrilla action because the area was close to the railway station and lay parallel to the Calcutta-Bombay National Highway, besides being dangerously open. But then the hills and forests were adequately substituted by a sympathetic population. The leading figures of the movement in Debre were Babadeb Mondal, an advocate who contested unsuccessfully in the assembly election of 1967 as a CPI-M candidate, and Gunadhar Murmu, a local tribal leader. In Gopi-Ballabhpur, the moving spirits were Santosh Rana and Ashim Chatterjee. The former was a first-class MSc, Tech, from Calcutta University, the latter a product of the Presidency College, Calcutta. After the Naxalbari uprising in 1967, a section of CPI-M workers in Midnapur started propagating the extremist line. They supported the Kisans and Bargadars during the harvest in 1967 and worked up a movement against the Yatdars. Santosh Rana took the job of a teacher in Naya Bazan HS School, PS Gopi-Ballabhpur, and started political work. He addressed meetings of landless Kisans, especially Sandhals, and incited them to rise in revolt against the capitalist Yatdars, seize their Benami and vested lands and even loot paddy from the granaries. Ashim Chatterjee and a host of other students from Calcutta also carried out propaganda on similar lines. A remarkable feature of the movements was that the Calcutta Bravos completely identified themselves with the underdogs. No doubt, some of them were not able to withstand the rigors of rural life, but those who stayed on merged themselves into the background. They lived with the tribals, worked with them in the fields, ate the same food and shared their will and woe in general. They gave their wages to the needy and arranged to distribute medicines among the sick. This made them immensely popular and they moved in the countryside like fish in water. In Debre, the movement started on economic issues. There were demonstrations against hoarders and black marketeers and demands to raise the wages of agricultural laborers. But in due course, the peasants' struggle against the Yatdars began to overstep the pale of economic demands. One seizure of power through armed struggle was presented as a distinct possibility. The CPI-M did not approve of this political twist to the movement and expelled Babadeb Mondal and Gunadhar Murmu from the party. But the idea had caught on and there was no stopping it. The success achieved by the Naxalite guerrillas in Srikakulam and Mushahari enthused the party workers in Debre. The beginnings of the struggle in Gopi-Ballabhpur further boosted their revolutionary fervour. The movement in Debre Gopi-Ballabhpur showed a tactical improvement over the Naxalbari uprising. Point 2 In Naxalbari, trouble had started with the sharecroppers lifting stocks of paddy and seizing plots of land. The movement had not turned violent for about 2 months. In Midnapur, occupation of land was given secondary importance. The perspective placed before the party workers was capture of power through an armed struggle, the main strand of which was to be annihilation of class enemies. The CPI-ML, therefore organized a series of raids on the houses of Yatdars and money lenders. It was the same story all over with difference of shade only. The class enemies were killed, their property and arms looted, stocks of food grains distributed among the poor and landless peasants, and the deeds and documents burnt. This tactical variation, it was said, represented a higher stage of struggle, that of guerrilla warfare. The movement in Gopi-Ballabhpur was launched in August 1969. In a major action on September 27, 1969, the Naxalites led by Santosh Rana attacked the house of a Yatdar, Najan Senapti, assaulted him and his brother and snatched away a gun. Najan Senapti sustained serious injuries but his brother succumbed. On October 16, a Yatdar of village Chowbazar was killed by Naxalites led by Mihir Rana, brother of Santosh Rana. Altogether 12 big landholders were killed during October-November in the Gopi-Vallabhpur area. Point 3 in Deborah, the movement started with a bang on October 1, 1969. About 1,000 Adivasis, Kisans, and Kaith Mazdoors led by Gunadhar Murmu came in a procession and gurayod the house of Kanai of village Saldahari. The mob was armed with lathis, bows and arrows, tangis and spears. The Yattar managed to escape, but the extremists ransacked his house. All deeds pertaining to land transactions were destroyed by burning. On October 4, the Naxalites attacked the house of Pulan Mondal of village Buyabasa and looted 10,000 rupees in cash, apart from other items. On October 13, the guerrillas annihilated Yattar Heben Das of village Hatparia. Another Yattar, Dwijare of village Dua, was liquidated on October 18. Sutish Paria of village Mukundapura Yattar, who had actively helped the police, was killed on October 23. A number of Yattars, rich peasants and big businessmen of Deborah took shelter in Midnapur town. There was great panic, particularly after Gunadhar Murmu, the Santhal guerrilla leader, issued a jira after the traditional tribal custom by tying a knot of the bark of a sal tree, symbolizing revenge, and called upon his followers to take severe action against the Yattars and the district officials. The authorities were greatly concerned. The Statseman correspondent reported on December 2 that the West Bengal government had decided to launch an all-out attack on the Naxalites in Deborah, along with police action already being carried out in Gopi-Vallabhpur. Quoting authoritative sources, the correspondent added that the police had been asked to shoot to kill, if necessary. 3 more companies of armed police, including one company of the Eastern Frontier Rifles, were moved into Deborah and Gopi-Vallabhpur areas. In the operations which followed, about 300 extremists were arrested for, but it is significant that the top leadership comprising Santosh Rana, Ashim Chatterjee, Babadeb Mondal and Gunadhar Murmu eluded the police dragnet for quite some time. This was possible because they had been able to build a fairly sound underground apparatus. The following write-up in the Ananda Bazar Patrika of December 2, 1969 by a correspondent who visited the Deborah Gopi-Vallabhpur areas is revealing. But one thing is clear, so far hardly anyone has come forward to cooperate with the police. The reason, according to the police, is fear of the Naxalites. It is difficult to ascertain whether it is because of fear or for love for the Naxalites. The fact, however, remains that the police have so far been unable to capture their leaders. Everyone knows that almost all the leaders are still here in this area, yet no one gets any information about them. This means that no one is giving the information, and so the leaders are still able to live underground. In spite of the presence of and patrolling by the police, the majority of the local well-to-do people prefer to maintain good terms with the Naxalites. The police explain away this sort of affair by stating that the people still have fears of the Naxalites. But the Naxalites point to this fact as a proof of their claim that they continue to wield strong influence in the area. Everyone knows, they claim, that the police are quite unable to protect them, the well-to-do. The local people also admit that there are quite a few villages in Deborah where the police dare not enter in small numbers, 2 or 3 men even when armed with rifles. They dare to enter into those places only when they are 20 or more in number and armed with rifles. And in Gopi-Vallabhpur there are no less than 300 such villages. The annihilation campaign continued till early 1970. It is said that the CPI-ML's call to avenge the death of Srikakulam martyrs and Charu Mazumdar's call to spread the struggle in waves provided the necessary impetus. In Gopi-Vallabhpur, Ashu Mahapatra, a Yattar whom the Naxalites described as a vulture of a man, was killed on March 5. Within 2 days, the guerrillas carried out another raid on March 7 at the house of Yattar Kedar Ghosh and murdered his son. Another Yattar, Narayan Patti, who was accused of building up a counter-revolutionary force of hired gundas, was liquidated on March 21. In Deborah, the peasant guerrillas annihilated Kanai, who had earlier escaped an attempt on his life, on March 19. Kuitai was alleged to be an embodiment of ruthless feudal domination in the countryside. In another action on March 22, Hafizuddin Malik, a Yattar and usurer, was beheaded while returning from the market. West Bengal was then under a united front government in which Sri Jyoti Basu, CPI-M, leader, held charge of the police portfolio. It has been said that for understandable reasons the Home Minister was unwilling to do everything possible to put down the revolt and that the police action did not go beyond containing the activities of the Naxalites and throwing a cordon around the affected villages. 5 But after the fall of the United Front government in March 1970 and the imposition of President's rule in the state, the police force marched into the area in strength and snuffed out the movement. Birbhum district also witnessed intense Naxalite violence. It had a predominantly agricultural economy which was not able to absorb the educated youth, a large number of whom were unemployed. There was no charismatic leader in the district, and I was surprised to find during my visit to the area in the second half of July 1971 that the groundwork had been done by little-known students. Sudev Biswas, B.E. Metallurgy, had done pioneering work in disseminating Charu Mazumdar's gospel among the urban youth. Kshitish Chatterjee, M.Sc. and Biren Ghosh, B.Sc. also put in hard work to indoctrinate the younger elements. Birbhum was till then one of the quiet districts of West Bengal. Naxalite activities started about the middle of 1970, when wall slogans appeared in Suri, Rampurhat, and at other places. This was followed by burning of schools, colleges, and government offices in July 1970. The first killing of a class enemy took place in December 1970. Naxalite activities thereafter were on a high trajectory till the middle of 1971. Month-wise, the violent incidents were, January 44, February 90, March 116, April 119, May 70, and June 100. The police stations worst affected were Suri, Rampurhat, and Bolpur. The total strength of CPI-ML activists in the district was about 400, the bulk of them being drawn from amongst the urban educated youth. Birbhum witnessed the largest number of arms-snatching incidents. The first such incident took place on February 8, 1971. Month-wise, the figures till the middle of 1971 were, February 3, March 11, April 64, May 42, and June 41. The weapons snatched were from policemen and also from private licenses, most of whom surrendered their weapons without any resistance. The government was alarmed at these developments and combined army-police operations were undertaken in Birbhum district from July onwards. Units of the 4th Rajput Infantry Battalion, CRPF, 5 COIs, State Armed Police, 2 COIs, Eastern Frontier Rifles, 2 platoons, National Volunteer Force, 2 COIs, and Saurashtra Reserve Police, 2 COIs, were deployed. The Rajput Battalion was mostly utilized for combing operations. The CRPF, apart from assisting in raids, guarded the jail, state bank, and some colleges. The SAP was deployed in the Vishvabharati campus. The EFR units were deployed in Nulhati and Rajnagar. The NVF guarded government buildings and residences of senior officers. The SRP COIs were utilized for raids and other law and order duties. The operations had the desired effect. About 150 CPI-ML activists were arrested, the remaining having fled to the adjoining districts of Burdwan, Murshidabad, and Santhal Parganas. The results of the operations were not commensurate with the level of force mobilized for the purpose. This was partly due to the absence of precise intelligence and partly due to the premature publicity given to the operations in the media. Nevertheless, the movement in Birbhum virtually collapsed after the action of the security forces. The Naxalite influence extended to other districts of West Bengal also. Calcutta was the nerve center. The CPI-ML, besides, had sizable following in 24 Parganas, Hooghly, Howrah, Burdwan, Malda, Nadia, Jalpaiguri, and Darjeeling districts. The non-CPI-ML groups active in the state included the Committee of Communist Revolutionaries, which had a following in Howrah and parts of 24 Parganas and Darjeeling, the Parimal Dasgupta group, which was strong among the industrial labor in Calcutta, the Abad group, the Pubberhawa group and the Revolutionary Communist Council of India, whose following was limited to Calcutta. 3.3 Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. The sickle that once reaped the golden corn, today shall reap the venomous heads that peasants scorn. Sachithanandanan. Himushahari block in Muzaffarpur district of Bihar and the Palia area in Lakhimpur Kheri district of UP emerged as two strong pockets of Naxalite influence in these states. Bihar. The Mushahari block of Muzaffarpur district in Bihar witnessed stirrings on the Naxalbari pattern. It covered 12 villages with a population of about 10,000 people. There were disputes between landlords and peasantry over occupancy rights, cutting of trees, etc. and, besides, the peasantry nursed the grievance of being subjected to various forms of social oppression by the upper classes. It was an explosive mixture, and the sparks flying off from Naxalbari set it ablaze. In the early stages, Naxalite activities in the area were confined to 2 to 3 villages with Gangapur as the center. In April 1968, the peasants of Gangapur harvested the arahar, a kind of pulse, crop of the landlord in broad daylight. This was the starting point of trouble. Retaliation was quick. Bijlai Singh, the Zamindar of Narsinghpur, organized an attack on the peasants with 300 men armed with lathis, spears, swords, daggers and firearms. The landlord himself came on an elephant and brought 2 cartloads of stones. 1 A bizarre fight followed and it went on for about 4 hours. The landlord and his hoodlums eventually took to their heels. The humbling of this very powerful landlord by the poor peasantry, mostly belonging to scheduled castes, Harijans, had a magic effect on the neighboring villages. The landlords grew panicky and the peasants became further courageous and far more determined. Now they felt that the landlords could be beaten and driven out if the peasants were united. 2 Gangapur became a symbol of the fighting peasantry and the Mushahari struggle took a qualitative leap. Soon after, Kisan Sangram Samitis, Peasants Action Committees, and Gram Rakshak Dais, village defense squads, were organized in most of the villages. The Dais were instructed to I. Annihilate the landlords and their gundas, 3. Seize forcibly the properties of the rich people and 3. Establish people's rule in the villages. 3. In August 1968, the peasants of Harkash village seized some land. The landlord sought police help and got 1 peasant arrested. As the news spread, peasants of the entire village and from nearby places gathered, got the arrested peasant released and beat up the landlord. Class solidarity had taken shape. It is said that the village remained disturbed for about 3 days. The government thereupon set up a police camp in the area under the charge of a deputy superintendent of police with arrangements for patrolling by armed police in the interior villages. Satyanarayan Singh, the Naxalite leader, alleges that this was followed by massive police repression in the course of which peasants were assaulted, arrested, their huts burnt and properties plundered. The Naxalite leaders went underground. This took the movement to the second stage, the stage of armed guerrilla struggle. In the second phase, a clash took place in village Lakhinuari, PS Peru in April 1969. The landless peasants had forcibly harvested the crop on 14 acres of land belonging to a landlord. The landlord's men replied with guns and other lethal weapons. The Naxalite guerrillas fought back and killed one of the landlord's retainers. A second attack was made in village Paharkar, PS Baruraj in June 1969. The Naxalites murdered the landlord and his 2 accomplices, seized all the deeds and documents concerning land and confiscated the ornaments pawned by the poor peasants. Hundreds of peasants gathered at Paharkar after the raid and, in their presence, all the deeds and documents were burnt and the ornaments returned to their legitimate owners. Then came the most impressive attack on the landlord of Narsinghpur. On the night of July 5, 1969, the communist revolutionaries raided the house of Bijlai Singh. 3 class enemies were annihilated and property worth 20,000 rupees was looted. Yet another daring attack took place in Baradud village, PS Peru in August 1969. Kalika Singh, a landlord who had helped the police in tracing underground revolutionaries, was annihilated while having tea in a roadside shop. These chain of incidents alarmed the authorities, and senior officers of the police and magistracy visited the area. The advisor to the governor held a conference of all the deputy commissioners and superintendents of police of Tirhut Division to review the situation. It was decided to undertake extensive combing operations to track down the Naxalites. The movement in Mushahari thereafter gradually lost its momentum. There is reason to believe that Mushahari Naxalites were assisted by comrades from West Bengal in their struggle. Confessions made by some arrested persons of the Mushahari bloc disclosed that party cadres from West Bengal had infiltrated into North Bihar and given training to kindred spirits in the art of making bombs. The Mushahari struggle caused ripples in other parts of Bihar also. It was claimed that the entire North Bihar had been shaken out of its samadhi, trance. The contiguous districts of Darbhanga and Champaran particularly felt the impact. The extremists incited the Adivasis of Kota Nagpur also. The Bihar State Coordination Committee, in June 1968, called upon the Adivasis to unleash revolutionary struggles against the landlords, sahukars, and their agents, 2. Form village committees and establish People's Raj, 3. Unite with the other revolutionary classes, especially the militant working class, and 4. Expose and eliminate the disruptors, opportunists, and careerists from their ranks. The Adivasis were exhorted to fight the way, the great Birsa, the great Sidhu and Kanu fought against the foreign and native oppressors. 4. The Naxalite activities in Kota Nagpur 5 area first came into limelight in May 1970 when 54 men belonging to the MMG group, Man, Money, and Gun, were arrested from the forests of Jatugutta following a massive police operation. Most of them were Bengalis. But what really made the incident sensational was the presence of a British blonde, Miss Mary Tyler, among them. Later, she wrote poignantly that the Naxalites' crime was the crime of all those who cannot remain unmoved and inactive in an India where a child crawls in the dust with a begging bowl, where a poor girl can be sold as a rich man's plaything, where an old woman must half-starve herself in order to buy social acceptance from the powers that be in her village, where countless people die of sheer neglect, where many are hungry while food is hoarded for profit, where usurers and tricksters extort the fruits of labor from those who do the work, where the honest suffer whilst the villainous prosper, where justice is the exception and injustice the rule, and where the total physical and mental energy of millions of people is spent on the struggle for mere survival. 6. The leader of the MMG, Subrato Roy, attributed the failure of the group to their lack of adequate knowledge of topography of the area and their physical inability to negotiate the rugged terrain of forests and hills. The Naxalite violence which erupted in Singhbum and Ranchi districts had more serious dimensions. Jamshedpur became a mini Calcutta and there were instances of attacks on educational institutions, government offices, and police pickets. The first annihilation took place on September 20, 1970, when a member of Tata Town Security Department, who was alleged to be a police informer, was killed. In October, a telco worker said to be a CPI supporter, and in November a Tisco security guard were stabbed to death. Next month, a telco employee met the same fate and a Tisco security guard sustained bomb injuries when the Naxalites attacked a local school. A few days later, a businessman was done to death. The first attack on educational institutions in Jamshedpur took place on August 1, 1970. Thereafter several secondary and higher secondary schools in the town were raided. There were raids on clubs and bars also, the main meeting centers of the bourgeoisie. In January 1971, 4 buses belonging to the State Transport Corporation were burnt by the Naxalites. The same month, a Pushpak aircraft belonging to the Jamshedpur Flying Club was also bombed and destroyed. Police patrol parties were not spared and there were abortive attempts to kill individual police officers. In the rural areas of Singhbum district, the Naxalites were active mostly in the region bordering Gopi-Ballabhpur of West Bengal. A police sub-inspector's house in Karswan was attacked in September 1970 and bombs were thrown at the house of a mine manager in the same area. Ranchi also witnessed Naxalite activities on a fairly large scale. There were four main areas where they were active: Kolbra in Simdega subdivision, Mundar, Bermua and Kelri on the Palamo-Hajaribagh border, Sili on the Ranchi-Purulia road and Ranchi town itself. In Ranchi town, the Naxalites threw crackers at the local Janisan office on September 1, 1970. They also raided the local branch of the British Council Library. In Dhanbad district, the Naxalites were active mostly among the students. In November 1970, a statue of Mahatma Gandhi was demolished in the town. In the following month, there was an unsuccessful attempt to damage the microwave relay station on the outskirts of the town. In January 1971, the office of the Life Insurance Corporation at Sindri was raided. Uttar Pradesh. The Palia area is a part of the Lakhimpur district in Uttar Pradesh and is situated in its northern Terai region. The area was fully covered with dense forests and inhabited by tribals called the Dharas. Later, the state government encouraged poor peasants from other areas, especially eastern UP, to come to Palia, clear the forests and undertake cultivation. They were given the inducement of owning 10 to 12 acres of land. In actual fact, however, the landlords and other influential men forcibly occupied big chunks of land and ejected the poor peasants, depriving them of the benefit of their hard work. This provided the Naxalites with a fertile ground for agitation, and it was claimed that just after Naxalbari the whole of this Terai region resounded with the call of the peasants' struggle for land. 7 Actually, however, the movement was confined to 11 villages at the beginning, though in due course it speared to about 30 villages. The party's avowed objective was to clear the area of big farmers, gundas, corrupt political leaders and money lenders, all of whom were declared enemies. The friends included all the poor people, whether they were the Rai Sikhs, original residents of the district, or people from the eastern districts. The settlers having legal rights over their plots of land ranging from 10 to 20 acres were looked upon as allies. Led by Vishwanath Tiwari, the extremists were responsible for a number of incidents. In a raid in village Bunpuri Khajuria in February 1969, the extremists decamped with 3 firearms including a pistol, a revolver, and a DBBL gun. On April 2, 1969, the extremists raided the houses of 2 residents of village Raninagar and looted property worth 850 rupees, besides taking away an SBBL gun. The then Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, C.B. Gupta, admitted on May 8, 1969, that Naxalites were active in parts of the state, and attributed their activities to the irregularities, wrongs and injustices committed by some village pradhans in the distribution of Jayan Sava land. Congressmen, non-congressmen and even lawmakers have been parties to this wrong distribution of land. 8 On August 19, 1969, replying to a question in the Vidhan Sabha, the Chief Minister said that adequate police arrangements had been made in Lakhimpur district to curb the activities of lawless elements and a special squad of the POC posted in the area. The Naxalites of Palia area received help and shelter from peasants across the border in Nepal. Most of these peasants were from the eastern districts of UP and were facing the threat of being driven out of Nepal. Willy-nilly they felt that they could survive in Nepal only with the help of the Naxalites. The Naxalites, on the other hand, found them good patrons. The Naxalite movement in Palia never assumed the proportions which could justify the publicity it received. 9 The party organization in the area was essentially weak. The CPI, ML, Mouthpiece Liberation of April 1969 itself stated that in the initial stages the Palia unit consisted of only 12 regular members, only 3 of whom were ready to take up arms and the rest were at best sympathizers. Their preparations were inadequate and they did not have a well-defined program. Revolutionary peasant committees were set up in 3 villages but they hardly functioned. The party admitted having suffered severe losses in 1970. These were attributed to failure to organize squads of poor and landless peasants at the village level, excessive reliance on firearms and neglect of conventional weapons, failure to rouse the people for class struggle through annihilation of class enemies, and individualism, commandism, and other petty bourgeois tendencies in some of the leaders. 10. With all its weakness and shortcomings, the movement in Palia had two distinguishing features. 1. While concentrating on the problem of land, it did not neglect the other economic issues. It directed the peasants to stop payment of a share of the produce to landlords and big farmers and also payments of old debts to the money lenders. 2. It realized the importance of mass organization in developing peasant struggles. The party deplored having underestimated this aspect in the early stages of the movement. We could not fully assimilate the teachings of Comrade Mao and thought that the rural base area of peasant struggle could be built up only by a handful of revolutionaries sitting in the forest. Several months passed before we again cared to study the mass line of Chairman Mao and began to go to the people. The mass line is being assimilated by us only gradually during the course of our struggle. 11. Apart from Lakhimpur Kheri, stray incidents of violence occurred in Kanpur, Unnao, Hardoi, Farrukhabad, Bareilly, Moradabad, Baharaich, Varanasi, and Ajmagad. The entire state was divided into two zones by the CPI-ML, for organizational purposes, the Eastern Zone and the Western Zone. The former was placed under Shiv Kumar Mishra and the latter under Mahendra Singh, both Central Committee members. Shiv Kumar Singh's arrest in November 1970 was a severe jolt to the party. Thereafter the Naxalite activities were largely in the nature of propaganda work involving distribution of pamphlets and leaflets, writing slogans, and holding of study classes. The party also brought out a journal called Mukti Path to propagate its ideology. Bihar and UP together account for about one-third of the total rural poor of the country. The economic problems and the exacerbating social tensions in these two states hold ominous portents for the future. 3.4 Other states. The seed ye sow, another reaps. The wealth ye find, another keeps. The robes ye weave, another wears. The arms ye forge, another bears. Shelley. Naxalite activities spread far and wide. Large parts of the country were affected. In Orissa, the districts particularly affected were Koraput and Ganjam on Andhra border and Mayurbhanj on West Bengal border. Actually, the activities in these areas were a spillover of Naxalite activities in the bordering Srikakulam district of Andhra Pradesh and Midnapur district of West Bengal. The extremists formed a state coordination committee on March 14, 1968 with D.B.M. Patnaik as convener. The other members of the committee were Jaladhar Nanda, Ruby Das, Kundan Ram, Nagbhushanam Patnaik, Dinabandhu Samal, and Jagannath Misra. It was, however, dissolved in 1969 at the behest of Charu Mazumdar, and the different regions of the state were attached to the extremist organizations of the neighboring states. Thus Koraput and Ganjam districts of South Orissa were tagged onto Srikakulam Regional Committee while Mayurbhanj and Balasore districts of North Orissa were linked to the Coordination Committee of West Bengal. Sambalpur and Sundargarh districts in northwest Orissa were attached to the South Bihar Committee. These committees instigated the tribals to commit various acts of violence. They also held classes, distributed leaflets, and organized arms training. The state government took cognizance of their activities and instituted the Gunupur conspiracy case against 71 extremists, out of which 51 were charge-sheeted. The arrest of Naxalite leaders caused setback to the movement in South Orissa. In the northern parts, the first violent incident happened on February 26, 1971, when the extremists killed a school teacher and a Gram Rakshi. On June 5, 1971, they attacked a police post at Pala, stabbed the Havildar and set fire to the police van. Here also the activities suffered setback after the arrests of Ashim Chatterjee and Santosh Rana. The peculiar features of the Naxalite movement in Orissa were that it was confined to the tribal areas while the coastal districts, which are politically more conscious, remained comparatively free, and that the state leaders generally played second fiddle to the Naxalite leaders of either Andhra Pradesh or West Bengal. In Madhya Pradesh, the districts in the Chhattisgarh region, namely Raipur, Durg, Bastar, Bilaspur, Sarguja and Raigad, were affected. A number of party cells were formed in these districts, under the guidance of Yogaroy, the most important CPI-ML leader of the region. A Krantikari Kisan Mazdoor party was also constituted. It had some following in Bhopal, Gwalior and Ujjain districts. The Adivasis in Bastar were particularly receptive to Naxalite propaganda as they nursed a feeling of neglect by the state government. Naxalite poster appeared in Jagdalpur, the district headquarters. In the Punjab, the Naxalite activities were particularly noticed in Jalandhar, Ludhiana and Sangarur districts. The Naxalites committed terrorist acts involving murder of landlords, moneylenders, farmers, and policemen. They even had the audacity to kill a deputy superintendent of police and ransack firearms from a police post in Sangarur district in September 1971. They showed hostility to the rightist elements also. The state secretary of Svatantra Party, Basant Singh, was annihilated. There was, besides, a planned effort to spread Naxalite ideology among the students and youth with particular focus on those from the backward classes and tribal groups. Revolutionary writers were active in the state and they produced prolific amount of Naxalite literature. The important journals were People's Path in English and Lokyud, Bhagawat, and Lakar in Punjabi. The Punjab Naxalites also made an attempt to forge links with their counterparts in Himachal Pradesh and made frequent visits to that state. Some hideouts were established in the Garhshankar Tahsil of Hoshiarpur district bordering Kangra to facilitate contacts between the Naxalites of the two states. The Naxalite activities in the Punjab, however, suffered due to two reasons: the police pressure which led to the liquidation of leading cadres, and intense factionalism within the party with one group owing allegiance to J.S. Sahal and the other following Baburam Vairagi. The efforts of Baba Gurmukh Singh, who provided guidance and inspiration to the Naxalites of the state, to patch up their differences did not yield any substantial results. In Jammu and Kashmir, the Democratic Conference, an affiliate of the CPI-ML, was split into two distinct groups, the Saraf group and the Sethi group. The Sethi group did not agree with the program of annihilation of class enemies, nor did it endorse the slogan "China's chairman is our chairman, China's path is our path." The Saraf group, on the other hand, fully believed in armed action and favored launching of people's war on the Chinese pattern. Ram Pra Saraf was a member of the Politburo and also of the Central Committee of the CPI-ML. He was apprehended by the police on March 2, 1971. The documents recovered from his possession showed that he was functioning as organizer of the northern region comprising up, Punjab, Haryana, J&K and Delhi. I had occasion to meet him on March 6, 1971. He was totally committed to the Naxalite ideology and firmly believed that class struggle was unavoidable under the existing conditions. Just as action and reaction explained a mechanism and plus and minus were behind all calculations of mathematics, similarly contradictions leading to class struggle were an integral part of the social system, Saraf explained. His interpretations of the Ramayana and Mahabharata to justify the resort to violence was amazing. He said that even Lord Rama had to wage a battle to defeat Ravana and that in Mahabharata the Pandavas had to fight for their land with the Kauravas. In Rajasthan, the Naxalites were scattered in the districts of Ganganar, Sikar, Chittorgarh, and Jaipur. They functioned independently and there was no state-level coordination in their activities. In Maharashtra, the appearance of pro-Mao slogans in Bombay and handwritten posters hailing Miss Ujjitha Narayanan, a suspect in Kerala police station attacks, were the only manifestations of Naxalite activity. In Kerala, there were different shades of Naxalism. The CPI-ML presence was felt mainly in Kannur, Kannur, and Calicut, Kozhikode, districts of Malabar, and in Kottayam, Quilon, Kollam, and Trivandrum, Thiruvananthapuram, districts. Ambedi Sunkarankutti Menon, secretary of the party, was, however, arrested on October 10, 1970 and this demoralized the party cadres. The state committee was thereupon reconstituted with K.P. Gopalan as its secretary. He implemented the policy of annihilation of class enemies and there were 4 violent incidents in Trivandrum and Quilon districts on November 14 to 15, 1970. The police arrested the accused and thereafter the activities of the group were on a low-key. The other important group was Communist Revolutionary Party led by KPR Gopalan. This faction, while subscribing to the theory of armed revolution, was at the same time in favor of exploiting the parliamentary forum to propagate its ideology. It therefore fielded candidates in the midterm election to the State Assembly, but all of them lost their deposits. The Workers' Revolutionary Party led by A. Shuthan was avowedly militant. It had a small following in Trivandrum, Ernakulam, and Aleppi, Alappuzha, districts. The fourth significant group was that of Kunikal Narayanan. It hit the headlines when members of the group attacked the Tellicherry and Pulpally police stations in 1968. The subsequent apprehension of Kunikal Narayanan caused setback to the group. In Tamil Nadu, public and official attention to Naxalite activities was drawn for the first time by an accidental explosion of a country bomb which was being clandestinely manufactured in Pen Adam village, South Arcot district in February 1970. 3 persons including a student of Annamalai University were killed as a consequence. The Naxalite activities were otherwise confined to display of posters in some districts and providing shelter to extremists from Kerala and Andhra Pradesh. In Assam, the extremist activities were limited to circulation of posters and leaflets in Golpara, Kamrup, Dharan, Nagaon, Sibsagar, Lakhimpur, and Cachar districts. The arrests of some Naxalites revealed that they had received training in the use of explosives in rebel Naga camps in Nagaland. Manuals seized from their possession contained instructions on sabotage activities. In Tripura, the Naxalite groups were able to set up cells for students and youth, and there were a number of incidents involving raids on educational institutions in Agartala. In Delhi, the Naxalite ideology attracted many students of the university campus. The institutions particularly affected were the St. Stephen's College and the Delhi School of Economics. The total number of Naxalites was around 50 only, but they had a large group of vocal and silent supporters and admirers among the student community. The girls were not to be left behind, and there were small groups of Marxist-Leninists in Indraprastha College, Miranda House, and Lady Sri Ram College. It has been said that some of them were drawn to the ideology because their boyfriends were Naxalites. Delhi University had a well-identified group of students and teachers who had pronounced leftist inclinations. They openly talked of violent methods for restructuring the society and initiating reforms. Such ideas were freely debated in the associations and clubs. One such politico-cultural club known as Yugantik particularly caught the imagination of the young for its open advocacy of revolution. It staged many plays in the campus and outside. A powerful case for revolution was made in a play called India 1969, staged in Miranda House and Tagore Hall. In what appeared to be a real-life denouement of the play, the Stevenians who had acted disappeared in 1970 to work for the revolution they had talked of from the stage. About 20 students were found missing from the university campus and were reported to have gone to West Bengal, Bihar and Assam to work among the poor and landless peasants. It is interesting that most of them came from the higher strata of society. 3 of them were the sons of ICS officers, 1 was the son of an academician, and the others were wards of senior government officers. It would, however, appear that these students were attracted more by the romance of Naxalite philosophy. They were not able to stand the rigors of village life and, in due course, the Maud Naxalites returned to their hearths. 4. The blaze. For the blaze. If the country does not belong to everyone, it will belong to no one. Tupamaro Manifesto. Naxalite violence was at a peak from about the middle of 1970 to the middle of 1971. Naxalism became a major component in the country's political life. Terrorist violence in different states produced a tremendous impact. The political parties realized the emergence of a new force, the government became conscious of a new threat not only to law and order but to the very existence of the democratic setup in the country, and the people in general either looked forward expectantly or were gripped with a sense of fear depending upon the class they came from or the interests they upheld. Decade of Liberation. The spurt in Naxalite activities is to be attributed mainly to 3 reasons. Firstly, the Naxalite leaders made frenzied exhortations to the rank and file to step up the tempo of the movement and spread armed struggle to every nook and corner of the country. Satyanarayan Singh, the Naxalite leader of Bihar, exhorted the people to create hundreds of Naxalbaris throughout the length and breadth of the country. The urgency of the task was underscored by the fantastic argument that India's ruling classes were making war preparations to suit the global strategy of US imperialism and Soviet social imperialism, and that they were hatching plans of war against China. It was stressed that their unleashing of Revolutionary People's War throughout the country would frustrate the imperialist plot of using India as a base for aggression against China. Charu Mazumdar's slogan "China's chairman is our chairman, China's path is our path" gained wide currency during this period. Charu's assessment was that every corner of India is like a volcano about to erupt, and he predicted a mighty storm of revolution by 1971. He even set the target for the liberation of India by 1975. How facile his reasoning was would be clear from the following paragraph. When I say make the 70s the decade of liberation, I cannot think beyond 1975. The idea of today's armed struggle was first born in the mind of one man. That idea has now filled the minds of 10 million people. If the new revolutionary consciousness, born only in 1967, can permeate the minds of 10 million people in 1970, why is it impossible then for those 10 millions to rouse and mobilize the 500 million people of India in a surging people's war by 1975? 1. Brave words. But certainly not sound logic. In any case, this clarion call captured the imagination of large segments of party workers. Secondly, Charu Mazumdar's call to the students and youth in March 1970 to plunge into the revolutionary struggle here and now was responded to by sizable sections of the West Bengal youth. Charu drew inspiration from China, said that the students and youth there had given up their studies at the time of Cultural Revolution, and advised the students in the country not to waste their energy in passing examinations. In words which invariably had the ring of battle cry, he called upon the students to have faith in Mao Zedong thought, which was smashing the old world and building a new world, and in the Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, which could never take the wrong road. The students and youth were advised to integrate themselves with the poor and landless peasants and go to the villages in large numbers. Form small squads of students of the schools and colleges in your locality. Each squad should have 4 or 5 students. Then make your programs for going to the villages even when you have short holidays of only 4 or 5 days. No squad should be formed with girls alone. This is because girls would need some kind of shelter for spending the night. Each of you should take with him a copy of the quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong. Take as little money with you as possible and other articles in a kit bag. Once you go to the village, you are not to seek comforts and good food or shelter. Rather, you should compete with one another in enduring hardships. You should not stop and stay at any one place other than for spending the night. You should always be on the move and go from one village to another, walking 15 miles a day on the average. During the journey, make acquaintance only with the poor and landless peasants, learn from them, read out quotations of Chairman Mao to them and acquaint them with Mao Zedong thought as much as you can. Tell them of the heroic exploits of the revolutionary peasant war that is now raging in India. Point 2. The students and youth were also advised to form Red Guard squads in their schools and colleges and in their respective localities. Every squad was to be led by a commander and have a well-defined jurisdiction. The Red Guards of today, it was said, will become later fighters of the People's Liberation Army, PLA, of India. Thirdly, the working class, the most revolutionary class and the most organized detachment of the Indian people, was urged to rally under the leadership of the CPI, ML, and march forward along the path of struggle. Explaining the party's task in the labor field, Charu said, "It is not our task either to organize trade unions, or to bring them under our control, or to bother ourselves about the trade union elections. Our task is to build secret party organization among the workers." Regarding the form of struggle, Charu Mazumdar said, "While we should encourage the workers in any struggle they wage, we must, nonetheless, constantly explain to them that, today, the weapons like hurdles and strikes have become largely blunted in dealing with the attacks of the organized capitalist class, such as lockout, layoff, closure etc. Today, the struggles can no longer develop peacefully or without bloodshed. To develop, the struggles must take the forms of gheraw, clash with the police and the capitalists, barricade fights, annihilating the class enemies and their agents etc. according to the given conditions. Point 3. Thus the CPI-ML's desperate drive to step up the armed struggle in India and its exhortation to the students and youth and workers to plunge into the revolutionary struggle contributed to sharpening the edge of Naxalite violence. Cultural Revolution. The young generation responded to Charu's clarion call by carrying out raids on educational institutions, boycotting examinations, disfiguring the statues of national leaders and hoisting red flags. Charu Mazumdar justified the attacks on schools and colleges on the ground that the present educational system was a colossal fraud. According to him, those who received the so-called education were mostly fed on lies during the most impressionable years of their lives. Far from being imparted any revolutionary concepts, their minds were stuffed with reactionary ideas. What the students and youth were doing was therefore just and proper. The festival of idol smashing was justified by him in the following words. The people of India fought to overthrow British rule, many heroes laid down their lives in the course of struggle. But they have not been depicted as models, their images have not been installed. On the contrary, it is those who have served and defended the interests of imperialism are held up before the students and the people as models and whose images have been built. That is why those who accuse the students and youths of waging war against the national tradition are in reality singing hymns in praise of the tradition created by imperialism's lackeys. A genuinely patriotic, revolutionary India cannot be built unless the images of these lackeys are swept away. This is why these deeds of the students and youths are, without doubt, revolutionary deeds and are, without doubt, preparing the path of India's progress. Point 4. The images of people who allegedly served the interests of imperialists, comprador bourgeoisie, and the feudal class represented, according to Charu, rival, antagonistic class interests and ideologies. It was therefore necessary to destroy those images. As to the charge that the students were committing excesses in their acts of vandalism, Charu quoted from Mao's Hunan report to say that to right a wrong, it is necessary to exceed the proper limits. The images and portraits disfigured or demolished included those of recognized leaders like Mahatma Gandhi, Rabindranath Tagore, Ishvarchandra Vidyasagar, Ashutosh Mukherjee, Jawaharlal Nehru, Lal Bahadur Shastri and several others. The party's assessment was that they all sided with the enemies of the people and did not support the peasants' revolt or uphold the cause of people struggling to overthrow the mountains of imperialism and feudalism. About Mahatma Gandhi, it was said that his entire life was one long inglorious career of devoted service to imperialism, feudalism, and the comprador bourgeoisie. He was denigrated as a traitor who served the British imperialists by recruiting Indian soldiers to defend the British Empire during World War, disarmed the Indian people with his spurious theory of nonviolence and led a movement for sham independence. It is an interesting comparison that around this very time Judith Miller of the Vincennes philosophy faculty was propagating similar ideas in France. The university, he declared, is part of the state machinery, a piece of capitalist society. Total destruction is needed. There is a crisis inside bourgeois society and we must accelerate this crisis. Point 5. This so-called cultural revolution was, however, criticized by an influential section within the party. Sushital Roy Chaudhary questioned the wisdom of assault on the images of persons like Ram Mohan Roy and Rabindranath Tagore and wondered if it was a necessary prelude to the armed struggle. He also disagreed with Mazumdar's comparison of these activities with the student movement in China. Charu Mazumdar stressed that the movement of students and youth was complementary to the revolutionary peasant struggle. It was not to be viewed in isolation but as part of the democratic revolution. In actual practice, however, the emphasis on urban actions by the students and youth led to a steady neglect of the rural areas. The cadres working in the countryside grew either lethargic or gravitated to the towns where the movement was raging in full fury. Attacks on police. There was gradual enlargement in the scope of the movement. There were raids on government offices accompanied by extensive damage to property and brutal attacks on policemen. The attacks on policemen, it was argued, would serve a dual purpose. On the one hand, it would break the morale of the force and in due course lead to collapse of the bourgeois state apparatus, and, on the other, it would provide an excellent opportunity to seize their firearms and thereby build the armory of the so-called People's Liberation Army. The ideological justification for the attacks was provided by Charu Mazumdar in an article Avenge the Heroic Martyrs which appeared in the Liberation of September-December 1970. It was stated that the police in the country, trained by foreigners, had always been used as an instrument for murdering and suppressing the people. He went even to the extent of saying that these, policemen, are not Indians, these are not of India, and called upon the party workers to rouse the intensest hatred for all these cowards, imperialism's running dogs and assassins. Besides, with the peasants' struggles acquiring the character of a liberation war, it was necessary to attack the armed forces of the enemy. To wage attacks now against only class enemies amounts to a certain form of economism. If we fail to wage attacks against the armed forces of the enemy simultaneously with our attacks on these class enemies, we shall land ourselves in the mire of a certain kind of economism. And so the communist revolutionaries were asked not only to wipe out the police force but to seize their rifles and to arm the squads of the peasant guerrillas with those rifles. It is estimated that during the period 1970 to 71, a total of 75 policemen were annihilated by the Naxalites, most of them in West Bengal. Lumpen infiltration. In the pervasive atmosphere of violence, the lumpen elements infiltrated the Naxalite ranks. The party workers welcomed them because of their expertise in annihilations and failed to realize the long-term effects of their induction on the character and ethos of the movement. Ranjit Gupta, then Commissioner of Police, Calcutta, says that the Naxalite killings increased several-fold and it was obvious from the style and technique of murders that the antisocials had come into business. 6. The total number of people killed during the period March 1970 to June 15, 1971 in Calcutta City, according to the Commissioner, were: the businessmen, moneylenders, and busty landlords constituted only 12% of the total killings. The urban class enemy, it would seem, was by and large left out. The political rivals represented a much higher 37%. In rural areas, on the other hand, the class enemies, businessmen and yatdars, killed constituted 40% of the total people killed. The induction of antisocial elements had a deleterious effect on the organizational discipline and ideological orientation of the party. It is surprising that the Naxalite leaders, in this context, ignored the warnings of their own godfathers. Marx had described them as thieves and criminals of all kinds living on the crumbs of society. Engels had said that the scum of the depraved elements of all classes, which established headquarters in the big cities, is the worst of all possible allies. The rabble is absolutely venal and absolutely brazen. Every leader of the workers who uses these scoundrels as guards or relies on them for support proves himself by this action alone a traitor to the movement. Mao had, however, at one place conceded that they can become a revolutionary force when properly guided. But guidance there was none. The antisocial scum used the Naxalite umbrella to settle their old scores. The movement, in the process, got disoriented. People's Liberation Army. Charu Mazumdar was, however, undaunted and he relentlessly and ruthlessly drove the party cadres along. Towards the end of 1970, he mentioned, for the first time, the proposal to form a People's Liberation Army. I do not indulge in daydreaming when I say that by 1970-71, the People's Liberation Army will march across a vast area of West Bengal. The Chinese People's Liberation Army under the leadership of Chairman plunged into the revolutionary struggle with only 320 rifles. It may be we shall at first build our Liberation Army with 60 rifles and 200 pipe guns. 7. An arms-snatching incident from a police post near village Megurjan in Purnia district of Bihar on the Bihar-West Bengal border on October 27, 1970 greatly boosted the party morale. It so happened that an armed police picket posted to guard a bridge on the broad gauge railway line was attacked by a group of about 25 Naxalites. The head constable and a constable were seriously injured and 6 rifles with 60 rounds of ammunition were snatched away. It was a planned action by the West Bengal Naxalites who raided the place in collaboration with the local Naxalites. A few months later, on March 9, 1971, there was a more serious incident of similar nature in village Rupaskundi in the Singh district of Bihar. A Bihar military police camp having a strength of 1 Lance Nayak and 9 constables was overwhelmed by more than 50 Naxalites. They killed 2 constables, injured 3 others and decamped with 9 rifles and 105 cartridges. These incidents emboldened the CPI-ML to announce, in early 1971, the formation of the People's Liberation Army. In this excellent revolutionary situation the Indian People's Liberation Army has been founded. It is out of the many guerrilla squads of landless and poor peasants who have been waging revolutionary armed struggle in various parts of West Bengal under the leadership of Charu Mazumdar and the Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, that the People's Liberation Army has emerged. The capture of rifles and bullets from an armed police camp at Megurjan in the Naxalbari area by peasant guerrillas and the formation of the People's Liberation Army, which welds together all the scattered squads of poor and landless peasants, mark a decisive turning point in the history of the Indian Revolution. Led by the party, the PLA, now a small force, will grow from strength to strength as it will fight and annihilate the enemy and his armed forces, conduct propaganda among the masses, organize them, arm them and help them to establish revolutionary political power. The sole purpose of this army will be to stand firmly with the Indian people and to serve them wholeheartedly. Point 8. The CPI-ML claimed that with the formation of the People's Liberation Army, the peasants' revolutionary armed struggle has reached a new stage, a qualitatively higher stage. This is the stage when the destruction of the armed forces of the reactionary state and the establishment of people's revolutionary political power is on the agenda. The naivete in Charu Mazumdar's assessment of the Indian situation and his attempt to make the 70s the decade of liberation was indeed amazing or even pathetic. The people of India were not yet ready for revolution and the ruling class was well entrenched with formidable resources and enormous powers at their command. History has its own inexorable pace and it was puerile on the part of Charu Mazumdar to have thought that he could accelerate it and achieve the liberation of India by 1975. Even according to Mao, Marxists are not fortune-tellers. They should, and indeed can, only indicate the general direction of future developments and changes, they should not and cannot fix the day and the hour in a mechanistic way. The People's Liberation Army, whose formation was trumpeted, existed only on the pages of liberation. The few arms snatched by Naxalite guerrillas and the country-made weapons they were asked to rely upon were no match to the superior firepower of the police and the paramilitary forces. Nevertheless, the bold announcements and the loud declarations of the CPI-ML were accompanied by a spurt in violent activities. According to a rough estimate, there were a total of about 4,000 incidents in the country from the middle of 1970 to the middle of 1971. The bulk of these were from West Bengal, 3,500, followed by Bihar, 220, and Andhra Pradesh, 70. The government of India was forced to take stock of the situation. It got in touch with the states most affected and formulated plans to contain the Naxalite violence. 5. The flicker. 5.1 Cracks in the party. For a revolutionary, failure is a springboard. As a source of theory it is richer than victory, it accumulates experience and knowledge. Regis Debray. The government of India decided to undertake joint operations by the army and the police in the bordering districts of West Bengal, Bihar and Orissa which were particularly affected by Naxalite depredations. The operations were undertaken from July 1 to August 15, 1971 and were code-named Operation Steeplechase. 1. The broad strategy of the security forces was to surround as large an area as possible and seal the routes of entry and exit. The army formed the outer cordon and the CRPF the inner ring. The local police, which was generally accompanied by a magistrate, carried out a thorough search of the area. Suspected Naxalites were arrested, illicit weapons, ammunition and explosives seized. Wherever possible, simultaneous action was taken in the neighboring area also so that the Naxalites sneaking out were caught while attempting to escape. Such information as was gleaned in the course of operations was followed up by subsequent action. These operations covered Midnapur, Purulia, Burdwan, and Birbhum districts of West Bengal, Singhbhum, Dhanbad and Santhal Parganas of Bihar, and Mayurbhanj of Orissa. In West Bengal, the operations extended over the entire period of 45 days, but in Bihar and Orissa the duration was much shorter. Operation Steeplechase achieved the desired results, though not to the extent anticipated by the administration. The organizational apparatus of the Naxalites in the aforesaid districts was thrown out of gear and the party activists fled from their known hideouts to other places in search of safety. Violence registered a drop. Incidents of arms snatching fell down. Above all, it restored the confidence of the people in the strength of the administration. It was, however, felt that the effectiveness of the operation was squandered by its premature publicity which gave the Naxalite activists time to escape. Besides, only a section could be arrested, the bulk of them were merely flushed out. In Birbhum, for example, of the 400 known Naxalite activists only about 150 were caught. Nevertheless, the fact remains that the operation stemmed the advancing tide of Naxalism and disrupted the communist extremists' organizational network in the worst affected areas of the three states. Internal differences within the party were meanwhile having a disintegrating effect. The CPI-ML was doubtless the most important component of the extremist movement in the country, but it did not represent all the shades of extremism. Charu Mazumdar compounded the problem by his inability to carry the team along. He had the intellectual brilliance but not the organizational skill to keep the heterogeneous elements together, and the CPI-ML soon became a house divided. Charu's policy of reckless terrorism in the urban areas and frenzied attempts to achieve the liberation of India by 1975, resulting in the loss of precious cadres, coupled with the moves to arrogate all powers in himself in disregard of the Politburo and the Central Committee, led to heated debates within the party. Discordant voices soon began to be heard. The differences surfaced for the first time at the party congress, where Charu Mazumdar made a pointed attack on his centrists. He assailed them for disagreeing with the party 1NE on annihilation of class enemies and the use of firearms. Introducing the political and organizational report at the party congress, Charu Mazumdar underscored that the battle of annihilation is both a higher form of class struggle and the starting point of guerrilla war. He chided those who, while agreeing that annihilation is the starting point of guerrilla war, did not concur with the view that it was a higher form of class struggle, and also others who carried on the struggle for the seizure of landlords' land and property without waging the battle of annihilation. On the use of firearms, Charu Mazumdar felt that dependence on them would stifle the initiative of the peasants, and therefore he showed his preference for conventional weapons like knives, choppers, swords, and spears. Mazumdar felt that if they started the battle of annihilation with these traditional weapons, the common landless and poor peasants would be encouraged to join the guerrilla fighters, and their revolutionary enthusiasm will know no bounds. The dissidents, however, continued to snipe at Charu Mazumdar too. They denounced his policies as a perversion and vulgarization of Marxism-Leninism. The attack was spearheaded by Sushil Roy Chaudhary of West Bengal, Satyanarayan Singh of Bihar and Shiv Kumar Mishra of UP. The Chinese Communist Party is also believed to have sent a note to CPI-ML, in November 1970, conveying their disagreement with certain aspects of CPI-ML's policies. Sauren Bose, Central Committee member, had sneaked to Peking in 1970, traveling through Albania, Karachi, and Dhaka. The message was actually brought by him. Mazumdar, however, suppressed the communication because it would have undermined his position vis-a-vis the dissidents. A note later circulated jointly by Kanu Sanyal, Chaudhry Tejaswara Rao, Sauren Bose, D. Nagbhushanam Patnaik, Kala Venkayya, and D. Bhavan Mohan Patnaik disclosed that the Chinese Communist Party had criticized China's chairman being called chairman of the CPI, ML, as it will wound the national sentiment of the working class of this country, that Charu's concept of united front was wrong, that the annihilation theory needed rethinking, that Lin Biao's people's war theory had been applied to Indian conditions in a mechanical way, and that mass struggle and mass organizations were necessary for sustaining the armed struggle. The general orientation of CPI, ML, was correct, but its policy was wrong. The signatories called upon all the members of the party to repudiate the left adventurist, deviationist line advocated by Comrade Charu Mazumdar. 3. The contents of Chinese criticism were, however, known only after Charu's death. Meanwhile, the intra-party debate continued. Charu Mazumdar was accused of setting himself up as an oracle of Indian revolution and elevating himself above the party. There was a subtle move at the party congress to establish the revolutionary authority of Charu Mazumdar. A campaign for this was actually started in early 1970 itself. The Liberation of February 1970 contained a full-length article entitled "To Win Victory in the Revolution We Must Establish the Revolutionary Authority." Starting from the premise that there can be no revolution without a revolutionary authority, it made out a strong case for placing Mazumdar on a pedestal comparable to that of Mao in China. The argument ran on the following lines. From the initiation of the Naxalbari struggle to the building of the party, strengthening of the party by fighting against the hidden enemies in it, and the leadership given by the party over the armed struggle all over India, each of these events bears the indelible imprint of the able, correct, and successful leadership given by our respected and beloved leader Comrade Charu Mazumdar, leadership which has grown still richer and firmer through the summing up of the experience of the Indian Revolution. Our task today is to establish firmly the authority of the leadership of Comrade Charu Mazumdar at all levels of the party and revolution. The move was, however, fiercely resisted at the party congress by the delegates from UP, Bihar, Tamil Nadu and Assam. The Charu group was obliged to beat a retreat and withdraw the resolution on the subject. The dissidents were nevertheless dissatisfied, as they felt that the Politburo and the Central Committee had been relegated to the background and all powers centralized in Charu Mazumdar. Charu's argument that the insurgent conditions in the country, with the police hunting for the Naxalites all over, did not permit the convening of a meeting, and that a get-together of the leaders would be hazardous for their security, did not carry conviction with the dissidents. They felt that these were specious pleas of Charu to sidetrack the party's representative bodies and conduct its affairs in a manner and style of his own choosing. Denouncing Charu Mazumdar's authoritarianism, the Satyanarayan Singh group drew attention to the fundamentals of party discipline as enunciated by Mao Zedong, viz. That the individual is subordinate to the organization, the minority is subordinate to the majority, the lower committees are subordinate to the higher committees, and all party members are subordinate to the Central Committee. Charu was also attacked for ignoring the need of base areas and maintaining that it is the enemy who is in need to finding out the base areas for his self-preservation and not revolutionaries. The dissidents argued on the authority of Mao that base areas were essential for the guerrilla forces to perform their strategic tasks and achieve their objective of preserving and expanding themselves and destroying and driving out the enemy. The S.N. Singh group stated that it would give top priority to the task of building up rural base areas, particularly in the mountainous and forest regions and in the river valley areas. It, however, clarified that they would not vacate the plains and would continue armed struggle there also. Charu Mazumdar's advice to start as many points of armed struggle as possible, don't try to concentrate. Expand anywhere and everywhere was held alien to Mao's thought and the path of people's war. Charu Mazumdar was further criticized for defying Mao's theory that a people's democratic revolution should precede a socialist revolution and trying to accomplish both the revolutions in one stroke. The S.N. Singh group also contested Mazumdar's view that a revolutionary united front was possible only after establishing liberated zones and branded this as closed-doorism of the worst kind. The dissidents felt that if this Trotskyite line was put into practice, the party would get miserably isolated. They expounded their concept of a united front in the following words. Contrary to the thesis advocated by the Charu clique, the Central Committee maintains that the leader of the new democratic revolution is the working class. The Central Committee maintains that the working class fully relies on the landless and the poor peasants, firmly unites with the middle peasants, wins over a section of the rich peasants while neutralizing the rest. The understanding of the Central Committee is that only a tiny section of the rich peasants may join the enemy camp. The Central Committee considers the urban petty bourgeoisie as a reliable ally of the working class and the national bourgeois as an ally to some extent and in certain periods. Point 4. Charu's line of going in for frontal clashes, giving up all ideas of self-defense, concentrating on self-sacrifice only and not worrying about the losses was also assailed. It was alleged that he was deliberately confusing the tactical thinking with the strategic thinking. The dissidents were of the view that tactically the revolutionaries must view the enemy seriously and assess his strength carefully, though strategically they might despise him. Not to regard the enemy as paper tiger, strategically, is right opportunism, and not to regard the enemy as a real tiger, tactically, is left opportunism. It followed, as a corollary, that the dissidents did not subscribe to Charu Mazumdar's theory of quick victory and his plan to achieve the liberation of India by 1975. This, they said, amounted to rejecting the strategy and tactics of people's war. They emphasized that notwithstanding the rapid strides made by the Naxalite movement, armed struggle in the country was still in its infancy, the number of guerrilla squads was very small and the building up of the Red Army had yet to be undertaken. The Singh group categorically declared that the Chinese path of protracted people's war was valid for India and there could be no shortcut to the Indian Revolution. The urban actions unleashed in Calcutta and other towns of West Bengal met with particularly strong disapproval of Charu's critics. They criticized his program of destroying schools, colleges, libraries, and laboratories, breaking up the idols of gods and good essays, attacking clubs and recreation halls, annihilating small or middle traders, businessmen, merchants, and capitalists, and annihilating the cadres of revisionist parties. The dissidents felt that this program had disrupted the unity of the toiling masses and isolated CPI-ML from the broad masses of the people. They also accused Charu of neglecting party work in the rural areas by concentrating in Calcutta and other cities. It was stressed by them that party work in the cities should be complementary to the task of building up rural base areas and that it should come at par with work in the rural areas only in the final phase of revolution when decisive battles would be waged for the capture of cities. For the present, in the words of Singh group, as the cities are the strongholds of the enemy, we must transform the rural areas into our strongholds militarily, politically, economically, and culturally. Another point of disagreement was Charu's boycott of the economic struggles on the ground that guerrilla struggle is the only form of class struggle. The dissidents felt that they should not be shy of joining and supporting demonstrations, giraus, slowdowns, strikes, etc. on economic issues and, on the contrary, fight as its vanguard. They expressed the view that while the line of confining people's struggle to economic issues was right opportunism, the line of boycotting economic struggle in the name of political struggle amounted to left opportunism. The correct line is to make the economic and political struggles complementary to the revolutionary armed struggle. Mao's formulation that stressing armed struggle does not mean abandoning other forms of struggle, on the contrary, armed struggle cannot succeed unless coordinated with other forms of struggle was quoted by them in support of their contention. The liberation struggle in East Pakistan leading to the emergence of Bangladesh exacerbated the divisions in the CPI-ML, and led to parting of the ways. China's support to the Pakistan military regime caused considerable confusion among the extremist ranks. The Chinese, to start with, maintained an eloquent silence on the developments in East Pakistan. China's dilemma was understandable. It had, over a period of years, cultivated close relations with Pakistan as a counterweight to India. On the other hand, Peking had always sworn by liberation movements of oppressed peoples. Xinhua, the official press agency, published the first news on the crisis in Pakistan on April 4, 1971, but it was non-committal. The agency merely reported President Yahya Khan's announcement about sending troops to East Pakistan and Pakistan's allegations of Indian interference in its affairs. On April 6, the Chinese embassy in New Delhi lodged a protest with the government of India over a demonstration held in front of its premises earlier on March 29, charging India of interfering in Pakistan's internal affairs and conniving at provocations by several hundred Indians in front of the Chinese embassy. The protest was significant on two counts. It was lodged 8 days after the demonstration, and it accused the demonstrators of slandering China for aiding the Pakistan government in its war on the freedom-loving people of East Bengal. By implication, it amounted to saying that China was not helping Pakistan and, besides, East Bengalis were freedom-loving people and not secessionists. The first clear indication of Peking's endorsement of West Pakistan's stand was contained in a commentator's article published in the People's Daily of April 11. Written under the caption "What are the Indian expansionists planning to do?" the article accused the government of India of interfering in the internal affairs of Pakistan and expressed support for the government and people of Pakistan in their just struggle for safeguarding national independence and state sovereignty and against foreign aggression and interference. The support to Islamabad was further reinforced by a message sent by Zhou Enlai to Yahya Khan on April 12. The Chinese premier observed that the unification of Pakistan and the unity of the people of East and West Pakistan are the basic guarantees for Pakistan to attain prosperity and strength. He clarified the Chinese government's stand that what was happening in Pakistan was purely the internal affair of Pakistan, which can only be settled by Pakistani people themselves and which brooks no foreign interference whatsoever. Zhou Enlai went on to assure the Pak authorities that should the Indian expansionists dare to launch aggression against Pakistan, the Chinese government and people will always firmly support the Pakistan government and people in their just struggle to safeguard state sovereignty and national independence. 5. Ideological consistency apart, China's policy was certainly in keeping with its national interests. It has been rightly pointed out that ever since 1949 China had been seeking to gain recognition of its sovereignty over those minority areas which could harbor and nourish separatist national movements. 6. In Tibet, it forestalled this danger by both diplomatic and military measures, though in Xinjiang it was not able to ward off completely the threat of a Soviet-sponsored separatist movement. Besides, China had always upheld the goal of unification for the two Germanys, the two Vietnams and the two Koreas. The Chinese policy could, however, be faulted for placing national interests above ideological considerations, i.e. Chinese had supported the FLN government in Algeria, the provisional government of the NLF in South Vietnam and the émigré government of Prince Sihanouk of Cambodia. The CPI, ML, spelt out its views on the struggle in Bangladesh in the Deshabrodi of April 28, 1971. The salient points of the party's stand were as follows. I. The government of India is ready to attack Pakistan. It is already directing the Mukti Yuddha and running the so-called Bangladesh government from West Bengal. 2. India is actually being instigated by the USA, USSR, and other imperialist powers in furtherance of their anti-China designs. Pakistan has refused to join this conspiracy even though it is a member of several imperialist pacts. 3. The imperialists engineered the armed mutiny in East Bengal. 4. Mujibur Rahman is an imperialist agent and has therefore not protested against Pakistani capitalism or demanded distribution of land from Yatars to the peasants. V. The government of India's concern for the refugees is hypocritical. It is like robbing Peter to pay Paul in the sense that the money collected from the exploitation of the Indian people would be utilized to extend benefits to the refugees. 6. The East Pakistan Communist Party, ML, has started peasants' armed struggle which has spread over 8 districts. This struggle is limited in dimensions but is bound to spread throughout the country. The above analysis concluded with an exhortation that the revolutionaries of India, particularly those of West Bengal, should crush this conspiracy and demand stoppage of armed intervention and freedom to the people of East Pakistan to decide their own fate. The Naxalite ranks and file, however, did not accept these formulations. They wondered how Peking could support the military junta of Pakistan, riding roughshod over the wishes of the toiling masses of Bangladesh. Sheikh Mujibur Rahman was a popular leader and the Awami League was spearheading what was essentially a liberation movement. The fact that the movement was not led by Maoists did not affect its basic character. The Chinese stand to them smacked of unabashed political opportunism. It appeared to be a classic case of China giving precedence to its regional interests over ideological considerations. The Naxalite cadres were, as a consequence, greatly disillusioned. A survey carried out by the Hindustan Times correspondents 7 in some states clearly brought out that the CPI-ML leaders and workers were deserting the party. In the southern states of Andhra Pradesh, Mysore, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala, a large number of them were reported to be joining other revolutionary groups. A number of party workers in Srikakulam joined the revolutionary communist group of Nagi Reddy. In West Bengal also, the Naxalites showed signs of uneasiness and disenchantment. The process of disillusionment was accelerated by other leftist parties interested in winning over the Naxalite ranks. The CPI organ New Age made a blistering attack on China in its editorial of April 18, 1971. It is an indelible shame that the Chinese leaders who still swear by communism should have stooped to such depths of ideological and moral degradation. For all their affection for Yahya Khan, even the imperialists are hesitating to openly support him. This ideological and political degeneration of the present Chinese leadership is, however, not a sudden lapse. It is a product of big power chauvinism and Machiavellism which have been substituted for Marxism-Leninism. Today these leaders have so forgotten the revolutionary tradition and heritage of the Chinese people that they do not have even a twinge of conscience when the issue involved in Bangladesh is the very survival of 75 million people ruthlessly plundered and oppressed for nearly quarter of a century by a clique of militarists, bureaucrats, monopolists, and big landlords. Yet Peking leaders have the gumption to claim that they are the greatest champions of national liberation. Would Peking's stand on the Bangladesh issue open the eyes of the Naxalites, who are damaging themselves and more so India's communist movement by their blind adherence to the Maoist commandments? If for nothing else, at least for the sake of 75 million people of Bangladesh, so heroically struggling for their freedom and even for their human rights, the Naxalites should liberate themselves from Peking's spell before thinking of liberating others. The support of Bangladesh struggle and the loyalty to the Peking leadership cannot obviously go together. The message went home and a sizable chunk of the Naxalite cadres sought refuge under other political umbrellas. In a last-ditch effort to maintain unity and curb indiscipline in the ranks, Charu Mazumdar started taking stringent action. He removed Sushil Roy Chaudhary from the editorship of Liberation, the CPI-ML mouthpiece, and expelled Satyanarayan Singh, Shiv Kumar Mishra, Mahendra Singh, Gurubaksh Singh, Rajkishore Singh and Ashim Chatterjee from the Central Committee. Charu even dissolved the UP and Bihar state committees and the Bengal-Bihar-Orissa border area regional committee and formed parallel committees for these regions. These disciplinary measures were more than what the dissidents could absorb. They therefore formed a central committee of their own, appointing Satyanarayan Singh as General Secretary at a meeting of the anti-Charu elements held on November 7, 1971. This particular meeting also took the extreme step of expelling Charu Mazumdar and Suniti Ghosh from the party. Thus, within a year and a half of the party congress, the CPI-ML was split, with one faction owing allegiance to Charu Mazumdar and the other swearing loyalty to Satyanarayan Singh. All this while, government pressure on the Naxalites was steadily building up. The Prime Minister, Mrs. Indira Gandhi, declared in the Rajya Sabha on August 11, 1970 that the government was committed to putting down the activities of Naxalites and other extremist elements with all the strength at its command. These elements would be fought to the finish, she said. The Operation Steeplechase, July-August 1971, had already broken the backbone of Naxalites in the worst affected bordering areas of West Bengal, Bihar and Orissa by the first quarter of 1972. Almost all the top Naxalite leaders had been apprehended by the police. Kanu Sanyal, Jangal Santhal, Nagbhushnam Patnaik, Kunikal Narayanan, Ashim Chatterjee and a host of others had fallen into the police net. There were about 1,400 Naxalites in jail in Andhra Pradesh, about 2,000 in Bihar, about 4,000 in Bengal and 1,000 in Kerala, up and elsewhere 9. Charu Mazumdar was also arrested by the Calcutta police detectives from the Intili area of East Calcutta in the early hours of July 16, 1972. He was a shattered man by that time. His lieutenants had already deserted him. I had occasion to meet him before he breathed his last. It was amazing that such a lean and frail man had so much of fire within him. He was crestfallen and also disillusioned. He could see that it was the end of the road for him. He knew that the revolution he wanted to bring about had failed. But there was no trace of remorse or regret at the course of action he had charted for himself and the revolutionary cadres who gravitated towards him. He appeared to me, in Arnold's words, a beautiful but ineffectual angel beating his luminous wings in the void in vain. A few days later, on July 28, Charu Mazumdar expired. It would be an exaggeration to describe Charu as India's Mao, but the fact remains that he is tallest among those Indians of the post-independence era who attempted to bring about an armed revolution in the country to overthrow a system which they sincerely felt had failed. However, he was not pragmatic and therefore tried to jump several stages and achieve the liberation of India within a very short time frame without mobilizing the masses or building up a well-trained and well-equipped liberation army. He underestimated the strength of the state apparatus, which came down heavily on the Naxalite cadres, resulting in the cream of India's youth being sacrificed in several areas. The slogan "China's chairman is our chairman, China's path is our path" was the height of short-sightedness. Any movement should have its roots in the soil, it must draw inspiration from the history and culture of the land itself. Biplav Dasgupta has aptly summed up the weaknesses of the Naxalite movement and the factors which led to its decline in the following words. The principal weakness of the Naxalites was their belief that the people of India would rise up in revolt as soon as they had lit the spark of armed struggle. In the tactic of individual annihilation they thought they had found an alternative to mass organization and mass ideological propaganda. Initially, the annihilation policy was a success. As soon as 2 or 3 landlords were killed, the others ran away to the safety of the towns or became ardent supporters of the Naxalites overnight. These killings created a power vacuum in the villages and the Naxalites stepped in to fill the void. The Naxalites described these areas as liberated because they could move around freely within their boundaries. But soon the number of murders of class enemies became the criterion by which the Naxalites began judging the revolutionary tempo of a locality. Whenever an annihilation took place in a new area, the event was equated with the spread of revolution to that area. The guerrillas did not take the masses into confidence in the liberated areas. The assassinations were done by a handful of activists, the criminal elements in the villages were drawn towards the movement and the economic demands of the villagers were ignored. All these factors alienated the Naxalites further from the masses. The Naxalites also underestimated white terror and overestimated their own strength. They had very few, almost no training in guerrilla warfare and ideology and, worst of all, the people were not on their side in their conflict with the police. The police force met with feeble resistance when it entered these liberated areas and was brutal in its suppression of the movement. 10. Charu's death, in any case, marked the end of a phase in the Naxalite movement which had convulsed large parts of the country for nearly 5 years. 5.2 Post-Mazumdar period. Wandering between 2 worlds, one dead, the other powerless to be born. Matthew Arnold. He period following the death of Charu Mazumdar witnessed subdivisions and fragmentations in the Naxalite movement. Broadly speaking, there were 2 sets of groups, one which continued to owe allegiance to Charu Mazumdar and his ideology and the other which was opposed to it. The pro-Mazumdar Naxalites were further subdivided into pro-Lin Biao and anti-Lin Biao factions. It is necessary to clarify the basis of this ideological divide. Lin Biao, who was at one stage considered the successor to Mao and his closest comrade in arms, in a lengthy thesis entitled "Long Live the Victory of the People's War," September 1965, upheld the Maoist model of revolution for the Third World. He emphasized that Mao Zedong's theory of the establishment of rural revolutionary base areas and the encirclement of the cities from the countryside is of outstanding and universal practical significance for the present revolutionary struggles of the oppressed nations and peoples in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Lin's strategy was to merge the people's wars in the Third World into a torrential worldwide tide. His thesis made a powerful impact on the Naxalites in India and was taken by them as the green signal for a people's war in India. Subsequently, however, at the 10th Congress of Communist Party of China, August 1973, Lin Biao was denigrated and, what was most embarrassing, Zhou Enlai's political report made no mention of the armed struggle in India. Earlier, the 9th Congress had expressed its firm support for the revolutionary struggles in several countries including India. It was the Chinese way of conveying their disapproval of Mazumdar's tactical line. In any case, Lin Biao's disgrace was a great blow to the CPI-ML, because the Naxalite approach to guerrilla warfare was based on Lin's assertion that it was the only way to mobilize and apply the entire strength of the people against the enemy. The followers of Charu Mazumdar who continued to stick to the Lin Biao thesis and believed that Chinese criticism of Mazumdar was because of internal dissensions in the CPC came to be known as the pro-Lin Biao group. The other faction which also owed allegiance to Charu Mazumdar but accepted the Chinese criticism came to be known as the anti-Lin Biao group. The pro-Lin Biao group was led by Mahadeb Mukherjee. It held the Second Congress of the party in December 1973 whereat the party program of 1970 was reaffirmed as the only correct program for the entire period of India's People's Democratic Revolution and which most aptly and boldly upholds the correct line of Comrade Lin Biao. This group embarked on a program of annihilations, gun snatchings, jailbreaks, and attacks on policemen. There were altogether 54 violent incidents in West Bengal in 1973 in which 10 policemen were killed and 39 firearms snatched from different places. The Qadars appeared to be more desperate in their attacks, but their activities were neither planned nor orchestrated with the result that the state police got the better of them. It is also a fact that people in general, alienated by senseless terrorism, were now cooperating with the police. As a result, the extremists had great difficulty in finding shelter and were always running from pillar to post. The rifles snatched from the Mayapur police camp on July 25, 1974 were recovered within a short time after an encounter in which 4 extremists were killed. The police surprised the extremists at several other places like Bandel, Pandua, and Santoshpur, and arms and ammunition were recovered. The anti-Lin Biao group, which held its own Second Congress in March 1973, issued a statement congratulating the Chinese Communist Party on successful conclusion of the 10th Congress which had consolidated the victory of the proletariat over the anti-party clique led by Lin Biao, the bourgeois careerist, double dealer, spy and traitor. The party acknowledged Mazumdar's death as a great loss and admitted that there was setback because the party committed certain errors. The anti-Lin Biao group figured prominently in the Bhojpur district of Bihar. Here the lower castes lived in conditions of extreme poverty and were subjected to social exploitation also. As described by Kalyan Mukherjee and Rajendra Singh Yadav. The oppression of the lower castes at the hands of the upper castes did not flow from numerical superiority but rather from niches in the economic hierarchy apropos land ownership and the monopoly over labor. Further, the culture of violence ensured that the Kamar or the Muzahir never raises his head in protest. Though Bigar was a thing of the past, the Banahir worked often for nothing. Wearing a clean dhoti, remaining seated in the presence of the master even on a cot outside his own hut, walking erect were taboo. When the evenings fell or in lonely stretches of field, the rape of his women folk by landlords Lathiths and Scions completed a picture of unbridled Rajput Bhumihar overlordship. 1. The lower castes comprising Ahirs, Kurmis, and Koaris were organized by Jagdish Mato, a school teacher, and Rameshwar Ahir, an ex-convict, and the first annihilation took place on February 23, 1971 when Shiapujan Singh, a notorious Lathith of the landlord of Equerry was killed. On March 30, another landlord Jagdish Singh was murdered while returning from the fields. Other killings followed, and it is estimated that during the period 1971 to 1977, the Naxalites killed about 90 landlords. On March 14, 1974, 7 policemen were injured when about 40 Naxalites swooped on a police party in Chilhoas village in Sundash police circle of Bhojpur district, snatching 3 rifles and 20 cartridges. The Sahar, Sundash, Tarai, and Udwant Nagar blocks of the district were particularly affected. Equerry in Sahar block came to be known as the Naxalbari of Bhojpur. In 1975, according to the district superintendent of police, the following number of villages, Thana-wise, were strongly held by Naxalites too. 80% of the landless peasants of the district, according to the police, were sympathizers or activists of the Naxalite movement. The movement, however, collapsed after the Bihar Military Police and the Central Reserve Police conducted extensive operations Operation Thunder in the district. Rameshwar Ahir was killed in an encounter and Jagdish Mato was killed by the villagers in an incident where they mistook him to be a dacoit. A small group of Naxalites in Srikakulam, known as the Kak, ML, and led by Sunidhi Kumar Ghosh and Uppulsari, also owed allegiance to Charu Mazumdar. Among the groups opposed to Charu Mazumdar was the Andhra faction known as Ukri, ML, popularly known as the Nagi Reddy group. This was, in fact, the first group which had challenged the ideological formulations of Charu Mazumdar. They felt that their stand had been vindicated with the CPI, ML, being almost decimated. The largest anti-Charu Mazumdar group, however, was the one led by Satyanarayan Singh. It has already been mentioned that the dissidents, breaking away from the parent body, had formed a parallel CPI, ML, with Satyanarayan Singh as the general secretary. Satyanarayan Singh's first task was to demolish Charuism and come out with a fresh set of formulations which would be in keeping with the objective conditions prevailing in the country. He had to spell out his attitude on the sensitive issue of annihilation of class enemies. This had been the cardinal principle and the battle cry of Charu. Satyanarayan Singh tread his path very carefully. Initially he was reluctant to oppose the annihilation line. He talked of punishing the landlords and usurers and the corrupt officials without clarifying whether this punishment could take the form of annihilation. It was not until April 1975 that, at a meeting of the Central Committee, he formally rejected the policy of annihilation of class enemies on the ground that it had alienated the people. The other burning question at the time related to participation in elections. Here also Satyanarayan Singh brought about a gradual change in the party line. In the initial stages, he continued to repeat that there was an excellent revolutionary situation in the country and that under these conditions any participation in the democratic exercise would divert the people from the path of armed struggle. It was, however, added that the path would be long and arduous, that they would have to work among the poor landless peasants to raise their political consciousness and that revolution could not be a walkover in the Indian conditions. The imposition of emergency in 1975 led to banning of almost all the Naxalite groups in the country. A large number of party workers were arrested and put inside jails. The Satyanarayan Singh group talked of overthrowing the fascist regime and, in December 1975, formed along with 3 other Naxalite groups the Central Organizing Committee of CPI, ML, the United Committee of Communist Revolutionaries of India and the Communist Unity Committee, ML, an All India Joint Action Committee of Communist Revolutionaries. The committee, however, proved to be a non-starter. There were differences among the constituents on the interpretation of the emergency and on the kind of united front needed under the prevailing conditions. In any case, Naxalite activities during the period were on a low key. The March 1977 election leading to the defeat of Mrs. Indira Gandhi and the installation of Janata government at the centre opened new opportunities for the Naxalites. In a memorandum to the Prime Minister, Morarji Desai, 4 Naxalite groups demanded the release of all political workers and withdrawal of cases and warrants of arrest against them. It was signed by Satyanarayan Singh of CPI, ML, Sunidhi Kumar Ghosh of Central Organizing Committee, Kokan Mazumdar of the Unity Committee and Upur Baroy of the Ukri, ML. They also pleaded for the repeal of anti-democratic measures like the MISA and the DIR, institution of judicial inquiries into all cases of killings and torture of political leaders and workers, and withdrawal of paramilitary forces from areas of people's struggle like Naxalbari, Srikakulam, and Bhojpur. The Union Home Ministry, in a statement released on April 15, 1977, admitted that a total of 645 Naxalites were detained under MISA all over the country, the state-wise breakup being West Bengal 581, Kerala 38, Andhra Pradesh 14 and Tamil Nadu 12. Satyanarayan Singh met the Union Home Minister, Charan Singh, and thereafter came out with a press statement on April 10, 1977 conveying the decision of the CPI-ML, to offer critical support to the present government. He also stated that they had decided to support all the policies and measures which are patriotic and democratic and oppose all those which are not, both in the spheres of internal and external affairs. Replying to a question whether the CPI-ML would take part in the democratic process or not, Satyanarayan Singh replied, "We wish to state emphatically that it is not our party which indulged in violent activities first at any stage of its activities. It is not our party which chose to go underground. It was the policy of kill and burn all pursued by the Congress regime that was responsible for driving us underground. We wish to state categorically that violence is not our ideology. Our ideology is Marxism-Leninism. Point 3. The press conference was held at the residence of Krishna Kant, MP, Secretary General of the All India People's Union of Civil Liberties and Democratic Rights. The subsequent deliberations at New Delhi led to Charan Singh, Home Minister, agreeing to release all the detainees and the under-trial Naxalite prisoners who had been in jail for more than 5 years, provided they supported Singh's press statement and resolution on similar lines passed by the Central Committee of the party, release the under-trial prisoners against whom there were no heinous charges provided they also gave a similar undertaking, and cancel all the warrants against Central Committee members of the CPI-ML, led by Satyanarayan Singh. The other extremist groups, however, reacted sharply to Satyanarayan Singh's agreement with the Union government. Kanu Sanyal, Jangal Santhal, Ashim Chatterjee and Sauren Bose issued a joint statement opposing his negotiations with the government for the release of Naxalite prisoners, branding Singh's conduct as counter-revolutionary. The Naxalite prisoners were freed nevertheless. The Prime Minister, Morarji Desai, announced at Ahmedabad on May 3, 1977 that the centre had instructed all the state governments to release the Naxalites still under detention. One of the first acts of the United Front government in West Bengal, which was voted to power in June 1977 assembly elections, was to announce the unconditional release of all the Naxalite prisoners and the withdrawal of warrants and cases pending against them. Jyoti Basu, Chief Minister, even took the initiative to secure the release of Naxalite prisoners in the states of Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. It is interesting how the hardcore Naxalites gradually veered round the view that they should participate in the elections. Satyanarayan Singh had already declared at the press conference on April 10, 1977 that the CPI-ML would participate in the coming assembly elections. The other Naxalite leaders like Kanu Sanyal, Jangal Santhal, Ashim Chatterjee and Sauren Bose also later issued a statement from the prison that boycotting elections would amount to strengthening the hands of autocracy, and called upon the people of West Bengal to support the CPI-M-led United Front candidates in the elections. The party fielded candidates in 5 constituencies, 3 in West Bengal and 1 each in Bihar and Punjab. Elsewhere, they supported the CPI-M in West Bengal, the Akalis in Punjab and the Janata Party candidates at other places. Significantly, the CPI-ML candidate in Gopi Vallabhpur, which had witnessed an armed uprising in the late 60s, won the election, defeating both the CPI-M and the Janata Party candidates. The Ukri ML, the Kok ML, and the Unity Committee ML, however, opposed participation in the elections on the ground that it would create ideological confusion among the Qadars. Jayashri Rana, a leading figure in the civil liberties campaign in West Bengal and the wife of Santosh Rana, who had been elected from Gopi-Vallabhpur, refused to support her husband and formed a new party, CPI-ML, Bolshevik, to register her protest. On the other hand, the CPI-ML took the stand that the election campaign had enabled the party put across its message to the people and given it the opportunity to re-establish its link with the masses. It is obvious that this group of Naxalites wanted to come out of the cold and was averse to functioning in underground conditions any longer. Santosh Rana, after becoming a member of the Vidhan Sabha, said that they were regrouping for a new movement which they would like to keep peaceful as far as possible. The CPI-ML, at a meeting held at the Shahid Minar Maidan, Calcutta on April 22, 1978 to observe the foundation day of the party, appealed to all the communist revolutionaries to unite under the party's flag. Satyanarayan Singh conceded that the party had made tactical errors in the past. No revolutionary activity could be successful without the active participation of the masses, he said. The CPI-ML did not believe that a classless society could be established through elections. Our participation in parliamentary democracy will help us to unmask it and attack it both from within and without, Satyanarayan Singh clarified. Point 4. Naxalite unity, however, remained a far cry and, in 1980, there were about 30 groups functioning in different parts of the country, the important ones being CPI, ML, SN. Singh, CPI, ML, Chandrapula Reddy, Pro-Lin Bayou, Anti-Lin Bayou, People's War Group, UKRI, ML, OCC Arkanu Sanyal, Communist Bolshevik Party and MCC. It is significant that despite fragmentation the movement posed a challenge to the law enforcement authorities and the government was concerned over the resurgence of left extremist activities. The states particularly affected were Andhra Pradesh and Bihar, though incidents were reported from West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Tripura, Punjab, Assam, UP and Maharashtra also. Point 5. The history of the Naxalite movement during the 10 years from 1980 to 1990 is largely a history of the Naxalite formations in Andhra Pradesh and Bihar. The People's War Group in Andhra gradually emerged as the most formidable, the most aggressive and the most lethal Naxalite group in the country, spreading its tentacles to the adjoining areas of Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra and Orissa. Bihar was the other state which witnessed fierce Naxalite violence perpetrated by the New Left. Here the distinction between class and caste quite often got blurred and there was bloodletting between antagonistic groups. 6. The Embers. 6.1 People's War Group, PWG, Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra. The Dasra festival has come. But it is not being celebrated by you. Deepavali has come. But there are no Deepams with you. Sivaratri has come. And you are observing a fast. But for you, the whole life is Sivaratri. O Laxmama. But for you, the whole life is Amavasi. Gadar. Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh has a radical tradition going back to the Telangana struggle of 1946 to 51. The Girijan awakening in Srikakulam had preceded the uprising in Naxalbari though, as Nagbhushanam Patnaik bemoaned, Charu Mazumdar hijacked the Srikakulam movement. The forces of the state squelched the uprising by 1970, apprehending or liquidating the leading Naxalite cadres. The movement, however, continued to simmer. After Charu Mazumdar's death, some of his associates including Kondapalli Sitharamayya, K.G. Satyamurthy and Suniti Kumar Ghosh formed a central organizing committee in December 1972 and decided to concentrate on mobilizing and organizing the masses. They decided to eschew militancy till such time as the party was strong enough to embark on a course of violence. The group was nevertheless opposed to any participation in the elections. Kondapalli Sitharamayya encouraged the party workers to commit money actions, an euphemism for committing robbery or dacoity to raise funds for the party. Sitharamayya was arrested on April 26, 1977 in Nagpur when the police intercepted a vehicle carrying arms. The weapons were to be used for attack on a police station where some party activists were detained. He was released, but Sitharamayya jumped bail and thereafter organized underground activities on an extensive scale. He broke away from the Kok CPI, ML, and, on April 20, 1980, formed the CPI, ML, People's War Group. For the next 10 years he moved from strength to strength, and the People's War Group emerged as the most formidable Naxalite formation in the country. What led to the resurgence of Naxalism in the Telangana area? The region is of course dotted with rivers, hills, and forests and thus provides an ideal setting for guerrilla activities. The basic reason, however, was the continued economic exploitation of the tribals by the landlords, traders, and government officials, especially those of the Forest Department. As P.S. Sundaram said, the tribals owning small pieces of land are expropriated and sharecroppers impoverished. They are all kept under perpetual bondage towards repayment of a small debt supposedly taken generations ago. The forest wealth is freely smuggled out by contractors with the connivance of the forest staff. The tribals get neither a remunerative price for their forest produce nor a fair wage for their labor. 1. The social dimensions of exploitation were far more revolting. The landlords of the region, belonging to Reddy and Velama communities, were usually addressed as Dora, which meant a master or lord. C. Lokswara Rao has succinctly described the high-handedness of the Doras in the following words. The tyranny of Doras in Telangana is probably unmatched. Dasi, the film by Narsingh Rao which bagged 5 national awards last year, depicts the life of a woman slave who enters the household of a Dora as part of the dowry of his bride. She is at the disposal of the master and his guests, and she is forced to have abortions, being deprived of even the solace of a child of her own. She has to subsist on what leftover the cook pleases to pass on, but has to satisfy the appetite of just about any male in the master's household. Naxalite songs are replete with references to rape by landlords and to girls growing up with the knowledge of the inevitability of rape that awaits them. Some Doras even frown if a peasant wears his dhoti extending below the knee, and peasants are generally expected to bow and scrape if they happen to pass by a landlord in the village. Only a few such practices have disappeared with the passage of time, and the pace of change is slow. 2. Besides, the aboriginal tribals of Adilabad, mainly Gonds, were greatly agitated over the influx of Lambadas from Maharashtra. There were some Lambadas in Andhra also, but the influx was caused by the keenness to avail the concessions extended in the state to Lambadas who were classified as a scheduled tribe. In Maharashtra, the Lambadas did not enjoy the scheduled tribe status. Adilabad is one of the remote districts of Andhra. It juts into Maharashtra and is separated from the rest of the state by the Godavari River. An incident which happened in Indraveli in the district on May 20, 1981 caused great bitterness among the Gonds and alienated them from the establishment. The Naxalite had called a meeting of tribals at Indraveli and more than 30,000 tribals turned up. Apprehending a possible clash between the tribals and non-tribals, the administration refused permission for the meeting. The tribals were, however, determined to congregate. The inevitable happened: lathi charge and police firing. 13 Gonds were killed. The tribal anger was exploited by the PWG to consolidate its hold over the district and create safe havens for its cadres in the inaccessible villages. Kondapalli Sitharamayya was arrested for the second time on January 2, 1982. He was waiting at Begumpet railway station in Hyderabad to board a train for Bombay when the police, tipped off by an informer, nabbed him. Sitharamayya, however, managed to escape on January 4, 1984 from the prisoners' ward of the Osmania Hospital under dramatic circumstances. Henceforth he concentrated on organizational consolidation and expansion. Forest committees were constituted for the jungle areas and regional committees for the plains areas. Armed squads or dalams, comprising 6 to 10 members each, were formed. There were about 50 dalams in all, and these were active in the Telangana districts of Andhra Pradesh. Sitharamayya and K.G. Satyamurthy worked in tandem till 1985. Subsequently they fell out on ideological issues. Sitaramayya was a staunch follower of Charu Mazumdar and wanted to pursue the annihilation line. Satyamurthy, on the other hand, was in favor of Maoism as modified by Deng Xiaoping in China. Basically, however, it was a tussle for supremacy in the party. Sitaramayya expelled K.G. Satyamurthy from the party on the charge of having become a victim of 6 vices. 3 Satyanarayana Reddy, who was in the PWG since its inception and had organized the Dalams in Khammam district, was also expelled when he questioned the ouster of Satyamurthy. Thereafter Kondapalli Sitaramayya became the undisputed leader of the People's War Group. Sitaramayya took pains to organize the front organizations of the PWG. These were the Radical Students' Union, RSU, Radical Youth League, RYL, Rithukuli Sangam, RCS, Mazdorki San Sangathan and Mahila Sravnathi. Besides, Singarini Karmika Samakya was the trade union front and Jana Natya Mundali the cultural front of the party. Thus strengthened, the People's War Group embarked on a comprehensive course of action, the salient features of which were redistribution of land, enforcing payment of minimum wages to the farm labor, imposing taxes and penalties, holding people's courts, destroying government property, kidnapping government functionaries, attacking policemen, and enforcing a social code. The PWG is believed to have redistributed nearly 500,000 acres of land across Andhra Pradesh. The modus operandi was to occupy forcibly the excess land of big landowners and give them away to the landless or to the laborers working for the landlord. As per the state government's own admission, Counter Affidavit 6882 filed by the state against the Naxalites, the radicals had forcibly occupied and redistributed 80,000 acres of agricultural land and 1,20,000 acres of forest land. These figures do not include the large number of cases which were not reported to the police for fear of reprisals by the PWG. This forced agrarian justice brought about a sea change in the feudal system prevailing in the Telangana districts. The party activists also insisted on a hike in the daily minimum wages from 15 rupees to 25 rupees and the annual fee for Jeetagadu, year-long labor, from 2,000 rupees to 4,000.4 rupees. The poorer sections were particularly happy at these two measures. They found that what the politicians had been talking about and the government promising year after year could be translated into a reality only with the intervention of the Naxalites. Gorakala Doras, Lord of the Bushes, is how the Naxalites came to be known in the interior forest areas. Pachari Venkatesvara Rao, editor of Andhra Prabha, commented as follows on PWG's grip over the Telangana districts. The PWG practically runs a parallel government in Karimnagar, Warangal, and Adilabad districts. It collects taxes and penalties from forest and excise contractors, rich landlords, and businessmen. It receives complaints from the public, conducts inquiries and investigations, holds people's courts, pronounces judgments, and awards and administers punishments. 5. The Naxalites caused extensive damage to government property. On October 5, 1987, about 60 Naxalites belonging to the PWG attacked a goods train near the coal town of Ramagundam in Karimnagar district. On March 1, 1988, they set fire to Sir Prakash railway station. They also poured petrol on the assistant station master when he refused to leave the station, but no harm was caused to him. Burning of government buses was a common occurrence, the consolation being that the passengers were invariably asked to get down before the vehicle was set on fire. Destruction was on a particularly large scale if and when an important Naxalite leader was killed. Dagarayalingwu, an important functionary of the PWG, was killed in an encounter on May 11, 1988 in Warangal. The Naxalites, in retaliation, damaged 2 railway stations, a telephone exchange, a microwave station, and indulged in acts of arson on 2 Mundal revenue offices, many government buildings, particularly BD leaf godowns and State Road Transport Corporation buses. Kidnappings to secure the release of its own cadres was frequently resorted to by the PWG activists. The cause célèbre was the kidnapping of 6 IAS officers, including a principal secretary of the state government and the collector of East Godavari district, on December 27, 1987, while they were returning from a tribal welfare meeting at Pulimatu in the district. Their jeeps were stopped by 10 gun-wielding guerrillas, including 3 women, near Gurthedu, an interior village. The PWG demanded the release of 8 jailed Naxalites. There was quite a commotion. Commandos were airlifted from Delhi. The state government, however, decided to play safe, and the 8 Naxalites in Rajmundry jail were released. The PWG got tremendous propaganda mileage out of the incident. Mundal Praja perished, MPP, presidents were also kidnapped. The elected representatives of the Telugu Desam were particularly targeted. The gunning down of Dug Gupti Chenkuramata, father of Venkatesvara Rao, former minister and son-in-law of former chief minister N.T. Ramarao, in a village in Prakasam district, stunned the Telugu Desam party. There was a time when most of the MPP presidents, MLAs, and MPs of Adilabad, Karimnagar and Warangal districts migrated from their native villages to the cities or started living incognito with relatives in far-off places. Policemen were killed ostensibly to counter state repression. Another objective was possibly to take away their weapons and ammunition to build up their own arsenal. In November 1986, the PWG Cotters killed a deputy superintendent of police and a circle inspector. Soon after, the state committee issued a statement explaining its action. The Andhra Pradesh government has mounted repression on a large scale for the past few years in order to destroy the peasant movement launched by revolutionaries. The NTR government has waged an undeclared war on these revolutionaries and is encouraging the police officers to kill the revolutionaries in the so-called encounters. They have killed 70 revolutionaries during the past 2 years. So, the situation has arisen when the revolutionaries have to protect themselves and to mount counteraction. It is as part of this strategy that a DSP and a circle inspector were killed in Karimnagar district. 6. The statement further said that the North Telangana districts and the adjoining forest areas had become a vast police camp where a fascist rule was prevailing. In 1987 there were 2 major incidents involving killings of policemen. On July 29, 6 constables were gunned down in a forest near Duragadot on the borders of East Godavari-Visakhapatnam districts. On August 18, a group of 10 policemen, 2 sub-inspectors, 1 head constable and 7 constables, were shot down in the Alampalli forest of Adilabad district. Another policeman was killed in a Naxalite raid on an armory on October 8 in Karimnagar district. Killing of policemen had indeed touched a peak in 1987, as the following table would show. 7. The police informers also got a ham-handed treatment. Their hands or legs were amputated. It is estimated that about 80 persons had their limbs severed in 1987 alone for assisting the administration. The PWG gained a measure of popularity when it enforced a social code, placing a ban on the consumption of alcohol and getting the liquor shops forcibly closed. The state government had been pursuing a liberal licensing policy with an eye on excise revenue. This had turned Andhra Pradesh into a paradise of dipsomaniacs. The smallest towns were dotted with shops selling India-made foreign liquor, IMFL, while country liquor was freely available in polythene sachets. The ban had the desired effect and a large number of liquor vendors closed their shops. Those who did not, had to suffer the wrath of the PWG. The Naxalites set ablaze an Arak depot on October 13, 1990 in Mulkaner in Karimnagar district. 2 bar owners who defied the ban were beaten black and blue. In Nizamabad district, the Naxalites kidnapped 3 Arak sales agents. The Naxalites also sabotaged the excise auctions by warning the bidders to desist from participating in them. As a result, the entire coal belt stretching from Godavari Kani to Mancheriyal drew a blank in the Arak auctions. The PWG also carried out a campaign against gambling and prostitution. They put up wall posters at many places in Telangana to highlight the evils of gambling. They also took steps to prevent prostitution in the red light area of Vangapadu near Warangal. The revolutionary writers greatly helped in preparing the environment in which the Naxalite ideology found ready acceptance. The moving spirit of the Jana Natya Mandali, the cultural front of the PWG, was Gumudi Vital Rao, better known as Gaddar. He became a balladeer after an aborted engineering career and fought the establishment with the power of his songs. The songs were simple and yet touching. One popular song addressed the untouchables, another the factory workers. Jeepi Vatandi Ra Randira, the Jeeps are here again, was about the politicians' routine begging for votes. The Wandering Minstrels' revolutionary songs were popular all over the state. Gaddar becomes something of a legend. It is said that once Gaddar sang they feel blood rushing to their head, pride welling in their hearts and anger rising in their breasts. 8 Gaddar was jailed during the emergency and, on release, again arrested in the Ramnagram conspiracy case. The Telugu Desam government also frowned at him. Gaddar therefore went underground in 1985 and resurfaced in early 1990 only. The PWG fought virtually a running battle with the state government during the Telugu Desam rule. LL is interesting to recall that N.T. Ramarao, while campaigning in 1983, had described the Naxalites as Desabhaktulu, patriots, but the compulsions of office forced him to take a tough line. The Naxalites never forgave him for what they considered was a volte-face and embarrassed him repeatedly by making different demands from time to time, like declaring the whereabouts of missing Naxalites, instituting a probe into the disappearance of Naxalites, removing the state home minister, instructions not to demolish the memorial stupas, release of prisoners, etc. In November 1989, Chennareddy again assumed office as chief minister of the state. He pursued a very liberal policy to start with. It had a three-pronged strategy: freeing all the Naxalite prisoners who had undergone long spells of incarceration without trial or conviction, allowing freedom to the extremists to hold public meetings, and restraining the police from interfering with legitimate activities of all shades of Naxalites. At the same time, the government launched a remote areas development program to wean the tribals away from extremist influence. The approach looked promising and it was hoped that the Naxalites would surrender and join the mainstream. Unfortunately, the hopes were belied. The Naxalites took advantage of the soft approach and exploited it to swell their ranks and enhance their firepower. They went on an extortion spree, collecting huge amounts from traders. In one instance, the traders of Nijamabad town were made to cough out 15 rupees lakhs to the PWG in April 1990. Kidnappings of course came down because there seemed to be no need to use that weapon. The state government had already released nearly 200 Naxalites detained under the various laws. The Naxalites also organized Praja courts to dispense instant justice. As recorded by K. Srinivas Reddy, the People's Court became the main instrument not only for solving the economic problems of the exploited classes, but also to deal with legal matters, family disputes, corruption in the administration and dowry harassment cases. 9 The general impression was that the Naxalites were running a parallel government in the areas under their influence. The chief minister was severely criticized not only by the opposition but also by the dissident congressman. Chennareddy thereupon decided to resume the hard line. The Naxalite violence in Andhra Pradesh, however, showed no signs of abatement. There was a steady upward trend, as the following figures illustrate. An incident involving the killing of 7 policemen by the Naxalites in Adilabad district on February 1, 1989 marked a distinct upgradation in the weaponry and annihilation skills of the PWG. They used AK-47 assault rifles for the first time and also remote-controlled landmines to blow up the police jeep. After the carnage, they decamped with 2 Sten guns, 1 self-loading rifle, 3.303 rifles and 1.38 revolver. Ram Mohan Rao, the DGP Andhra Pradesh, when questioned about the Andhra Naxalites getting assault rifles from Punjab, replied, "It cannot be ruled out, but we are sure about their connections with the LTTE." It is estimated that the PWG managed to acquire 50 to 60 AK-47 rifles, mostly from the LTTE. There were other Naxalite groups also active in Andhra Pradesh during the period, but they were no match to the PWG in terms of firepower or the quantum of violence it unleashed. These groups were CPI, ML, Anti-Lin Bio faction, CPI, ML, CP Reddy group and the COC, ML, Party Unity. Those who shunned violence included the COI, ML, and the PCC CPI, ML, Santosh Rana group. In due course, the People's War Group spread its organizational network to the coastal and Rayalaseema districts of the state. It extended its tentacles to the adjoining areas of Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, and Orissa and made a dent even in the bordering districts of Karnataka and certain pockets of Tamil Nadu. Violence touched a peak in 1991. There were incidents of attacks on government property including vital installations like railway stations and telephone exchanges and kidnappings of politicians and officials. Police and paramilitary forces personnel were particularly targeted. The PWG's taking on the border security force showed their self-confidence. On August 29, 1992, in a mine blast, they killed 7 BSF personnel including a deputy commandant traveling in a jeep in Karimnagar district. On September 24, 1992, in a still more devastating mine blast, the PWG killed 13 BSF personnel in Warangal district. The BSF, in fact, suffered 23 casualties in 1992 and 5 in 1993. The People's War Group nevertheless suffered major setbacks in 1992, partly because of internal dissensions within the party and partly because well-organized counterinsurgency operations were undertaken by the state police assisted by the central paramilitary forces. There was split in the party with Kondapalli Sithramaiah being replaced by Mupala Laxmanarao Gunputty as General Secretary. The differences between them surfaced prominently at the Central Organizing Committee meeting in August 1991 and came to a head at the party plenum in October 1991. The state government's sustained pressure also took its toll. The People's War Group and its 6 front organizations were banned on May 20, 1992. Operations by the security forces resulted in as many as 248 Naxalites being liquidated and 3,434 party activists being arrested in 1992. The police also made a large haul of illicit firearms. The arrest of Kondapalli Sithramaiah and other important leaders added to the discomfiture of the PWG. There was considerable demoralization among the ranks and about 8,500 of them surrendered before the authorities. Naxalite violence declined from 1230 in 1991 to 675 in 1992. It is, however, significant, that murders did not show any appreciable fall, their numbers coming down from 233 in 1991 to 212 only in 1992. The PWG's capacity for violence was not to be underestimated. In January 1993, following the killing of 2 of its important leaders, Gundaboyana Anjiyah, Secretary Warangal District Committee and Danth Markandeya, Secretary North Telangana Regional Committee, the PWG unleashed a wave of violence in the state. They killed K.S. Vyas, Dig Police, who had earlier worked with the anti-Naxalite unit, on January 27, kidnapped a Congress, MLA and 7 state government officials including an IAS officer. In the Telangana area, the PWG Qattars blasted the house of a state minister in Madanpalli village of Warangal district, burned state transport buses and set fire to a number of government buildings, railway stations and telephone exchanges, particularly in Warangal and Nizamabad districts. In October 1993, the killing of PWG Provincial Committee Secretary, P. Anjiyah, in an encounter in Warangal district again led to the party Qattars going on rampage. Buses were burnt and there were blasts at government buildings including railway stations. On November 14, 1993, the PWG struck with a landmine blast in Murbabnagar district, killing 9 policemen including the young superintendent of police. The PWG was responsible for 589 acts of violence during the year 1993, and these included 159 persons killed, 37 of them being policemen. The state police also liquidated 141 Naxalites during the year. With all the buffetings it received from the state government and the central paramilitary forces, the PWG still had good organizational strength, considerable firepower and a network spread all over the Dandakaranya region comprising the tribal areas of Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Orissa. Madhya Pradesh. The tribal district of Bastar was a sleepy forest outpost until the Naxalites from Andhra Pradesh spilled over into the region. The tribals, cut off from civilization, were used to a life of deprivation. If the teacher played truant, the tribals accepted it quietly. If the doctor did not turn up, there was no protest. It is in this kind of atmosphere that the Naxalites stepped in. They caught hold of the teacher and forced him to take classes. The doctor was threatened and he started attending to the patients. This gave credibility to the Naxalites and the tribals looked at them with awe and respect. The People's Union for Civil Liberties, in an illuminating report, painted the picture of Bastar in the following words. A lopsided socio-economic development of the district, caused by indirect exploitation through environmental destruction and direct exploitation through cheating and duping, has provided an ideal setting for the Naxalites to take root in the area. They probably understood the tribal psychology better and with their idealism, free of corruption or any other vested interest, could easily win the confidence of the simple tribals. For instance, they supported the illegal encroachment of forest land and organized some campaigns of encroachment themselves. They repeatedly brought to the fore the issue of tanks and the need to maintain them in a systematic manner for irrigation. They openly opposed the Bodgat project. They punished corrupt officials. They made the Tendu-leaf contractors increase the wage rates, and they held health and education programs among tribals. All these they conducted through their front organization, Adivasi Kisan Mazdoor Sanghatan, AKMS, which carried out legal activities like demonstrations and agitation. Point 10. Initially the Naxalites were active only in South Bastar, but gradually they spread their influence to North Bastar as well. There were 8 dalams operating in the district, each having a membership often to 12 persons. There were stray incidents of violence in the nature of threatening a block development officer who harassed the teachers, beating up a forest ranger who paid low wages to the forest workers, or making an errant constable crawl before the village assembly to seek pardon for his misdeeds. The forest contractors were compelled to increase the rate of Tendu-leaf collections from 4 rupees to 25 rupees over a period of 8 years in the 80s. The Naxalites also fought for tribal rights like allowing them to graze their cattle, permission to fell trees according to their need, and hunting small game in the forests. Bond calls were given on these issues from time to time. One such call was on April 20, 1990 to demand raise in the daily wages of forest laborers. The Naxalite movement subsequently spread over to Balaghat and Rajnandagaon districts also. In 1990 there were 62 incidents of Naxalite violence. These increased to 89 in 1991, Bastar accounting for 71 incidents, Balaghat 15 and Rajnandagaon 3. The Naxalites in Bastar have been expressing their violent opposition to the parliamentary process. In the 1990 assembly poll, they burnt alive a platoon commander and murdered a sub-inspector and a jeep driver. In the 1991 Lok Sabha election, 8 members of a polling party including 6 policemen were killed in a blast. On November 28, 1993, 10 Jawans of the Central Reserve Police Force were killed and a state police constable seriously injured in a powerful landmine blast in the Naxalite-dominated area of Narayanpur in Bastar district when they were returning after conclusion of the second phase of polling. The Naxalites had given a call for boycotting the elections and threatened to chop off the index fingers of villagers who exercised their franchise. The state government has lately been showing greater sensitivity to the problems of Bastar tribals. Replying to the debate on budgetary demands related to the Home and General Administration Department in the State Assembly on April 19, 1994, Digvijay Singh, Chief Minister, said that it was his firm belief that the Naxalite problem could not be solved by mere policing. It is a social, economic, and political problem which needs to be tackled on all these fronts. A package was also announced to uplift the tribals. Maharashtra. Gadchiroli in Maharashtra is largely inhabited by tribals. Its population of 7.87 lakhs has 38.7% tribals. Out of the total of 15,434 square kms, jungle spreads over 10,495 square kms. The entire life and culture of the tribals revolves around the forest, and yet, tragically, the tribals were progressively denied access to the forest through a myopic interpretation of the rules. The tribals cultivating a particular piece of land for years were evicted by the Forest Department under the Forest Conservation Act, 1980. The forest officials' contention was that this land came under the forest zone and as such was the property of the Forest Department. The Naxalites exhorted the tribals to stay on and continue with cultivation, promising them protection from any action by the Forest Department. Naturally, they were looked upon as Messiah. There were indications that these Naxalites had received weapons from outside. A statement to this effect was made by Sharad Pawar, Chief Minister, on July 16, 1988 when he disclosed that weapons were being pumped into Chandrapur and Gadchiroli areas which were infested with Naxalites. The Chief Minister admitted that the tribals needed to be tackled on both social and administrative levels. 11. The Commissioner for Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes recorded an interesting encounter which he had during his visit to Gadchiroli in 1989. I was going in a jeep. I met a tribal on the way whom I gave lift in the jeep. In the course of conversation with him about the Naxals, whom the people here call Dada, I asked him, how are the Dadas? He said there is at least one change after the coming of Dadas. The government atrocities are over, now the police or the guard cannot harass us. 12. There were 113 incidents of Naxalite violence in 1990 with 16 deaths. The number of incidents came down to 96 in 1991, but the number of deaths shot up to 30. There was a particularly disastrous incident on November 12, 1991 in Atopali Tahsil of Gadchiroli district when 10 SRPF personnel were killed and 13 other policemen injured in a landmine explosion. The PWG have attained a high level of sophistication in the matter of using improvised explosive devices. They appear to have been trained in this art by the LTTE. 6.2 The New Left in Bihar. ROI Kali Sudama Se Bahuriya. Dinwe Patarbal. Kake Sachuanik. Rahakyapri Yanik. Dinwe Patarbal. Gorwe Jutanik. Dinwe Patarbal. Crying, the woman tells Sudama. The days are learn. No sato to eat. No hut to live in. The days are lean. No shoes on our feet. The days are lean. A Musahar poem. He state in Bihar can be said to have withered away, though not in the Marxist sense of the term. There is almost complete breakdown of authority. Political chicanery, economic bankruptcy, social upheaval, and cultural degeneration sum up the overall situation. Arvind and Das described the state's dismal picture in the following words in 1992. Bihar's economy has been at a standstill for decades. While the immense mineral and manpower resources have been used by other parts of India to climb up the development ladder, its own progress has been hindered. The blatantly unfair system of freight equalization, the discriminatory nature of public and private investments, the Green Revolution bypassing the state principally on account of non-implementation of land reforms, the adverse deposit credit ratios imposed by the banking system, the gross neglect of the state's physical infrastructure, the willful subversion of whatever traditional or institutional social security system existed there, all these have pushed the people into poverty, the economy into backwardness, the society into violence and the culture into despair. 1. It was but natural that the resentment of the oppressed sections in this environment should find an outlet, and this it did in the emergence of a new left which manifested itself in the form of 3 Naxalite groups in the beginning of 1980, viz. the I. Maoist Communist Center, 2. CPI, ML, Anti-Lin Biao Group and 3. CPI, ML, Party Unity. As early as May 1982, the Bihar government in its notes on extremist activities affected areas reported that as many as 47 out of a total of 857 blocks spread over 14 districts were affected by the communist extremist movement. In a research paper published in the Economic and Political Weekly, Professor Pradhan H. Prasad produced a table which showed that 10.28% of the villages, 8.23% of the population, 7.24% of the area, 9.46% of the net zone area and 11.98% of the gross zone area had been affected by communist extremist movement by 1982. Subsequently, the movement has grown enormously in the face of the corrupt, casteist, and incompetent administration of Bihar and today touches every aspect of the social life of the state. Point 2. Maoist Communist Center, MCC. When the CPI, ML, was formed after the dissolution of the All India Coordination Committee of Communist Revolutionaries and the merger of several Maoist groups, one Naxalite group, Dakshin Desh, retained its distinct entity, Dakshin because India is at the south of Himalayas, China was considered Uttar Desh. Amulya Sen and Kanai Chatterjee were its leaders. They considered mass mobilization a prerequisite to any armed action. The Dakshin Desh group chose Jangal Mahal area of Burdwan district as its area of operation. The region has sizable tribal and scheduled caste population and the terrain is full of forests, an ideal combination for launching a Maoist struggle. The socio-economic condition of the people made them vulnerable to Maoist ideology. Agricultural land was inadequate, irrigation facilities virtually non-existent and the wage rates dismally low. The landlords generally belonged to the upper castes while the scheduled castes and tribes were mostly sharecroppers or worked as landless labor. The party organized propaganda and militia squads, whose main function was to politicize the peasantry and recruit new cadres and professional revolutionaries. These squads visited the villages after sunset when the peasants and other agricultural workers were back from their fields. At daybreak they would disappear into the jungles. A number of party workers were drawn from Calcutta and its suburbs. As such they came to be known as Banbabus or gentlemen living in the forests. It is estimated that by 1 to 973 the party had as many as 37 militia and propaganda squads with 106 members. 3 These squads organized actions like looting of food grains, killing of class enemies and snatching of arms. Those killed included oppressive landowners, police informers, and some who had organized resistance against the Maoists. The activities of the group remained confined to Jangal Mahal area till 1976. The party could not sustain the faith of the peasantry and its hold over the area gradually dissipated. In due course, it spilled over to the adjoining areas of Bihar. Kanai Chatterjee himself toured the Aurangabad and Gaya districts and formed an apex body known as Bengal Bihar Special Area Committee. The group was renamed as the Maoist Communist Center in 1975. Kanai's death in 1982 was followed by factional disputes. The new leader, Sivanji, fell out with his deputy, Ramadhar Singh, over the policy of individual annihilations. Ramadhar Singh thereupon left the MCC and joined the Kanu Sanyal faction of the CPI, ML. In the latter half of 80s, Pramod Mishra and Sanjay Tuzad emerged as the formidable leaders of the MCC. The organizational network of the MCC gradually spread over the central Bihar districts. The party recruited 500 whole-timers and more than 10,000 members. Its front organization are the Krantikari Kisan Committee, Jana Suraksha Sangharsh Manch, Krantikari Budhai Jivai San and Krantikari Chhatra League. The party also built up an armed wing known as the Lal Raksha Dal and managed to stockpile about 700 to 800 firearms of different description including a couple of AK-47 rifles. Thus reinforced and well equipped, the MCC cadres embarked on a course of gruesome violence. They killed 11 Rajputs, 5 of them women, in village Dharmia, district Aurangabad on October 7, 1986. This was followed by the massacre in Bagora and Dalal Chak villages, also of district Aurangabad, on May 29, 1987. Here, the scale of killing, magnitude of brutality, the audacity of attack all had a new dimension. For the Yadav activists of the MCC slaughtered 42 Rajputs of the two villages. The womenfolk were made to place their necks on an improvised chopping block and beheaded with country-made axes. The menfolk were either shot or had their throats slit. After the carnage, the mob torched the Rajput houses and threw the bodies into the fire. The flames could be seen for miles around, but there was no succor. It would be difficult to say that the incident was motivated by any Maoist ideology to attack the class enemies. On the contrary, it would appear that the Yadav followers of the MCC were motivated by the savage instinct to settle their score with the Rajputs. As brought out by Dr. Bindeshwar Pathak in his book Rural Violence in Bihar, the incident had its genesis in the Rajput farmer Kedar Singh being done to death in village Checheni, which is dominated by Yadavs, on April 18, 1987. Within hours, the Rajput supporters of Kedar Singh arrived and killed 8 Yadavs in retaliation. The slaughter at Baghoradalal Chak was in the chain of vendetta killings, with the MCC playing the role of hired killers. The leftists are, however, not willing to separate the class and caste conflicts and justify overlapping of the two. As Sumitra Jain says, although both caste and class cannot be ignored while examining the incidents of this kind, caste prejudices are closely intertwined with violence in Bihar. It is difficult to separate the caste factor from economic reality. The killings in Dalal Chak and Baghora, where the upper caste Rajputs were killed by the backwards through influential Yadavs, perhaps gives the impression that it was solely a case of caste vendetta. But the MCC, Maoist Communist Center, indictment that described the incident as a revolutionary step against the oppressive feudal forces gives the carnage a class color. Indeed, the distinction between caste and class is not very clear and they often overlap. 5. The killings in Bara village of Gaya district on February 12, 1992 was another sordid landmark in the macabre class-cum-caste conflicts in Bihar. Here, the marauders, in a 4-hour orgy, hacked 37 members of the land-owning Bhumihar families. As narrated by the Hindustan Times correspondent, they called the youths and aged male persons to accompany them to a nearby place. Once they were herded together near an adjoining canal, their throats were slit open one after another, and the whole place bore a telltale testimony to the gruesome incident, with patches of the blood presenting a devastating sight. This incident also, according to Dr. Pathak, was a fallout of the undeclared war between the Savarna Liberation Front and the left extremist groups. It had nothing to do with agrarian unrest. These incidents earned notoriety for the MCC. The profile of major incidents of violence perpetrated by the MCC has been as follows: 6. Thus what had begun as a fight for social and economic justice degenerated into a caste conflict with a veneer of class struggle. The polarization on caste and class lines led to a mushroom growth of Senas in Bihar. The outfits defending the interests of the landlords and the upper castes are, I. The Bhumi Sena, comprising mainly the Kurmis; 2. The Lorik Sena, consisting predominantly of Yadavs; 3. The Brahmarishi Sena, having a following mostly of Bhumihars; and 4. The Kuer Sena, which has a largely Rajput following. On the other hand, there are, a. The Lal Ruksha Dal of the Maoist Communist Center, b. The Lal Sena of the anti-Lin Biao faction, and c. The Mazdoor Kisan Sangram Samitai, owing allegiance to the Unity Committee of the CPI, ML. The proliferation of these Senas made the rural environment highly combustible. In Bihar, as Arun Sinha says, the major feature of social as well as political life is the prevalence of the language of force. The classes and the castes have been talking in this idiom. The MCC has also been running virtually a parallel judicial system in certain pockets. These are described as Jana Adalat or People's Court. The holding of such a Adalat in village Sanjivan Bigha of Gaya district was described by Fartsand Ahmed in India Today in the following words. Silence descends as Lakshman, the area commander of the MCC, a sinister figure with his face covered, appears. The two accused, with their hands tied behind their backs, are brought in. Lakshman launches into his ideological monologue, in today's system the toiling masses work hard but don't get anything to eat. On the other hand, these bastard thieves lift goats and diesel. He then asks the villagers to select 5 judges. The 5-judge bench hears the charges and announces its verdict: 5 lathy blows and 5 slaps each by children publicly. The verdict, confirmed by the people by a voice vote, is quickly executed, accompanied by the requisite slogan Naxalbari ek hai rasta, Naxalism is the only way out. The MCC justice has a ruthless face also. There are instances when, at the end of hearing, the self-styled judge gives a cryptic verdict: 6 inch chota kar do, shorten the accused by 6 inches. The guilty person, in other words, is to be beheaded. Some landlords and local bullies have met this fate. The MCC violence touched a peak in 1990. There were a total of 167 incidents in which 51 lives were lost. There have been internecine conflicts between the MCC and the other 2 Naxalite groups over spheres of influence. One incident involved the killing of 5 CPI-ML Liberation Group workers in the twin villages of Uttara and Lari in district Jahanabad by the MCC on April 4, 1994. This led to Vinod Mishra damning the MCC as a Madhyayujan Kadalan Kakendra, center of killers of Middle Ages. It is basically a rivalry for the numero uno slot. Ideologically, the MCC is opposed to the CPI-ML anti-Lin Biao faction, which is considered revisionist. It has better compatibility with CPI-ML party unity in the sense that both subscribe to the doctrine of armed revolution. MCC's closest affinity, however, is with the People's War Group. One reason for this could be that there is no territorial conflict between them. Towards the end of 1988, the Maoist Communist Center and the People's War Group issued a joint appeal to enlist support for their objective of raising armed units and establishing struggle areas, referring to the Naxalite activities in Bihar. The document said that their effort was to secure land for the tillers and to annex all political rights for revolutionary peasant committees. Armed peasants, it was said, had shaken the private armies maintained by landlords and were snatching arms from them and others. The pamphlet further claimed that the revolutionary peasant committees had redistributed about 3,200 hectares of land owned by landlords among the landless, and that resources like bullocks, fertilizers, plows, and seeds snatched from the landlords were being utilized by the peasantry. 7. CPI-ML, Anti-Lin Biao/Liberation Group. The Anti-Lin Biao, or the Liberation Group, named after the party mouthpiece, believed that Charu Mazumdar had, towards the end, modified his formulations and accepted the need and importance of mass mobilization and mass organizations. They endorsed the official Chinese version that Lin was guilty of left deviation and had attempted to murder Mao. Vinod Mishra is the leader of the Anti-Lin Biao group. Born in Kanpur, Mishra studied at the Regional Engineering College, Durgapur in West Bengal. However, before he could complete the course, he became a member of the CPI-ML, in 1969. After Charu Mazumdar's death, he moved to Bihar and, in December 1973, formed the CPI-ML, Anti-Lin Biao group. It struck roots in Bhojpur and soon spread to Rohtas, Patna, Jahanabad, and Nalanda districts of central Bihar. The group has about 50 underground armed squads of 5 to 8 persons each and an assortment of weapons which include country-made guns, rifles, and a few Sten guns. In 1990, violent activities of the faction touched a high with 106 incidents in which 40 persons were killed. The Indian People's Front is the political front of the Anti-Lin Biao group. It was started in 1982 with Nagbhushanam Patnaik as its president. The IPF put up candidates in 53 constituencies in the assembly elections held in 1985, but not one of them could be elected. In the 1989 elections, however, the IPF was able to send 1 member to the parliament and 7 to the assembly. The success at the hustings was attributed to a change in the strategy which was announced at a massive rally organized by the IPF at Gandhi Maidan, Patna on March 10, 1989. Vinod Mishra, who had been underground hitherto, made a public speech and declared that the Liberation Group fully supported the principles and the election strategies of the IPF. Nagbushnam Patnaik, president of the IPF, described the coming together of the Front and Liberation Group on a common platform as historic and said that they would jointly work to transform the society at all levels. It appears that the anti-Lin Biao group willy-nilly came to the conclusion that the 40-year-old Congress hegemony had ended, that the state was no longer as oppressive as it used to be, that people in general and particularly those under the IPF umbrella were more conscious of their rights, and that the Marxist-Leninist aim would be achieved only by a party which could demonstrate its mass base in the elections. It was some kind of a glasnost orientation to the original Naxalite line. The IPF held a massive rally in Delhi on October 8, 1990, which was remarkable for the elan and discipline of its participants. The rally was particularly aimed at fighting communalism. It expressed its deep concern over the increasing menace of communalism, criticized the Congress for satisfying vested interests and the Janata Dal for trying to capitalize on the minority vote bank. It is significant that even though the party draws its support largely from agricultural labor and poor peasants, many of whom are Dalits, it nevertheless assailed the Dalitism of Kangshi Ram's Bahujan Samaj Party and said that the Neo-Brahmins emerging from among the Dalits are as much a target of our movement as the forwardist backwards. The party appeared unfazed by the decline in the fortunes of communism in the West. Regardless of whatever may be happening in Eastern Europe and Soviet Union, in our country the left movement definitely has a very bright future, it said. Nagbushnam Patnaik made it abundantly clear that the IPF was against any form of secessionism, terrorism, and religious fundamentalism. 8. The Liberation Group was meanwhile getting restive to come out in the open. The party congress held in Calcutta in December 1992 resolved that henceforth it would function as a political outfit. It was stated that the party does not rule out the possibility that under a set of exceptional national and international circumstances, the balance of social and political forces may even permit relatively peaceful transfer of central power to revolutionary forces. It was, however, added that the party must prepare itself for winning the ultimate decisive victory in an armed revolution, though it admitted that the situation was not ripe for such a revolution. Nagbushnam Patnaik rebutted the charge of dichotomy and said that the party would function in the open but would at the same time be prepared to face state repression. The party resolved to carry on armed struggles in areas where private armies of landlords and the police continued to perpetrate genocide. Significantly, the party congress was attended by Madan Bhandari, General Secretary of the Communist Party of Nepal, and Ms. Solveig Amdahl, chairperson of the Norwegian Workers' Communist Party. 9. At a meeting held in Patna on February 26 and 27, 1994, the IPF dissolved its All India Committee and formed a convening committee to bring in viable changes in the party fold. The convening committee under the chairmanship of Nagbushnam Patnaik was entrusted with holding a national conference as early as possible to invite all democratic and revolutionary organizations to form a new front. Nagbushnam Patnaik admitted that the IPF no longer has the status or structure of a political party, a role which has been arrogated by the Liberation Group. How far this experiment would succeed and whether there was any real need for the swapping of roles, time alone would tell. Meanwhile, the killing of 7 supporters of the IPF/Liberation Group in the Bhojpur district of Bihar on March 17, 1994 gave Vinod Mishra the opportunity to demand the resignation of Lalu Yadav. The Liberation Group organized Bihar Band on March 22, 1994 against the killings and held a massive rally at the Gandhi Maidan in Patna. CPI, ML, Party Unity. The COC CPI, ML, led by M. Uppulsari of Andhra, and the Unity Organization of CPI, ML, led by Bhavani Roy Chowdhury of West Bengal, joined hands in 1982 to form the CPI, ML, Party Unity. This group believes in a combination of underground and overground functioning. It has, however, no illusions about the parliament and is totally opposed to entering the electoral fray. The Mazdoor Kisan Sangram Samiti, a front organization of the party, which was formed in 1982, acquired a good following among the peasants. It was headed by Dr. Vinyan and was active in the 7 districts of central Bihar. A devout follower of Jaya Prakash Narayan, he parted company with the Janata Party in 1977 after he was disillusioned with its ideology and felt that it did not offer any radical solution to the problems of agricultural workers who were exploited by the upper strata of society. Dr. Vinyan was drawn towards the Naxalite movement because he felt that it could bring about the necessary changes in the feudal socio-economic system of Bihar. The MKSS waged a relentless battle for minimum wages and achieved a good measure of success. The poor farmers, particularly the landless, were motivated to fight for their rights and many of them joined the Samiti. People's courts were set up and Dr. Vinyan settled disputes between the landlords and farmers. The Airwal massacre, in which 21 supporters of the Mazdoor Kisan Sangram Samiti were gunned down by the police on April 19, 1986 was, however, a setback to the organization. The incident arose out of a land dispute between 9 families, 8 scheduled and 1 backward caste, on the one hand, and an executive engineer, also a scheduled caste, on the other. The latter had clout with the administration, and that led to police intervention on his behalf. The state government blamed the Samiti for the carnage to cover up the administration's inept handling of the incident and banned the MKSS in August 1986. Besides, a group in the MKSS led by Arvind, a hardcore militant who was in favor of action against the administration and the landlords, branched off to form the Mazdoor Kisan Mukti Manch in 1987. Dr. Vinyan's influence in the party waned thereafter. The CPI, ML, Party Unity and its front PA, the MKSS, nevertheless made a strong impact over the poorest sections of the peasantry in Bihar. The Party Unity and its front organizations have a sizable membership of about 30,000. They also have about 25 armed squads and their arsenal includes about 150 weapons of different description including a few Sten guns. Violence by the party was highest in 1990 when 175 incidents were reported with 106 casualties. 7. The fire rekindles. 7.1 Expanding arc of violence. 2000 to 2005. Into the jaws of death. Into the mouth of hell. Alfred Tennyson. He first phase of Naxalite violence, starting from the Srikakulam uprising in mid-60s and the events in Naxalbari in 1967, which attracted countrywide and even international attention, ended with the death of Charu Mazumdar in 1972. The second phase commenced with the formation of the People's War Group in Andhra Pradesh in 1980 and lasted till the mid-90s, when dissensions within the party culminating with the expulsion of Kondapalli Sithramaiah weakened it, and the sustained counterinsurgency operations by the security forces substantially disintegrated the rank and file. The third phase may be said to have commenced with the holding of the 9th Congress of the People's War Group in 2001, when it was decided to militarize the armed component of the party by giving more sophisticated weapons to the People's Guerrilla Army. The Naxal fire is currently raging over at least 9 states of the Union and threatens to spread to more areas. The Naxalites pack considerable lethal punch even though they are splintered into diverse groups. The total number of incidents of violence and resultant deaths in the country during the last 5 years have been as follows. 1. Violence was thus at a peak in 2003 with 1,597 incidents in which 515 persons were killed. In 2004, the number of incidents were less but the casualties were higher. The difference between Naxalite and terrorist killings needs to be brought out. The Naxalites generally kill carefully selected targets. This is true of terrorists also, but more often than not their shooting tends to be random and directed against civilians who may not be involved either way in the struggle. The Naxalite targeted killings, viewed from this angle, are graver and have more far-reaching implications. The fact that the Naxalites have been annihilating, on an average, more than 500 persons per year is adequate proof, if any is needed, of their firepower and their determination to deal ruthlessly with the class enemies. A comparison of Naxalite violence in 1971, 1981, 1991 and 2001 is both interesting and relevant. The period from the middle of 1970 to the middle of 1971 witnessed the maximum Naxalite violence. It is estimated that about 4,000 incidents took place during that gory phase, in which 565 lives were snuffed out. Later, with the demise of Charu Mazumdar, followed by dissensions within the party and with several groups calling off the annihilation campaign, the quantum of violence came down and, in 1981, there were only 325 incidents involving loss of 92 lives. With the formation of People's War Group in Andhra Pradesh under the leadership of Kondopalli Thrammayya, the movement picked up momentum again and violence touched a high watermark in 1991, when there were 1,876 incidents with 474 killings. Violence peaked again in 2001 when 1,208 incidents resulted in 564 casualties. It would appear that after every 10-year cycle, the Naxalite violence rises to a crescendo, the only exception being the year 1981. State-wise, the following table gives the profile of violence during the last 5 years, figures in brackets indicate the number of deaths. Incidents of Naxalite violence and resultant deaths too. During 2004, in terms of killings, the worst affected states were Bihar, Jharkhand, and Chhattisgarh. In Andhra Pradesh, the graph of violence came down because peace talks were held between the government and the Naxals during the year. Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, Maharashtra, Orissa and Madhya Pradesh were also affected, though to a lesser degree. The People's War and the Maoist Communist Centre of India accounted for about 91% of the total Naxal violence in the country and 89% of the resultant deaths. The Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India admits the spread of Naxalite movement to 76 districts in 9 states of the Union listed above. It further concedes that the People's War and the MCCI are trying to increase their influence and operations in some parts of the states of Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and Kerala, and also in some new areas of the states already affected. 3. During 2005, till the end of October, as stated by Minister of State for Home in Parliament on November 29, 2005, there were 1,353 incidents of Naxalite violence in the country, in which 570 civilian and police personnel were killed. Besides, property worth 566.25 million rupees was destroyed. The highest number of incidents were in Andhra Pradesh, 448, followed by Chhattisgarh, 317, Jharkhand, 271, Bihar, 161, and Maharashtra, 76. Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh has gradually emerged as the epicenter of left-wing extremism in the country. The People's War Group was banned by the state government in 1992, but the ban was lifted in 1995 and reimposed again in 1996. The PWG and the MCC were also declared terrorist organizations by the Union government under the Prevention of Terrorism Act, POTA, 2002. These legislative measures, however, did not have much effect on the organizational apparatus or the strike capability of the PWG. It is estimated that the PWG has about 54 dalams, forest squads, with about 1,100 full-time underground cadres in the state. There are, besides, at least 5,000 other overground sympathizers. The Koyuru incident in Karimnagar district of Andhra Pradesh on December 2, 1999 had fierce repercussions all over the state. 3 top leaders of the PWG, namely, Nulla Adi Reddy, E. Santosh Reddy and Seelam Naresh, were killed in the Koyuru forest area. The human rights groups alleged that the 3 were actually taken into custody in a swift operation by the Andhra police in Bangalore on December 1, flown in a helicopter to Hyderabad, subjected to interrogation and thereafter moved to Koyuru forest, where they were killed in a false encounter. The PWG retaliated with vehemence. On December 15, Madhya Pradesh Minister, Lakaram Kavra, was killed in Balaghat. On February 18, 2000, the PWG attacked a police station in Vishakhapatnam district, killing more than 10 policemen. On February 20, the Naxalite struck again in Bastar district of Madhya Pradesh, killing 23 policemen including an IPS officer near Narayanpur. The van carrying the police personnel was blown up in a landmine explosion. All these incidents were described as acts of revenge. The PWG set up a People's Guerrilla Army in December 2000 to strengthen the political power of the people and to defeat the efforts of the state and the central governments to check the revolutionary movement. On the first anniversary of its formation in 2001, the outfit blew up the Heritage milk chilling unit owned by Chandrababu Naidu's family. A granite unit belonging to a union minister of state was attacked in Chittoor district. A Tata Tea unit and Coca-Cola manufacturing facility were also targeted. The PWG also formed state/zonal/subzonal military commands and raised a number of platoons. The effort obviously is to militarize the armed wing so that it is able to take on the police and the paramilitary forces. In July 2003, the AP State Committee directed its units to organize political struggles against state repression, target the TDP and BJP leadership at the village and mandal levels, launch attacks on the armed forces of the government, exploit the drought situation in the state, oppose the reforms and welfare schemes of the government, and form a united platform of the tribals in the 5 districts of Mahbubnagar, Nalgonda, Guntur, Prakasam, and Kurnool. Violence meanwhile continued unabated in the state. On March 23, 2003, the PWG workers, condemning the US attack on Iraq, blasted a godown belonging to Pepsi on the outskirts of Anandpur. On May 28, they set ablaze a telephone exchange in Rayavaram village of Cuttapah district. On June 4, they looted Rs 4,03,850 in cash and 9 kilograms of gold worth Rs 5 million from the State Bank of Hyderabad branch in Dandapata village of Nalgonda district. The most audacious attack by the PWG took place on October 1, 2003, when they tried to assassinate the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, N. Chandrababu Naidu, on a forest road between Tirupati and Tirumala in Chittoor district while he was proceeding to attend the Brahmotsavam celebrations. 5 Claymore mines hit the car of the chief minister. The bulletproof armor over the car, however, saved him. 4 others including the state's information technology minister, B. Gopal Krishan Reddy, sustained serious injuries. The PWG claimed responsibility for the attack, saying that it was to eliminate a person who has been perpetuating state-sponsored violence. Earlier, in March 2000, A. Madhav Reddy, State Panchayat Raj Minister, had been killed in a similar blast at Ghatkesar near Hyderabad. Varavara Rao, an ideologue of the PWG, explained PWG's concept of armed struggle in an interview. He said that it has 3 components: on the economic front, it is land to the tiller; on the military front, it is guerrilla war; and on the political front, it is organizing the Gram Rajya committees at the village level. The party believes in capturing political power through protracted armed struggle with a view to ushering in new democratic revolution and installing a people's government. The PWG has been able to expand its influence beyond the borders of Andhra Pradesh to the adjoining states. In Bihar, it has a presence in Patna, Aurangabad, Gaya, Jahanabad, Rohtas, Buxar, Saharsh, Khagriya, Banka, and Jamui. In Jharkhand it has units in Palamo, Garewa, Latehar, Gumla, Hajaribagh, and Kaderma. In Orissa, it has following in Malkangiri, Koraput, Gajapati, Rayagada, Narangpur, and Mayurbhanj. In Maharashtra, it has cells in Gadchiroli, Bandara, and Chandrapur. In Madhya Pradesh, the party has limited influence in Balaghat and Dhindalai only. In Chhattisgarh, it has spread over the districts of Jagdalpur, Bastar, Rankar, Rajnandagaon, Dantewada, Sarguja, Kavarda and Jashpur, and in West Bengal, it has posed a challenge to the CPM in Midnapuri, Purulia and Bankura districts. Peace talks were held between the People's War Group and the state government of Andhra Pradesh during June-July 2002 at the initiative of Committee of Concerned Citizens. 3 rounds of talks were held but there was no agreement on the substantive issues. The PWG called off the talks in protest against the alleged brutal suppression of Naxalites by the state police. The Congress government voted to power in the state in May 2004, lifted the ban on the People's War and its frontal organizations, the Radical Students Union, Radical Youth League, Singarini I Karmika Samakya, All India Revolutionary Students Federation, Dandakaranya Adivasi Kisan Mazdoor Sanghatan and Andhra Pradesh Rithukuli Sangam on July 22, 2004. Peace talks were held from October 15 to 18, 2004 at Hyderabad. The PW was represented by Akiraju alias Ramkrishna, AP State Committee Secretary, Sudhakar Alfaz Balakrishnan, Andhra Orissa Border Zone Committee Secretary, and G. Ravi alias Ganesh, North Telangana Special Zone Committee member. Janashakti leaders, Amar and Riaz, also participated in the peace process. The Naxals presented an 11-point charter of demands. The most important point related to land reforms. The Naxals called for an independent commission to be headed by a Democrat acceptable to all to identify land for distribution among the poor people. The charter also included demands for the creation of a separate Telangana state, development of the backward areas of coastal Andhra and Rayalaseema regions, enforcing total prohibition, and severing links with the World Bank. There could be no agreement on the contentious issues, and the two parties agreed to have another round of talks at a later date. However, sharp difference developed over the Naxals moving about with arms in towns and in cities. 1 March 11, 2005 the Naxalites attacked the Chilkalurapeta police station in Guntur district, killing 7 persons including 4 policemen to avenge the killing of 10 Maoists in Nizamabad district on March 7. On April 4, emissaries of the left-wing extremist groups announced their decision to pull out of the peace process. They accused the state government of carrying out combing operations and alleged that the atmosphere was no longer conducive for talks. The government, on the other hand, blamed the Naxals for taking law in their own hands by grabbing land, recruiting people, and extorting money. The killing of Riaz, the Janashakti leader, by the police in an encounter in Karimnagar district on July 1 further vitiated the atmosphere. The Naxaltes' annihilation of Narsai Reddy, Congress MLA, and 8 others in a major attack on August 15 in Mahbubnagar district proved to be the proverbial last straw. The peace process was blown to smithereens. On August 17, 2005, the state government reimposed the ban on the Communist Party of India, Maoist, and its 7 front organizations. A historic opportunity to heal the wounds was lost. Bihar and Jharkhand. The worst example of misgovernance in the country, Bihar has been a hotbed of Naxal activities. The Maoist communist centers' call for boycotting the 1995 assembly elections helped Lalu Prasad Yadav win from several constituencies in South Bihar. Lalu Yadav reportedly shared the dais with MCC leaders, several of whom were Yadavs, at quite a few places. Meanwhile, the Liberation Group fanned out in North Bihar, where it was confronted by the notorious Member of Parliament, Shahabuddin, who came down heavily on its members. A former president of the Jawaharlal Nehru University Students' Union, Chandrasekhar, was killed in Sivan by men owing allegiance to Shahabuddin on March 31, 1997. The group's attempts to organize the peasants and encourage them to adopt an aggressive posture led, by way of reaction, to the emergence of Ranveer Singh, an outfit comprising essentially the Bhumihar landlords who were later joined by some Brahmins and Rajputs also. There were major incidents of confrontation between the landlords belonging to the upper castes and supported by the Ranveer Singh, on the one hand, and the poor peasants and Dalits backed by Naxalites, on the other. In the worst ever massacre in Bihar, 61 people including 33 women and 13 children were gunned down by the Ranveer Singh activists at Baid Lakshmanpur village situated on the banks of Son River on December 1, 1997. The victims were mostly CPI, ML, supporters. On March 18, 1999, 35 upper caste men were butchered by the Maoist Communist Center activists in Saneri village of Jahanabad district. On June 16, 2000, the Ranveer Sena gunned down 35 people including 14 women and 6 children belonging to the Yadav community at Mayanpur village in Aurangabad district. On April 14, 2001, the MCC Qattars massacred 14 persons in Belpua village of Hazaribagh district. These killings reflect the polarization of society on caste lines in the region. The Naxalite movement in Bihar has, in fact, lost its ideological sheen and is bogged down in caste-based jealousies, rivalries, and clash of economic interests. On January 5, 2005, the Naxalites killed the superintendent of police of Munger district by blowing up his jeep. 6 other policemen were also killed and their firearms looted. The Maoist Communist Center has lately shifted its focus from Bihar to the Jharkhand region, which was carved out of Bihar on November 15, 2000. Significantly, tribals constitute 27% of the total population of the state. In fact, Jharkhand is today one of the worst Naxalite-affected area of India. Its forests, infested with wild elephants, provide an ideal sanctuary to the guerrillas. Out of the 22 districts of Jharkhand, the Naxalites are said to be active in 15 including Palamo, Giridih, Garhwal, Chatra, Latehar, Ranchi, Gumla, Hazaribagh, Lohardanga, and Bokaro. Their tactics is to undertake armed operations, organize bonds and economic blockades from time to mobilize public opinion. The Naxalites have been particularly attacking the police and paramilitary personnel. On May 7, 2002, during an economic blockade called by the MCC and the PWG, 15 police personnel were killed in a landmine blast in Kaderma district. On June 11, a deputy superintendent of police was killed in Palamo district. On November 20, 8 security forces personnel were killed in Latehar district. On December 20, 18 persons including 14 Jharkhand policemen were killed and 20 others injured when the MCC guerrillas ambushed a police party in Saranda forests of West Singhbhum district. The extremists also torched 7 police vehicles and decamped with 3 sophisticated weapons. During 2003, on March 18 the MCC Qattars carried out an attack on a police post in Ladipur village of Gaya district and looted 15 rifles and 1,000 bullets, injuring 3 police personnel. On April 14, about 150 Naxalites, including a large number of women Qattars of the MCC, attacked a police post at Shainarapura railway station in Bokaro district and looted 23 rifles and several hundred cartridges. On April 15, the MCC activists detonated a landmine in the forests of Cherki Valley of Nevada district, killing 8 police personnel. They also looted 6 SLRs, self-loading rifles, 2 rifles, 1 revolver, and several rounds of ammunition. These attacks show the strength, the lethality, and the confidence of the MCC Qattars. The mining industry in Jharkhand has been badly hit as a result of Naxalite activities. The Naxalites collect a major chunk of their funds from the mining areas by extortion and abduction of senior officials. On January 3, 2004, the Ranchi District Police arrested an MCC activist collecting levies amounting to 8 rupees lakh per month from the coal transporters. Earlier, on December 11, 2003, the Naxalites had stormed the Indian Aluminium Company in Lohardaga district, disrupting the loading and dispatch of ore from the bauxite mines. The extremist also manhandled the company officials and decamped with Rs 1,04,000 in cash. During a band organized to protest against alleged police atrocities and the killing of their Qattars, the Naxalites blew up the Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited, BSNL, telephone exchange at Hariharganj in the Palamo district of Bihar on February 27, 2004. The same day, in Jharkhand, they attacked the Danya Bihar railway station in Bokaro district and indulged in acts of arson, damaging the communication system and taking the assistant station master captive. On the eve of the Lok Sabha polls, at least 27 policemen were killed on the night of April 7, 2004 in a landmine blast triggered by the left extremists in Balawa village under Gwa police station in West Singhbhum district of Jharkhand. On October 21, the Naxalites blasted a railway station in Latehar district of Jharkhand to protest against the killing of a subzonal commander in a police encounter. The state response to the growing strength of the MCC has been lackadaisical. The police is understaffed and ill-equipped to deal with the motivated MCC cadres. Besides, there is very little coordination between the police forces of Bihar and Jharkhand. At the political level in Bihar at least there is apathy and perhaps collusion also. Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. In Madhya Pradesh, following the bifurcation of the state in November 2000, Naxalite violence is now confined to Balaghat, Mandla, Dindori, and Sithi districts only. The Madhya Pradesh Transport Minister, Lakaram Kavra, was annihilated on December 15, 1999 in retaliation to the killing of 4 top PWG leaders. The state government has raised a special task force called Hawk to deal with the Naxal guerrillas. Chhattisgarh state carved out of Madhya Pradesh has gradually emerged as another hub of left-wing extremism. On February 20, 2000, 23 policemen including an additional superintendent of police, Bhaskar Dewan, were killed in a landmine explosion near Narayanpur in Bastar district. The PWG's RIT runs over large parts of Bastar region which includes 4 police districts, namely, Bijapur, Bastar, Dantewara and Kanker. Towards the end of 2002, there were reports of large-scale resignations by Panchayat-level officers including block and district Panchayat committee members. The resignations were in compliance to the diktat of PWG, which has been trying to set up its own parallel Panchayati Raj in the region. The PWG has been taking up social reforms also. The tribals were asked to give up drugs, alcohol, gutka and other tobacco products, and its front organizations Jan Samhitas and Viplav Samhitas were asked to enforce these restrictions. 6. During 2003, the PWG cadres annihilated 2 police personnel at Nistakur village in Bijapur district on January 13, killed another 4 police personnel while setting ablaze a private bus near Basagura, also in Bijapur district, attacked and looted Gidham police station in Dantewara district on September 13, damaging the telephone communications and killing 1 constable, and, on the eve of polls, killed 7 security forces personnel in a landmine blast on November 29 while attacking the convoy of Congress, candidate in South Bastar district. According to the annual report of the Chhattisgarh police, at least 78 persons, including 31 police personnel, were killed in 103 encounters in the state in Naxalite-related violence during the year 2003. The People's War Group and the Maoist Communist Center are active in 96 police station areas of the state spread over 7 out of the total 16 districts of the state. The Naxalites have recently come to notice for opposing any religious conversion of tribals in the Bastar region. They have asked the tribals not to practice or preach any religion or be engaged in any worship as that would disturb the centuries-old culture and tradition of the tribals. They opposed the worship of Lord Ganesh and Goddess Durga at some public places in parts of Bastar division and even damaged some puja mandaps. A few temples were also vandalized including a sun temple in Koamata village of Narayanpur police station of Bastar district. The ultras have also targeted the Christians. In Dantewara, they distributed pamphlets against Christian missionaries, threatening them with dire consequences if they were found exploiting the tribals or carrying out religious conversions. The Christians were particularly warned not to conduct Chain-Gay Sava, cure meetings conducted by Christians to treat people suffering from ailments. Naxalite violence continued to be on a high pitch in 2005. On May 7, the Samri Aluminum unit of Asia's largest primary producer of aluminum, the Hindalco Industries Limited, at Saradi in Sarguja district was attacked and the company's building and documents were destroyed. On May 8, the Naxalites attacked the Rankar district headquarters, setting afire buildings belonging to the Revenue and Forest Departments and also a branch of the State Bank of India. On September 3, 2005 a massive landmine blast at Kunjurnala in Bijapur district resulted in the death of 22 CRPF personnel. The CRPF Jawans were going to the police camp at Kshetrapal near Gangalore when the vehicle in which they were travelling came under the impact of explosion. The vehicle was tossed into the air and ripped apart. The attack was seen as Naxalites' response to the state government's efforts to mobilize the villagers and tribals against the ultras. Orissa. Orissa has some of the poorest districts of the country. Flood, drought, and cyclone ravage the state at periodic intervals. The rural areas and the tribal belt have a feudal structure marked by exploitation of the have-nots. Governance is poor and the police force is ill-equipped. All these factors and the catalysis provided by Naxalite groups in the adjoining regions have contributed to the growth of Naxalite influence in the state. The PWG is active in Malkangiri, Rayagada, Gajapati, Ganjam, Koraput, and Nabarangpur districts bordering Andhra Pradesh. The MCC, on the other hand, is entrenched in Sundargarh, Mayurbhanj, and Keonjhar districts bordering Jharkhand and West Bengal. Naxalite activities in the state particularly got a boost after the PW formed the Andhra-Orissa Border Special Zonal Committee in 2001. In a daring operation on August 9, 2001, about 230 Naxalites simultaneously raided the Kalimela and Motu police stations in Malkangiri district, shot dead 6 policemen and took away a huge quantity of arms and ammunition. 2 Naxalite commanders were also killed in the encounter. On December 5, 2002, 18 police personnel belonging to the Orissa Special Armed Police, OSAP, were injured in a landmine blast triggered by the PW near Kanera on the Rayagada-Birampur State Highway. During December, in fact, the PW carried out a series of attacks on the houses of rich farmers, government godowns and private granaries and looted about 1,000 quintals of rice which was later distributed among the poor tribals. During 2003, in the month of April, the MCC Cotters looted approximately 550 kilograms of explosives in the Sundargarh district of Orissa and disappeared into the Saranda forests of West Singhbhum district of Jharkhand. On July 30, 5 personnel of the Central Reserve Police Force, CRPF, and 5 of the Orissa State Police were killed and 8 others injured in a landmine blast triggered by the PW near Vijayawada Forest in the Malkangiri district. On February 7, 2004, the Naxalites overran several government establishments in Koraput district including the city police station, the office of the superintendent of police, the district jail, the treasury, and decamped with about 200 weapons including SLRs, carbines and about 60,000 rounds of ammunition. 3 CRPF Jawans and a constable of the Orissa State Armed Police were killed and 5 injured in these attacks. The incident is comparable to the Chechen terrorists' attack on government establishments in the Southern Republic of Ingushetia in June 2004, though casualties in the latter incident were much higher. The state government has so far relied on police action and joint combing operations with the state police forces of the neighboring states of Andhra and Jharkhand to deal with the Naxalite problem. A more imaginative approach is called for to wean away the peasants and tribals from pursuing the path of violence. Other states. In West Bengal, Naxalite violence is at a low pitch compared to the other states. This is to be attributed to the success of Operation Barga, under which sharecroppers were registered and given permanent and inheritable rights on cultivation of their plots covering a total area of 11 lakh acres. Besides, 1.37 lakh acres of ceiling surplus and Benami lands were acquired by the state government and distributed among 25 lakh landless and marginal cultivators. The land reforms have seen the emergence of a new class loosely termed rural rich and weakened the social and political power enjoyed by the landlords in the countryside. The Naxalites are nevertheless trying to recruit Cotters in Midnapuri, Purulia, and Bankura districts. A front organization, Revolutionary Students' Federation, is attracting the youth. A handout issued by the PW in early 2004 blamed the state government for not even sparing the communist revolutionaries and blatantly following the diktats of a fascist center. On October 16, 2004, 6 personnel of the Eastern Frontier Rifles, EFR, were killed in a landmine blast in the Ormara forest of West Midnapuri district. A rally of 7 extremist groups under the banner of Revolutionary Unity Committee, Biplabai Sanyati Samiti, an umbrella body of the ultra groups, was held in Kolkata on December 15, 2004. It was described as one of the biggest rallies since the 1960s and was attended by old stalwarts like Santosh Rana, Ashim Chatterjee, Azizul Haq, and a host of others. On July 9, 2005, 3 CPM leaders and a policeman were killed in 2 separate attacks by the left-wing extremists. The CPM leaders were shot down in Bankura and Purulia districts. The policeman was killed in Bankura when he visited the site where the CPM leaders had earlier been shot down. The incidents were a chilling reminder that it was West Bengal soil that produced the first Naxalite movement. In Maharashtra, Gadchiroli district is particularly affected by Naxalite violence, though stray incidents occur in Bhandara, Chandrapur, Gondia and Nanded districts also. On August 29, 2003, 5 policemen were killed when the gypsy in which they were traveling was blown off by Naxalites in Gadchiroli district. Actually, a convoy of 4 police vehicles was on its way to Bamragarh. As the police party reached the Kumarguda Canal near Tajam village, a landmine planted by Naxalites blew up one of the vehicles. On March 4, 2004, the extremists burnt down Makati railway station in Chandrapur district bordering Andhra Pradesh. On February 22, 2005, the Naxalites exploded a vehicle in which a police patrolling party was traveling in Bamragarh police station of Gadchiroli district, killing 7 police personnel. 3 months later, on May 30, 2005, 7 police personnel and a civilian were killed in another landmine blast triggered by the Maoists on the Deori Shishgad road in Gondia district. The police personnel were providing protection to the officials supervising the construction of Kadvanda Dam. According to the state government, out of the 35 districts in the state, Gadchiroli, Chandrapur, Bandara, Gondia, Yavatmal and Nanded are Naxalite prone. All these 6 districts are located in the eastern belt of the state and are contiguous to the Naxalite-affected districts of Andhra, Chhattisgarh, and Madhya Pradesh. Uttar Pradesh has Naxalite presence in the eastern districts, particularly in Gorakhpur, Ghazipur, Balia, Chandali, Sonbhadra, and Mirzapur. On November 20, 2004, the Naxalites used a landmine to blow up a police vehicle in the forests of Chandali district, killing 13 Pak Jawans and 4 police personnel. Earlier, on November 19, they had attacked a forest department outpost in the district and killed 2 forest guards, and also set fire to the hut of the Sarpanch. In the state of Uttaranchal, which was carved out in November 2000, the districts bordering Nepal are being targeted. Some arms and ammunition were recovered from a training camp which was set up for the Nepalese Maoists in Champavat district on September 6, 2004. Earlier, on August 30, 5 Nepalese Maoists were arrested in the forests of Udham Singh Nagar district. Naxalite activities have been noticed off and on in the southern states of Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and Kerala also. In Karnataka, Bangalore has been used as a sanctuary where Naxalites hold meetings, exchange information, and dump contraband items including arms and ammunition. Lately, the Naxalites have been active in the Kudramukh area following the government's move to evict tribals in the forests under the provisions of the National Park Act. The Naxalites have been able to constitute 4 armed dalams which are operating in Dakshina Kannada, Udupi, Chikmagalur, and Shimoga districts. On February 11, 2005, the extremists killed 6 policemen of the Karnataka State Reserve Police, KSRP, at Venkamenahalli in Pavagda taluk of Tumkur district in what appeared to be a retaliation against the police gunning down a top Naxalite leader, Saket Rajan, and his associate in the Kaligud forests of Chikmagalur district earlier on February 6. The Naxalites also took away 10 self-loading rifles of the policemen. In Tamil Nadu, the call for a separate Tamil homeland was incorporated into the movement's ideology around the time the LTTE started clandestine activities in the state. The brain behind this was of Parankatranar, a language zealot and a rabid advocate of secession. The Naxalites are presently active mainly in Dharmapuri, Salem, Coimbatore, and Madurai districts. The Kerala Communist Party under the leadership of K. Venu has been propounding the thesis of nationality struggles, that India is not a nation but a conglomeration of nationalities based on language, ethnic identity, and religion. The KCP explains the struggles of the various nationalities, Sikhs, Assamese, Tamilians, and others, as movements against oppression by the dominant ruling nationality of the north. Naxal activities in the state have been reported from Wayanad, Kannur, and Palakkad districts. Naxalite arsenal. In the formative years, the Naxalites relied on traditional weapons like lathis, spears, sickles, other sharp-edged weapons, and guns stolen or looted from landlords and police stations. Charu Mazumdar wanted to form a People's Liberation Army with only 60 rifles and 200 pipe guns. The Naxalites have come a long way since then. They have today a formidable arsenal which includes AK series of rifles, carbines, SLRs, revolvers, and pistols, and single and double-barrel guns. Besides, they have a good stock of improvised explosive devices, IEDs. The Ministry of Home Affairs, in a recent report, have assessed the Naxalites to be in possession of 6,500 regular weapons including AK-47/SLRs and a large number of country-made arms. 7. Earlier, the Director General of Police of Andhra Pradesh had acknowledged in early 2000 that the PWG, in Andhra Pradesh alone, had a total of 1,690 weapons including 90 AK-47 rifles, 650 revolvers and pistols, and 950 other weapons like carbines, DBBL and SBBL guns and country-made arms. 8. The Naxalites have been able to build this arsenal by looting weapons from police stations and landlords, purchasing them from arms smugglers and gun runners, acquiring them from other insurgent groups like the LTTE, and getting weapons and explosives from Nepal. Instances of attacks on police stations have already been mentioned. In these incidents, the Naxalites always made it a point to take away whatever weapons and ammunition they could lay their hands on. The West Bengal police busted an interstate racket in arms smuggling in April 2003. 2 traders involved in smuggling arms from Sivan and Munger were arrested and a cache of arms was recovered. According to Sanjay Kajha of the Institute for Conflict Management, there are over 1,500 illegal arms manufacturing units in Bihar, and most of them are located in the Nalanda, Nevada, Gaya, and Munger districts. The general breakdown of law and order, the proliferation of criminal gangs, the presence of Naxalites and private armies of landowners including the Ranveer Sena, the criminalization of politics, an ill-equipped police force, and the existence of a collusive network between criminals, extremists, and a section of politicians have all contributed to the massive growth of Bihar's illegal gun industry. 9. Networking with the insurgent groups within and outside the country has also produced a steady flow of weapons to the Naxalite arsenal. The PW has established a nexus with some militant outfits operating in the northeast and also possibly with the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LTTE, of Sri Lanka. Some LTTE deserters are believed to have imparted training in landmine explosions to the Naxalite cadres. The Indo-Nepal border has always been exploited by smugglers of different description. Besides, Pakistan's Inter-Services Intelligence, ISI, is well entrenched in Kathmandu and is engaged in all kinds of anti-Indian activities including supplying weapons to insurgent and separatist groups, trafficking in drugs, and pumping in fake currency into India. The Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, has meanwhile established fraternal links with the newly formed Communist Party of India, Maoist, and there is a quid pro quo between the two. 7.2 Unity moves and extraterritorial links. Here are about 40 Naxalite groups operating under various labels in different parts of the country. 10 of them could be considered significant. These are the People's War Group, Maoist Communist Center, CPI, ML, Liberation Group, CPI, ML, Party Unity, CPI, ML, K. Ramachandran Faction, CPI, ML, Jan Shakti, CPI, ML, New Democracy, Kerala Communist Party, CPI, ML, Red Flag and Communist Organization of India, ml. The heterogeneous formations have varying degrees of influence in their areas of operation. The PWG has dominant influence in Andhra Pradesh, Orissa, Chhattisgarh, Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Tamil Nadu. The MCC has influence in Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Uttar Pradesh, Uttaranchal and parts of Madhya Pradesh. The initial efforts at unification proved abortive. The leaders differed on personal and ideological issues, though it would seem that personality clashes overshadowed the doctrinaire formulations. In May 1985, 6 Naxalite groups announced their merger and the formation of a Communist Organization of India, Marxist-Leninist, after prolonged deliberations at Naxalbari. The 6 groups were the Organizing Committee of the Communist Revolutionaries led by Kanu Sanyal, the CPI, ML, Khmer Range led by Ravi Shankar, the Central Organizing Committee of the CPI, ML, headed by Umidhar Singh, the Unity Center of the Communist Revolutionaries of India, ML, of Subodh Mitra, the Indian Communist Party headed by Krishnappa of Karnataka and the Liberation Front of Sabujay Sen. Kanu Sanyal, who was elected General Secretary of the COI, ML, said that the 6 Marxist-Leninist groups had learned their lessons from the past and that they would try to bring about unification of the other like-minded groups scattered all over the country. Sanyal clarified that the ultimate aim of the COI, ML, would be armed struggle against the establishment and that, in pursuance of the same, the party would adopt both legal and illegal means. While repudiating the parliamentary process, Sanyal said that the COI, ML, would nevertheless participate in elections to mobilize the masses wherever necessary. The merger of 6 revolutionary groups appeared prima facie to be a major step, but with the exception of Kanu Sanyal's group of Organizing Committee of Communist Revolutionaries, OCCR, the other groups had only a marginal following. The unified body, in any case, as the party itself admitted, failed to realize its declared objective of uniting the communist revolutionary forces in the country. At the other end of the spectrum, the People's War Group, the Maoist Communist Center and the CPI, ML, party unity decided to join hands to intensify the Naxalite movement in Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Maharashtra and the other states. These parties together constituted in 1992 All India People's Resistance Forum, APIRF, an apex body representing the constituent groups, to build and develop powerful anti-feudal and anti-imperialist struggles. The APIRF held its first conference in Kolkata, where a massive rally of about 1 lakh people was organized at the Shahid Minar Maidan on March 21, 1994. The participants were largely from West Bengal and Bihar, though there were representatives from several other states also. Tribals with bows and arrows were conspicuous by their presence. The second conference of the APIRF was held in Hyderabad in 1996 and the third conference in Sangarur, Punjab, in 2000. There was significant breakthrough in August 1998 when the Central Committees of People's War Group and the Party Unity decided to merge their respective organizations into a single unified party, which was henceforth to be known as CPI, ML, People's War. A joint declaration signed by Ganpati on behalf of PWG and N. Prasad on behalf of Party Unity stated that the two parties had been leading class struggles in various parts of the country, particularly armed struggles in Andhra Pradesh, North Telangana, Bihar and Dandakaranya for almost 2 decades and that they both believed that it was only through the path of protracted people's war and area-wide seizure of political power that we can achieve victory in the ongoing new democratic revolution. In January 2003, the Maoist Communist Center and the Revolutionary Communist Center of India, Maoist, united to form the Maoist Communist Center of India, MCCI. Soon after, 2 other minor outfits, Revolutionary Communist Center, Marxist, and the CPML, Subir Talukdar Group, having marginal influence in Nadia and Siliguri districts of West Bengal, also merged their identities with the MCCI. The CPML, KN Ramchandran faction, and CPI, Marxist-Leninist, announced their merger and formation of a united CPI-ML at a press conference in Kolkata on September 13, 2004. there was a landmark in the unification efforts when, following prolonged deliberations stretching over a period of 5 years, the People's War and the Maoist Communist Centre of India, the two most powerful components of the Naxalite movement in the country, decided to merge on March 21, 2004, though the formal announcement to that effect was made on October 14, 2004 only. The unified party was called the Communist Party of India, Maoist. Its political philosophy was enunciated in the following words. The new Communist Party of India, Maoist, will continue to act as a consolidated political vanguard of the Indian proletariat. Marxism-Leninism-Maoism will be the ideological basis guiding its thinking in all the spheres of its activities. It will continue its struggle against right and left deviations, particularly against revisionism, by taking this as the main danger for the communist movement as a whole. It will still seek to unite all genuine Maoist groups and individuals that remain outside this unified party. The immediate aim and program of the Maoist Party is to carry on and complete the already ongoing and advancing new democratic revolution in India as the part of the world proletarian revolution by overthrowing the semi-colonial, semi-feudal system under the neo-colonial form of indirect rule, exploitation, and control. This revolution will remain directed against imperialism, feudalism, and comprador bureaucratic capitalism. This revolution will be carried out and completed through armed agrarian revolutionary war, i.e. protracted people's war, with the seizure of power by armed force remaining as its central and principal task, encircling the cities from the countryside and thereby finally capturing them. 1. Charu Mazumdar and Kanai Chatterjee were recognized as the founding leaders of the unified party. Ganpati, secretary of the erstwhile People's War, was unanimously elected as General Secretary of the new party. It was also declared that the guerrilla outfits of the two parties were being merged into the Unified People's Liberation Guerrilla Army, PLGA. The first task of the CPI, Maoist, was to finalize 5 documents, hold high the bright banner of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, party program, strategy and tactics of the Indian Revolution, political resolution on the international and domestic situation, and party constitution. The significance of the merger is basically threefold. Firstly, it will substantially increase the armed following and the firepower of the unified party. The People's War, according to an estimate prepared by the Institute for Conflict Management, has about 3,500 armed cadres and around 3,000 firearms including rifles of the AK variety, LMGs, SLRs, carbines, .303 rifles, grenades, revolvers, pistols, and landmine equipments. The MCC is estimated to have a cadre strength of 3,000/3,500 possessing nearly 2,500 firearms of different description. Pooling of these resources and manpower would definitely give greater weightage and lethal punch to the new party. Secondly, it makes the CPI, Maoists, a pan-Indian revolutionary group and brings the extremists closer to their objective of achieving a compact revolutionary zone extending from Nepal through Bihar in the north to the Dandkaranya region of central India and Andhra Pradesh in the south. Large parts of the geographical area were already under the sway of MCC or PW. If the CPI, Maoist, is able to establish its dominance over the region, it would mean a huge land mass becoming some kind of a liberated zone, where the authority of the state would be challenged by the left-wing extremists. Thirdly, the link-up with the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, would have dangerous implications. This was clearly indicated in a joint statement issued in early September 2005 by the Nepalese and the Indian Maoists. The statement, signed by Pushpakamal Dahal and Ganpati, pledged to fight jointly till the entire conspiracies hatched by the imperialists and reactionaries are crushed and people's cause of socialism and communism are established in Nepal, India, and all over the world. The Naxalite movement has, in spite of the ups and downs on the whole, augmented its strength over the years. And yet surprisingly, there is no charismatic leader at the top today. The 60s were dominated by Charu Mazumdar who, with all his faults and aberrations, was able to inspire people throughout the length and breadth of the country by his brilliant, even though convoluted, formulations. In the 70s, Satyanarayan Singh occupied center stage. The 80s belonged to Kondapalisi Thramaya. In the 90s Vinod Mishra of the Liberation Group was prominent. During the current decade, Mupala Lakshmanarao alias Gunpati as General Secretary of People's War and now the CPI, Maoist, is the most important Naxalite leader to reckon with. He is however, no more than a regional figure. Extraterritorial links. The unification efforts were accompanied side by efforts to forge links with the Maoist parties of other countries. The extraterritorial links of the movement had actually weakened considerably after the death of Charu Mazumdar and the subsequent fragmentation of the party. The downgrading of Mao Zedong in his own country, the reforms of Deng Xiaoping, the disintegration of the Soviet Union and the collapse of communism in Eastern Europe contributed to this weakening. An article published in the People's Daily in December 1984, suggesting that the writings of Marx and Lenin could not be expected to solve all the current problems, caused considerable consternation among the left-wing extremists. It amounted to an attack on the Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy. The head of the three-member Chinese delegation, Zhang Guanghua, attending the CPI Congress in March 1989, said that it was incorrect on the part of the Communist Party of China to have supported Naxalites in the past. He admitted that during the Cultural Revolution our party and the government both were in abnormal state. So something done at that time might have been improper and incorrect. The cumulative result of all this was that the Naxalites started settling for an indigenous methodology of class struggle and agrarian revolution, though it was essentially a slow and painful process. Marxism-Leninism nevertheless continued to be quoted and Mao remained the ultimate source of inspiration. The PWG, MCC, and the Party Unity, at a joint meeting held towards the end of 1993, adopted a resolution describing Mao Zedong thought as the Marxism-Leninism of the present day. The People's War has been able to forge links with the fraternal Marxist-Leninist parties of Nepal, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Iran, Turkey, Philippines, and a couple of other countries. The Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, People's War and the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, in a joint statement released to the press on July 8, 2000 appealed to the people of both Nepal and India to rise unitedly to oppose the fascist and genocidal policies of the Indian ruling classes and their lackeys, including the Nepali ruling classes, and fight for the freedom of both countries from the imperialists' onslaught and against the strategies of Indian expansionism, and for the total liberation of the masses from the clutches of domestic reaction. The Communist Party of Philippines, in a message to the People's War on February 10, 2001, stated that the two parties were close comrades in arms in the fight against imperialism and all reaction and that they were determined to continue our close cooperation and mutual support in our common struggle to free our peoples from the exploitation and oppression of the imperialists and the local reactionaries and thereby make our own contribution to the forward advance of the world proletarian revolution. Recognizing the importance of India as a big country with a large population, the message added that the advance of the revolution in India will surely have great significance, implication, and consequences in the world proletarian revolution. The most significant development in this direction, however, was the formation of the Coordination Committee of Maoist Parties and Organizations of South Asia, COMPOSA, in June 2001 to unify and coordinate the activities of the Maoist parties and organizations in South Asia to confront this developing situation by spreading protracted people's war in the region, in the context of hastening and advancing the world proletarian socialist revolution. Point 2 The joint declaration was signed by the following parties: Purba Bangla Sarbohara Party, Bangladesh Mobadi Punorgathan Kendro, Bangladesh Samiyabadi Dal, Marxist-Leninist, Bangladesh Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, People's War Maoist Communist Center, India Revolutionary Communist Center, Maoist, India Revolutionary Communist Center, Marxist-Leninist Maoist, India Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, Nepal Ceylon Communist Party, Maoist. Sri Lanka. The revolutionary internationalist movement possibly played an important role in facilitating the formation. The Coordination Committee resolved to combine their efforts and raise their revolutionary struggles, with the aim of fanning the flames of protracted people's war throughout the region and beyond, in conjunction with the protracted people's wars in Peru, the Philippines, and Turkey. It also expressed its determination to destroy imperialism and achieve our final goal of socialism and communism by accomplishing the new democratic revolution through the path of protracted people's war. The Composa, through a declaration adopted in August 2002, enunciated the following principles to achieve the unity of the Maoist parties and organizations of South Asia. Marxism-Leninism Maoism to be the scientific ideology of the constituent units. New democratic revolution shall be the goal. Revisionism of all shades to be opposed. Solidarity with anti-imperialist struggles throughout the world. A broad front with the ongoing armed struggles of the various nationality movements in the subcontinent. Journals/periodicals to be brought out as instruments of propaganda. The CPI, ML, People's War, the Communist Party of Philippines, and the Communist Party of Turkey, Marxist-Leninist, in a joint statement on March 20, 2003, condemned the U.S. war of aggression against Iraq and said that their struggle against imperialism was inseparable from the general class struggle. The imperialist war of aggression is bound to create more favorable conditions for the armed revolution in the imperialist countries as well as in the oppressed countries of the world, it said optimistically. The press statement issued following the merger of the PW and the MCC on October 14, 2004 stated inter alia that the Unified Party will actively stand by the side of the struggling Nepali people led by the CPN, Maoist, and will also continue to support the People's War led by the Maoist parties in Peru, Philippines, Turkey, and elsewhere. The Naxalites have thus been able to revive, and to an extent strengthen, their international linkages. They would, however, do well to remember, as stated by Biplab Dasgupta, that it is suicidal to adopt a particular prototype of revolution without judging its relevance to the history, culture, social and economic conditions and political realities of the country concerned. Point 3 The sooner the Naxalites understand this simple truth, the better it would be for them and the country. Mao himself was a staunch nationalist. In an article The Role of the Chinese Communist Party in the National War, Mao posed the question, can a communist, who is an internationalist, at the same time be a patriot? And answered in the following words. We hold that he not only can be but must be. The specific content of patriotism is determined by historical conditions. In wars of national liberation patriotism is applied internationalism. In fact, as we shall see later, China witnessed a steady territorial expansion after 1911. The so-called nationalistic objectives were achieved and advanced, though through a distorted interpretation of history. Comparison with Latin American struggles. The Naxalite movement in India has interesting points of comparison with the revolutionary struggles in Latin America, which has been described as the guerrilla continent par excellence. There are of course basic differences, but there are striking similarities also. The Latin American guerrillas drew their inspiration from Che Guevara's formulations that popular forces could win war against an enemy, that it was not necessary to wait for a revolutionary situation to arise and that the same could be created by a revolutionary focus. This was fundamentally opposed to the teachings of Marxism-Leninism or even Maoism, in which political party is the leading force and there is great emphasis on ideology and indoctrination. In Guevara's concept, the political party does not play the central role, the guerrilla must be a social reformer, to distinguish him from a bandit, but the revolutionary concept is somehow taken for granted, and so is the support of the people. According to Mao, however, if there is to be revolution, there must be a revolutionary party. There are essentially 4 points of similarities. The Latin American radicals, like the left-wing extremists of India, were also split into dozens of factions and hundreds of groupuscules. There were bitter recriminations among the Venezuelan, Peruvian, and Bolivian guerrillas. Very rarely did the guerrillas make common cause. In February 1974, the Bolivian ELN, the Tupamaros, the Chilean MIR and the Argentinian ERP set up a junta of revolutionary coordination, JCR, but generally there was disunity and internal strife. The Naxalite movement in India was also plagued with internal dissensions from the very year of its birth, and there are some 40-odd groups even today. Secondly, the center of gravity in Latin America shifted during the late 60s from the countryside to the cities. This orientation was considered necessary because the rural guerrilla movements had been generally unsuccessful and, more importantly, Latin America had the fastest rate of urbanization with a constant inflow of poor, unskilled, and jobless people to the towns. Greater Buenos Aires had 45% of the total population of Argentina, and Greater Montevideo had 46% of all Uruguayans. Between 1968 and 1972, hundreds of banks were looted in Brazil and Uruguay, political leaders annihilated, businessmen and foreign representatives kidnapped, and the enemies executed or kept in people's prisons. In India also, Charu Mazumdar's exhortation to the youth and students in 1970 led to urban actions in Calcutta and other towns. Thirdly, the Latin American guerrillas were temperamentally golpistas, anxious to topple the system with one big push. They did not have the patience or the perseverance for sustained efforts over a prolonged period. The only exception was the Colombian ELN under Fabio Vasquez, which struggled for more than a decade. Charu Mazumdar was also anxious to achieve the liberation of India by 1975. His impatience led to Naxalite cadres giving up the concept of self-defense and plunging headlong into confrontations where their disintegration at the hands of vastly superior forces was a foregone conclusion. Fourthly, the immediate success of the Latin American guerrillas, like that of their Indian counterparts, was astounding, but these were followed by setbacks and, in some cases, total collapse. The Latin American revolutionaries were nearest to victory in Venezuela and Uruguay. The insurrection in Venezuela in the early 60s, spearheaded by the MIR, movement of the revolutionary left, and the communists, who together established the FALN, Armed Forces of National Liberation, and the urban terrorist operations of the UTC, Tactical Combat Units, came quite close to success, but they had no real mass support, as the election results of 1963 showed. In Uruguay, the Tupamaros, MNL, posed a formidable challenge between 1968 and 1972 and, like the PWG, frequently resorted to kidnappings. The circumstances in which Sendik, the Tupamaro leader, was arrested in 1970 were ironically similar to those of Charu Mazumdar's apprehension in 1972. There was no resistance. In Bolivia, the revolution was overthrown by an army putsch, the Guatemalan Revolution was destroyed by imperialist intervention, the Mexican Revolution rotted by internal sloth and decay, and in Brazil Ação Libertadora Nacional was suppressed with American help. The Naxalite movement was also eclipsed by 1972, though it revived later. The one Latin American country where Maoist ideology made headway was Peru. This was partly because the brutal slaughter of the Incas by the Spanish conquistadors, beginning with the murder of the Inca king Atahualpa, has been a vital element of Andean memory. The racial system with whites at the top followed by people of mixed blood, the mestizos, had kept the Indian resentment alive. Besides, there is a similarity between the Chinese and Inca traditions, with Chinese concepts of the yin and the yang corresponding to the Inca Hanang and Huron. The Shining Path, Peru's insurgent outfit, carried out a ruthless struggle under the leadership of Abimael Guzman. It is estimated that Shining Path violence and Peruvian state's counter-violence took a toll of about 30,000 lives. At one stage, the Shining Path appeared to take over the banner of world revolution with the collapse of the Soviet bloc and with China and Cuba having turned revisionists, until Guzman was captured by the Peruvian security forces in September 1992. 7.3 Maoist movement in Nepal. The Maoist movement in Nepal is essentially a reaction to the political instability in the country, the socio-economic inequalities in the countryside, and the rampant corruption in the bureaucracy. The United Nations lists Nepal as among the poorest countries of the world. There are even today areas where there are no schools, no roads, no electricity, and no medical facilities. The number of educated unemployed has been increasing every year. The Communist Party of Nepal was formed in 1949 after the success of the Communist Revolution in China. Nepal was regarded suitable for revolution due to centralist reactionary rule for close to 200 years in a semi-feudal, semi-colonial small mountainous country favorable for guerrilla warfare. The Maoists were initially part of the Communist Party but, in 1996, they formed a separate Communist Party of Nepal Maoist, CPN Maoist. They drew inspiration from Peru's Shining Path and submitted a 40-point charter of demands to the government of Nepal, demanding inter alia abolition of monarchy, ushering in of people's democracy, confiscation of feudal land and their distribution to the landless, fixing of minimum wages, grant of unemployment allowance, provision of drinking water, road and electricity for all, etc. The demands were expectedly rejected. The movement thereafter took a violent turn. On February 13, 1996, the Maoists simultaneously attacked police checkposts at Halari in Ralpa district, at Biscot in Rukam district and Sindhulagadi in Sindhuli district, looting weapons and explosives. The same day, a mob of about 300 people attacked the office of the Small Farmers Development Project at Chiangli in Gorkha district, and set fire to documents and furniture. There has been a running battle between the Maoist rebels and the Nepalese forces ever since with heavy casualties on both sides. Gradually, all the 75 districts of Nepal are now affected. The CPN-M has a well-defined organizational structure comprising a Politburo and a central committee supported by regional bureaus, district and area committees. One armed wing has a central military commission with military commands at the district level. The Rebels People's Liberation Army, PLA, has an estimated strength of about 5,000 hardcore fighters and they are equipped with AK-47 rifles, SLRs, .303 rifles, 2-inch mortars, LMGs, country-made guns, hand grenades, and explosives. The bulk of these weapons were looted by them from the police and the Royal Nepal Army. Dr. Baburam Bhattarai is the chief ideologue of the party while Pushpakamal Dahal, better known by his alias Prachanda, the Fierce, is the head of the armed wing. Bhattarai and Dahal's declared objective is to take revolution to the people. This is to be achieved through ideological preparation, transition from peaceful to armed struggle, military action, developing strategic base areas by encircling cities from villages and converting unarmed masses into armed fighters. 1. The Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, has been able to forge links with the communist revolutionaries of Peru, Philippines, and India. The party has very close fraternal links with the People's War and the Maoist Communist Center of India. There are indications that they have struck relationship with the LTTE of Sri Lanka also. As early as 1995, the Central Organizing Committee of the Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, People's War and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, issued a joint statement expressing their sincere resolve to work towards the unity of all genuine Maoist communist revolutionaries of the world in general and of South Asia in particular, and contribute towards the fight against all sorts of revisionism, reaction, imperialism, and expansionism, and towards the liberation of mankind from the yoke of class rule. They further denounced the counter-revolutionary repression let loose by the reactionary Indian state in Andhra Pradesh, Dandakaranya, and Bihar, and by the reactionary Nepali state in various parts of the country. On July 8, 2000, the two parties again expressed satisfaction over the people of both the countries heroically fighting back the state offensive, and advancing towards genuine liberation and freedom. On June 9, 2001, the People's War, in a press release, warned the government of India to keep its hands off Nepal and added that any attempt to render aid to the new king in the counter-revolutionary campaign against the Maoist forces will not be tolerated by the Indian people. Apart from forging linkages with the left-wing extremist groups, the Nepalese rebels have established contacts with the insurgent groups active in India's northeast also, particularly the United Liberation Front of Assam, ULFA, and the All Tripura Tigers Force, ATTF. The Nepalese Maoists have been using India as a sanctuary. Whenever under great pressure from the Nepalese security forces, they cross the border and move into the contiguous areas of India, particularly of Bihar and eastern UP. The immigrant Nepali organizations like Akhil Bharat Nepali Ekta Samaj, Akhil Bharat Nepali Vidyarthi Sangh and Akhil Bharat Nepali Mahila Samaj have come to notice for helping the Nepalese Maoists. A number of these Maoists have been apprehended in UP, Bihar, West Bengal, Delhi, Uttaranchal and Sikkim, and deported back to Nepal. There were peace talks between the representatives of the government and Maoist leaders in 2001. 3 rounds of talks were held, but there could be no agreement. The Maoists thereupon resumed violence on November 23, 2001, attacking government offices, banks, and police posts in more than 24 districts of the kingdom. For the first time, they targeted the army also. The very next day, the CPN, Maoist, announced the formation of a 37-member United Revolutionary People's Council of Nepal headed by Baburam Bhattarai. The government retaliated by imposing emergency, suspending the fundamental rights guaranteed by the Constitution and deploying the Royal Nepal Army. It also enacted a terrorists and violating work, control and punishment ordinance which contained provisions imposing severe restrictions on the media including limitations on insulting the king and royal family as well as any news encouraging the Maoists to involve in terror. In a high-profile terrorist act on January 25, 2002, the Maoists attacked the house of the former Chief of Staff of the Royal Nepal Army, RNA, in Barat district. Later, on March 13, the Maoists shot dead 6 police personnel detailed for the security of the Speaker of Nepal at a place 40 kilometers from Kathmandu. The senior-most police officer killed by the insurgents was Krishna Mohan Shrestha, Inspector General of the Armed Police Force, who was shot dead at Putun in Kathmandu Valley on January 26, 2003. Emergency was lifted on September 24, 2002 and, on January 29, 2003, there was again ceasefire between the government and the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist. It lasted 7 months. The Maoists wanted an interim government, an all-party roundtable conference and elections for a constituent assembly to draw up a new constitution. The government was inclined to accept the first 2 demands, but it rejected the demand for a constituent assembly, saying that the existing constitution could be amended to incorporate the Maoist demands. On August 27 therefore Prachanda called off the truce, and the very next day the Maoist rebels struck in the heart of Kathmandu. 2 army colonels were shot, one of them fatally, and there was an attempt to assassinate a former state home minister. On November 15, 2003, Brig. Gen. Sagar Bahadur Pandya and 3 other security forces personnel were killed in an ambush by the Maoist insurgents at Bains in Makwanpur. Meanwhile, the United States declared the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, a threat to U.S. national security and froze its assets on October 31, 2003 as part of a package of sanctions. The U.S. Deputy Secretary of State, Richard Armitage, said that CPNM has committed, or poses a significant threat of committing acts of terrorism that threaten the security, foreign policy, or economy of the U.S. The State Department also proscribed 2 of the party's aliases, namely, the United Revolutionary People's Council and the People's Liberation Army of Nepal. The Maoist alleged that the declaration was aimed at getting a foothold in Nepal. It was a ploy to make the Himalayan kingdom a military base to target India and China. It is absurd to think that the Americans who live across the 7 seas face a threat from us. The US wants an excuse to interfere in Nepal's internal affairs, the rejoinder said. The trajectory of Maoist violence in Nepal, as analyzed by P.G. Rajamohan, research associate with the Institute for Conflict Management, makes an interesting study too. During the first 5 years, the Maoists were able to establish themselves in 3 districts of Midwestern region, Ralpa, Rukam, and Hajarkot. This was followed by ceasefire in July 2001 and negotiations with the government. The peace period ended with an attack on the military camp at Dang, which was followed by a period of escalating violence. In January 2003, When the Maoists returned to the negotiating table, the entire far western, midwestern, and western regions had virtually passed out of government's control, and at least 68 of the country's 75 districts were severely affected by insurgency. With the resumption of violence on August 27, 2003, the insurgency entered its bloodiest phase. The government presence was progressively limited to the urban centers and district headquarters, and all the districts, including Kathmandu, were covered by the Maoist arc of violence. The Maoists launched two fierce attacks during the first quarter of 2004. On March 20 to 21, they ransacked Beni Bazaar, headquarters of the Mayagdi district, destroying the district administrative offices, police stations, and army barracks. The insurgents also captured 33 persons, including the district officer, the deputy superintendent of police, and a couple of other bureaucrats. This was the biggest strike since the beginning of the People's War. Earlier, on March 3, Maoists had overrun the Nepal Telecommunications Office, the district administration office, and a branch of the National Bank at the Bhojpur district headquarters, where at least 29 security forces personnel were killed and 10 others abducted as war captives. Government sources claimed that 50 insurgents were also killed. The Maoists have been systematically targeting the administrative and economic structures across the country, damaging the power plants, bridges, telecommunication centers, and government building. The administrative infrastructure in the rural areas has been crippled, with the nominated members of the village development committees being pressured to resign. The Maoists have set up their own people's governments and people's courts at village, district, and regional levels. Schools and colleges are attacked, as these are looked upon as instruments of the state. School teachers have been abducted in large numbers, about 5,000, to indoctrinate them with the Maoist ideology. Several Western donor countries have suspended their development projects in the countryside due to the disturbed conditions. According to the World Bank's Nepal Country Assistance Strategy, 2004 to 2007, the insurgency has severely damaged the country's economy, and its cost has been estimated at 8 to 10% of GDP, including damage to infrastructure. Example, over one-third of the 3,900 VDC buildings have been destroyed. Lost economic activity due to bonds which have been taking place with great frequency. Generally low level of economic activity caused by decreased business confidence and low tourism. 3. There are no signs of the insurgency petering out. The Maoists, in fact, believe that the People's War has entered its penultimate stage with the encirclement and imminent collapse of the central authority. And so, the conflict continues to rage. The Geneva-based Global IDP Project estimates that between 1 to 2 lakh people have been displaced as a result of the internal strife, and more than 10,000 people have lost their lives. Addressing the media in Kathmandu on February 20, 2004, a spokesman of the Home Ministry said that 1,122 police personnel, 372 Royal Nepal Army soldiers, and 172 armed police force personnel were killed during the last 8 years. Besides, over 6,600 Maoists had been killed in the security forces offensives. About 1,175 civilians had also lost their lives in the ongoing conflict. Relief schemes announced to improve the plight of the people are too little and too late. Much of the money released for development is siphoned off by the corrupt politicians and unscrupulous bureaucrats. The basic inequalities that plague the Nepali society have not been addressed. There was a brief interlude of peace from October 20 to 28, 2004 for the Dassain festival. Soon after, the security forces Arad Maoists clashed in Dang district on October 29. Prime Minister Sher Bahadur Dubba appealed to the Maoists to come to the negotiating table, but the Maoist leaders were adamant in their demands for holding elections for a constituent assembly, a roundtable political meeting, and credible international mediators like the United Nations for the resumption of peace dialogue. The joint statement issued by the Prime Ministers of India and Nepal at the end of the latter's visit to New Delhi in September 2004 stressed the need for closer cooperation between the two neighbors to wipe out terrorism. India conveyed to Nepal that the Maoist insurgency is a shared security threat, but expressed itself in favor of a peaceful political solution to the domestic strife. On February 1, 2005, in a sudden move, King Gyanendra sacked Prime Minister Dubba, grabbed absolute power for the next 3 years and declared a state of emergency, charging the ruling coalition of failing to hold talks with the Maoist rebels and conduct parliamentary elections. The Maoist chief, Prachanda, called on all pro-people forces to unite against the king. The Maoists also clarified that their old demands were no longer relevant and that they would now focus on the complete abolition of monarchy in Nepal. On April 30, 2005, King Gyanendra lifted the emergency under international pressure, though he would continue to rule directly. The Communist Party of Nepal announced on November 22, 2005 that it had entered into an agreement with the 7 agitating political parties to abolish the autocratic monarchy and offered to accept democracy and keep its armed forces under the supervision of the United Nations during an election to the Constituent Assembly. The country is in need of positive solution to the armed conflict and permanent peace. We, Maoists, are fully committed to bring armed conflict to an end and establish permanent peace after ending the autocratic monarchy and hold election to the Constituent Assembly as a process of establishing total democracy, said Prachanda, the Maoist chief. Meanwhile, in an ironic twist to the events, China has started supplying defense equipments to Nepal to enable it crush the Maoist insurgency. Commenting on the steady progress of Maoist insurgency in the Himalayan kingdom, Aravinda Ardeo has rightly observed that if successive governments in Nepal have been unable to overcome the challenge thrown by the insurgents, it is because the self-styled Mobadis appear to offer last hope to the poor and the downtrodden Nepali hill people, the bulk of whom have been left out of any social or political empowerment and see no prospects of even a modicum of economic progress. 5. 8. Retrospect and prospect. Time present and time past are both perhaps present in time future, and time future contained in time past. T.S. Eliot. The Naxalite movement had its ups and downs during the last nearly 4 decades of its existence. Starting from Srikakulam in the mid-60s and the uprising in Naxalbari in 1967, it rose to a crescendo in 1971 when its impact was felt in the farthest corners of the country. The sympathizers thought that a new sun and a new moon promised by Kanu Sanyal would now shine on the Indian skies. But the split in the party, the death of Charu Mazumdar and the joint army-police operations gave, what then appeared, coup de grace to the insurrection. The movement, however, continued to simmer and, for the next 10 years, it was on a plateau. It was also the time when the basic formulations were given a second look. Some Naxalite groups gradually veered round participation in the electoral process. The power of the barrel of the gun had been tested. It was time to see the power of the ballot box. The formation of the People's War Group in Andhra Pradesh in 1980, however, ushered in a new phase of aggressive militancy. With Andhra Pradesh as the epicenter, the movement spilled over not only to the adjoining states of Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, and Orissa, but also to Bihar, West Bengal, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. The Naxalite violence touched a peak in 1991. The movement was, however, hit hard again as a result of the coordinated anti-Naxalite operations undertaken in the affected states. The PWG was banned in Andhra Pradesh and, under pressure from the police, its cadres moved out of their stronghold in North Telangana to other parts of the state. The only exception was the state of Bihar, where the dance macabre continued. The 9th Congress of the PWG held in March 2001 was a watershed both in terms of evolution of the PWG's strategic thinking as also the restructuring of the organization. 1. The Congress constituted a central military commission together with state military commissions and decided to strengthen the People's Guerrilla Army. There was a paradigm shift, a distinct trend towards militarization was ushered in. Around this time, the PWG also struck fraternal relations with the Maoist parties of Europe, Africa, Latin, and Central America, apart from those of South Asia, and established linkages with Sri Lanka's Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LTTE, which trained its cadres in the use of improvised explosives devices, IEDs. The PWG demonstrated its reorganized strength and newly acquired skills on October 1, 2003 when it tried to assassinate the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh with the use of claymore mines planted on the Ghat road leading to the Tirumala hills from Tirupati. The impact of the blast was so intense that the CM's bulletproof car was hurled into the air and landed on its side. The incident brought the Naxalite movement again into focus and clearly demonstrated that it constitutes the People's War Group and the CPIML, Party Unity, of Bihar had already merged in 1998 to form the People's War, and this was followed by the merger of PW and the MCC in 2004, leading to the emergence of the Communist Party of India, Maoist. These developments pose a formidable challenge to the law enforcement agencies. The Jehanabad incident in Bihar on the night of November 13, 2005 demonstrated the nature of the challenges which the security forces would have to face in the coming years. In a well-coordinated operation, about 150-200 cadres of the Communist Party of India, Maoist, supported by about 800 sympathizers attacked the district jail, residence of the district judge, district court, and the police lines. They broke open the district jail leading to the escape of 389 prisoners. The Maoists also abducted members of the Ranveer Sena incarcerated in the jail and executed at least 9 of them. A large quantity of arms and ammunition were looted. The Home Minister, in a statement on the floor of the Parliament on November 28, stated that 222 prisoners had been brought back to the jail but 167 were yet to be accounted for. The attack demonstrated the confidence of the Maoists, their meticulous planning and the local support they command in certain areas of Bihar. Earlier, on June 23, there had been a similar attack in Madhuban, East Champaran, where about 200 Maoists had gone on rampage, killing 3 policemen and looting quite a few weapons. Support base. The total membership of all the Naxal groups of various shades in the country is around 50,000. Numerically this may be a small figure for a country like India but is nevertheless substantial. The Naxalite cadres are drawn mostly from the oppressed and exploited farmers and tribals. In recent years, however, a good number of lumpen elements have also joined the movement more for pecuniary gain rather than out of commitment to any ideology. The intellectual appeal of the movement goes far beyond its actual following, and it has a large support base among lakhs of sympathizers. The Naxalite ideology has a gravitation for the student community and that explains IPF's success in the student union elections in Allahabad University, BHU, Kumaon University, and the JNU in 1992-93. In the student union elections of JNU held in 2004, the All India Students Association, ISA, student wing of the CPI-ML, won the prestigious president's post. The Naxalites have a limited following among the labor class also. The large number of civil liberties groups in the country have a soft corner for the Naxalites and espouse their cause vis-a-vis the administration. These groups have been particularly active in states like Andhra Pradesh, Delhi, Kerala and Tamil Nadu. The fact-finding committees appointed by them to investigate the encounters in which Naxalites were killed by the police provide grist to their propaganda mills, building up a climate of sympathy for the left-wing extremists. In the cultural field, pro-extremist bodies have successfully exploited the medium of drama and poetry to propagate the Naxalite ideology. The Janakiya Samskarikavedi in Kerala, the Jana Natya Mandali in Andhra Pradesh, the Natak Kala Kendra in the Punjab and the Nishant Natya Manch in Delhi have served revolutionary themes in attractive package. In an effort to broaden their base, the Naxalites have been taking up the cause of minorities and ethnic groups. In the wake of demolition of the disputed structure at Ayodhya, some Naxalites raised the demand for safeguarding and guaranteeing the rights of the Muslim minority. Kanu Sanyal holds the view that India is not a nation and that a multinational government is in power which is exploiting and oppressing the less advanced nationalities, who virtually do not enjoy any political or democratic rights. Accordingly, he supports independence for Jammu and Kashmir, Mizoram, and Nagaland. Such theories may, however, lead to an erosion rather than broadening of the Naxalite base. The Naxalite efforts to secure allies in social action groups, reformers, and environmentalists are less open to question and could lead to augmentation in their strength. According to latest assessments, the Naxalites have a strength of about 9,300 hardcore underground cadres. Out of these, the People's War has about 4,000, the MCC about 3,500, the CPML, Liberation, about 500, the CPML, Jana Shakti, about 300, while the other smaller formations add up to another about 1,000. These various groups are in possession of a total of nearly 6,500 regular weapons and a large number of country-made firearms. Ideological dilution. On the ideological plane, there has been considerable dilution in the revolutionary fervor of the Naxalite groups. Most of the formations have opted for a combination of underground and overground functioning. The overground setup concentrates on mass mobilization and even participates in the electoral process. The underground setup, comprising armed squads or dalams, annihilate class or caste enemies and, from to time, inflict blows on the state apparatus. The important left-wing extremist groups which have participated in elections include the CPI, ML, Anti-Lin Bio faction, CPI, ML, CP Reddy Group, CPI, ML, SR Baiji Group, the KOI, ML, and the PCC CPI, ML, Santosh Rana Group. In the assembly elections held in 1985, as many as 130 candidates belonging to various Naxalite groups took part in 8 states, the majority of contestants being from Andhra Pradesh and Bihar. Only 2 candidates were successfully returned. In the assembly elections held in 1989, various extremist groups fielded 39 candidates for the Lok Sabha and 67 for the assembly seats. Another 117 candidates contested the state assembly elections held in 1990. The Indian People's Front, IPF, candidate from Ara, Bihar, became the first left-wing extremist member of parliament. C. P. Ramachandran and Baiji groups were able to capture 1 assembly seat each in Andhra Pradesh, while the IPF won 7 seats in the Bihar assembly. The Indian People's Front put up the best show at the hustings. The party was, however, divested of its political role and directed to function as an umbrella organization of various political organizations to unite the left and socialist forces and carry forward their extra-parliamentary struggle. The Naxalites argue that they participate in the elections only to expose the futility of the system and use the democratic exercise to consolidate and expand their support base. This is essentially to disarm the critics who favor the unadulterated Maoist line of armed struggle. The People's War, the Maoist Communist Center, the Kerala Communist Party and the Red Flag are totally opposed to any participation in the elections. In the elections to the 14th Lok Sabha held in 2004, 7 Naxalite outfits participated in the polls. These included CPML, Liberation, CPML, New Democracy, CPML, Red Flag, Communist Party of United States of India and CPI, Marxist-Leninist. At the other end of the spectrum, 9 outfits campaigned for the boycott of polls. These included People's War, MCC, CPML, Jana Shakti, CPML, Naxalbari, CPML, Shanti Pal, CPML, Ajit Chakrabarti Group, Tamil Nadu State Organizing Committee, ML, Tamil Nadu Marxist-Leninist Party and People's War Group, Kothandaraman Group. Point 2. Maoism Precept and Practice. Maoism itself has undergone a complete metamorphosis and, in fact, lost its pristine purity in China. Mao may have talked of upholding the rights of ethnic minorities, supporting national liberation movements and establishing the dictatorship of the proletariat, but China has moved far away from these principles. The ethnic minorities have been trampled, the liberation movements crushed and a capitalist economy introduced under the garb of socialism in a frenetic bid to catch up with the West. The Chinese actually follow a subtle design in pursuing their imperialist ambitions. First, they manipulate historical accounts to show that a particular area was part of the Chinese kingdom during some period in the past. In the second stage, they start showing that area as part of their territory in their maps. There is, in other words, cartographic aggression. And, in the third stage, they start staking their claim by sending patrols and throwing their weight around. As stated by Brahma Chellaney, as the fairy tale Middle Kingdom, China has for long presented itself as the mother of all civilizations, weaving legends with history to foster an ultranationalistic political culture centered on the regaining of supposedly lost glory. With 60% of its present territory comprising homelands of ethnic minorities, China has come a long way in history since the time Great Wall represented the Han Empire's outer security perimeter. Territorially, Han power is at its zenith today. Yet driven by self-cultivated myths, China continues to chase greater territorial and maritime claims. Point 3. The treatment of Tibet, Xinjiang, and Inner Mongolia provinces should open the eyes of left-wing extremists in India. Tibet was an independent entity from the earliest times. In fact, from the 7th to the 9th century, the Tibetan kingdom extended across Central Asia and included large areas of present-day China. The only time Tibet was part of China was under the Yuan dynasty from 1279 to 1368. The Yuans were Mongols, but the Chinese official history, to buttress its expansionist claims, projects the Yuan dynasty as Chinese. The Mongol Empire ended in the mid-14th century. The Dalai Lama, in 1639, established what is called Choyan, priest-patron, relationship with the Manchu emperor, who had set up the Qing dynasty. The Manchu Empire started disintegrating by the middle of the 19th century and, in 1912, after its fall, Tibet declared its independence and conducted itself as a fully sovereign nation until its invasion by the People's Liberation Army in 1949-50. A 17-point agreement was signed between the Chinese and the representatives of the Dalai Lama. It ceded control of Tibet's external affairs to China while guaranteeing that internal governance, cultural and religious systems and institutions would remain under Tibetan administration. The agreement was later rejected by the Tibetan government on the ground that its representatives had been coerced into signing it. In any case, all its provisions were violated and the guarantee of autonomy proved illusory. The Tibetans rose in revolt and conducted guerrilla warfare against the Chinese, but the uprising was ruthlessly put down. The 14th Dalai Lama eventually fled to India in 1959 along with his 80,000 supporters. In the crackdown which followed, even the Chinese figures record 87,000 deaths. The Tibetan sources, however, say that as many as 4,30,000 were killed in the uprising and the subsequent years of insurgency. The reports of the Amnesty International and other human rights organizations clearly bring out that the Chinese followed a policy of genocide in Tibet, that thousands of monks and nuns were executed, that a very large number of monasteries and temples were demolished, and that the Tibetans were forbidden to express or practice their religious beliefs. There was some improvement in the situation after 1979 when Deng Xiaoping became leader of the Chinese Communist Party. The 14th Dalai Lama, Tenzin Gyatso, speaking recently to the Newsweek correspondent, said that he was greatly concerned about this Chinese population transfer into Tibet and added that it will be very difficult to preserve our culture, and also our environment. Point 4. On another occasion, he said, "Time is running out. We need some sort of action to protect Tibetan culture and environment." Point 5. The Muslim separatists of Xinjiang province have also been steamrolled by the Chinese. As brought out by Owen Lattimore in his historical account, the region has been under the effective control of China only intermittently. After the Chinese Revolution of 1911, Xinjiang witnessed an era of warlordism which lasted till mid-1940s. A series of Muslim uprisings rocked the region from 1931 to 1949, but it was brought under the control of Chinese Communist forces in 1949. The Chinese embarked on a systematic plan to change the demography of the region. Han Chinese were moved in large numbers to the province with the result that their percentage in population rose from 5 in 1949 to 38 in 1990. This was naturally resented by the Turkic people of the region. In June 1981, the Uyghur demonstrators attacked the Han settlers and even a PLA army base in Kashgar. The situation became so serious that the then vice chairman, Deng Xiaoping, visited Xinjiang and stayed there for 9 days to resolve the crisis. In 1985 and 1986, Uyghur students organized public demonstrations in Urumqi, demanding a ban on nuclear testing in Lop Nor and settlement of Hans in Xinjiang. In 1989, Muslim students in the university at Urumqi protested against the Chinese policy of birth control being imposed on the non-Han people and raised slogans like "Han people leave Xinjiang." In April 1990, anti-Chinese riots were sparked off after the local authorities banned the construction of a mosque near Kashgar airport. The riots spread to other towns and were described as armed counter-revolutionary rebellion in the local television broadcasts. The activists of Islamic Party of Eastern Turkestan proclaimed a jihad to eliminate infidels from Xinjiang. The party's declared objective is establishing an independent Islamic Republic of Xinjiang. In 1996, there were several reports of bomb blasts and clashes between the Muslim separatists and the security forces in Xinjiang. 6 The Chinese arrested about 3,000 Uyghurs. The biggest riot in the province took place in Yining town near the Kazakhstan border on February 5 to 6, 1997 during the festival of Ramazan, when more than 1,000 youth demanding independence and shouting anti-China slogans took to streets and indulged in arson and beating/killing of Hans. About 10 Hans were beaten to death and over 100 were injured. This was followed by a bomb blast in Beijing on March 7, 1997 in which 30 persons were injured. Uyghurs claimed the responsibility for these attacks. The Chinese brutally suppressed the dissidents, taking strict measures against separatism and religious extremism. Mosques were leveled, clerics were arrested, and illegal books and audio cassettes confiscated. There were reports of torture, forced confessions, and unfair trial procedures. After September 11, China blamed Uyghur activists of having links with the Al-Qaeda and the Taliban. Additional Chinese military units were moved to the region and Beijing prevailed upon Washington to label Uyghur groups as terrorists. Inner Mongolia, as part of the Great Mongol Empire, was never a part of China. From the day Genghis Khan founded the Great Mongol Empire in 1206 to the death of the last Grand Khan of the Mongols, Ligdan Khan, in 1634, the Mongol nation had been an independent state for more than 400 years. 7 In 1911, following the collapse of the Manchu Empire, the Chinese warlords took advantage of the Mongols' weakness. Outer Mongolia was able to proclaim its independence in 1921, but Inner Mongolia came under the warlords' control. Later, the People's Liberation Army overran Inner Mongolia and, on May 1, 1947, the Chinese declared the setting up of the Inner Mongolian Autonomous Region. It is one of China's largest administrative regions. The Inner Mongolians have been brutally suppressed by the Chinese in a number of ways. Over 2,50,000 Mongols were killed and thousands of Mongolian Buddhist temples were destroyed. Han Chinese in large numbers have been settled in Inner Mongolia. The Mongols, hitherto dependent on the grasslands to survive, were forced to abandon their homes and move to remote places. The Chinese government forced the Mongols to learn Chinese language and adapt the Chinese culture. The Mongols were compelled to limit their families through the enforcement of birth control policy. Dissidents were put down as counter-revolutionaries or separatists. An Inner Mongolian League for the Defense of Human Rights, founded by Mongolian scholars and students in 1981, seeks to focus international attention on the maltreatment of the Mongolians by the Chinese, protect human rights in Inner Mongolia, struggle for true autonomy in social, political, and economic spheres and, finally, to establish a free and independent Inner Mongolia. The League has its headquarters in Germany and chapters in France, UK, and USA. The Union of Human Rights in Inner Mongolia, the Inner Mongolia Revival Movement and Inner Mongolian Youth Center, in a joint appeal issued in 1996, called for help and support for the peoples of Inner Mongolia, Tibet, and Xinjiang who are fighting for freedom and independence and demanded that the China free thousands of innocent Tibetans, Uyghurs, Kazakhs and other non-Chinese from detention and halt policies against the people of Inner Mongolia, Tibet, and Xinjiang to eliminate them by sinicizing them by force. 8. The Chinese claims over the South China Sea region has brought it into conflict with not only Taiwan but also Vietnam, Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia, and Brunei. The region is the world's second busiest international sea lane and contains oil and gas resources strategically located near large energy-consuming countries. The area has more than 200 small islands, rocks, and reefs, the majority of them located in the Spratly and Parasil island chains. The Spratlys link the Pacific and the Indian Oceans. The Chinese refer to the Spratly Islands as the Nansha Islands and claim these on the basis of archaeological evidence. Malaysia occupies 3 islands in the Spratlys, Vietnam has control over 28 islands while Philippines claims 8 islands. In 1976, China enforced its claim upon the Parasil Islands by seizing them from Vietnam. In 1988, Chinese and Vietnamese navies clashed at Johnson Reef. In 1992, Vietnam accused China of drilling for oil in the Vietnamese waters in the Gulf of Tonkin. In 1994 again, there was confrontation between the navies of China and Vietnam. In 1995, China occupied Philippine-claimed Mischief Reef. In 1996, there was a gun battle between the Chinese and Philippine vessels near Camp One's Island. Indonesia is not a claimant to any of the islands, but Chinese and Taiwanese claims in the South China Sea extend into Indonesia's continental shelf. Brunei claims part of the South China Sea nearest to it as part of its continental shelf and exclusive economic zone. And so, the Chinese juggernaut continues to roll on. The very people who shouted against American imperialism are themselves blatantly following imperialist policies. There is a difference of shade only in the two imperialisms. The US seeks to expand its areas of influence. Ferguson's book, Colossus, The Rise and Fall of the American Empire, states that the US has 752 military installations in more than 130 countries, but it is an empire in denial in the sense that US does not colonize and does not send settlers to distant lands. The Americans would rather consume than conquer. The Chinese, on the other hand, excel in misinterpreting and distorting historical facts to aggrandize themselves at the expense of their neighbors. They have no qualms in changing the demography of an area to reinforce and strengthen their claim over it. Even in the economic sphere, after Mao's death in 1975 and the rise of Deng Xiaoping to power, the pragmatists in the party took control and the Chinese policies gradually moved towards acceptance of the Western capital and advanced technology and direct use of capitalist economic techniques and organization. The initial steps Deng undertook were relatively modest: agricultural reforms that allowed peasants long-term leases on their land and raised procurement prices for their products, and highly restrictive openings to foreign investments in special economic zones in coastal regions. But in course of time, the foreign firms were given far more freedom for their ventures. With changes introduced by the then president, Jiang Zemin, in 1997, and the induction of China into the World Trade Organization in 2001, foreign firms proliferated not only in the export regions but even entered the Chinese market in a big way. About 25,000 foreign investment projects were approved in 2002, a huge number by itself and a 33.4% increase from the previous year. About $50 billion worth of investment projects poured in 2002 alone. Chinese economy has shifted basically towards privatization. There are now over 2 million private firms employing 70 million workers. In fact, 2001 was a watershed in the sense that private companies started outproducing the public sector in that year, and the trend has continued. The Workers' Power, WP, of Britain commented as follows on the transformation in China. Capitalism was restored in China by 1996. The fact that this was carried out relatively smoothly under the continued rule of the Chinese Communist Party was made possible by two principal factors. First, nearly 2 decades of market reforms had created powerful capitalist sectors within China, and secondly, The crushing of working-class political opposition in the aftermath of the 1989 massacre in Tiananmen Square had removed the most important social obstacle to capitalism's return. 9. We are told that visitors to Shanghai are struck by the spectacle of capitalism flourishing in a so-called communist state. What they do not see is the poverty and squalor of Guizhou, one of China's poorest provinces, where incomes are less than a tenth of Shanghai's level. Actually, the economic policies pursued by the Chinese leaders have sharpened the inequalities. There are disparities between booming cities and impoverished countryside, and between thriving export platforms and a hulking hopeless rust belt. The country's non-democratic regime manages to conceal these, but nevertheless there is increasing evidence of struggles by workers and peasants. Official statistics show that the number of public protests reached nearly 60,000 in 2003, an increase of nearly 15% from 2002 and 8 times the number a decade ago. The top leaders of China are worried over the growing unrest in the countryside. The People's Daily, mouthpiece of the Communist Party, in a commentary published on July 28, 2005, conceded that widening income inequality was an inevitable aspect of development. It is unavoidable that different people enjoy the fruits of reform and development in differing degrees. The people were nevertheless sternly told to obey the law, and warned that any threats to social stability will not be tolerated. Protecting stability comes before all else. Any behavior that wrecks stability and challenges the law will directly damage the people's fundamental interests, the party organ added. During the Communist Party Central Committee meeting held in Beijing in October 2005, President Hu Jintao approved a new economic plan that listed its chief goal as building a harmonious society. Would these developments, China's unabashed imperialism and its capitalist economic policies, have any lesson for the Naxalites? Compact Revolutionary Zone. Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Jharkhand, and Chhattisgarh constitute the important Naxalite struggle areas in the country. During 2004, these states together accounted for nearly 89% of the total number of violent incidents perpetrated by Naxalites all over the country. Why is Naxalism strident in these states? There are basically two reasons. 1. These states have a tradition of peasant struggles. The Telangana region had rebelled against the feudal aristocracy of the Nizam in 1946. The Girijans raised the banner of revolt in Srikakulam against feudal exploitation. Bihar similarly witnessed the uprising of Birsa Munda and the peasant movement of Swami Sahajanand Sarasvati, who founded the first Kisan Sabha. 2. These states have a dismal record of land reforms. Whatever laws were enacted to disperse excess land among the landless in these states were successfully circumvented by the landlords. The Green Revolution, in fact, consolidated the power of the big landlords. The People's War in Andhra Pradesh has been spearheading the Naxalite movement during the last decade. It has provided the main thrust to militancy in the adjoining states also. Sustained and well-coordinated counterinsurgency measures during 1991–92 had a telling effect on the strength and morale of its cadres. 248 Naxalites were liquidated in 1992 and another 141 in 1993. There were large-scale surrenders as well. Nimaluri Bhaskar Rao Malik, provincial committee member, who was regarded as the Rasputin of the PWG, surrendered on March 25, 1994. The PWG acknowledged that it could not fight the powerful forces of the government alone and that, therefore, it was necessary to motivate the majority of people to revolt and encircle the enemy on all fronts. The party has since been able to reorganize itself, reinforce its arsenal, and revive and even expand its international links. The 9th Congress was followed by strategic and tactical changes in the party's action program. Within Andhra, the party cadres moved to areas hitherto not known for intense Naxalite activities. Outside Andhra, they spread to the adjoining states extending right up to the borders with Nepal and Bangladesh. And, on October 1, 2003, they demonstrated their potential by blowing up the vehicle of the most heavily guarded political figure of Andhra. In Bihar and what is now Jharkhand, the Naxalites have been running some kind of a parallel administration over large areas where they hold almost complete sway. The graph of violence continues to spiral. There were 323 incidents of Naxalite violence in Bihar and 379 incidents in Jharkhand in 2004. The total number of deaths in these incidents were 171 in Bihar and 169 in Jharkhand. The Maoist Communist Center is the biggest perpetrator of Naxalite violence in both the states. The most striking feature of Bihar, as graphically described by Arvind N. Das, is violence. There is violence in the operations of mafias in the coal mines. There is violence in Harijan hunting in Bhojpur, Jahanabad, Patna, and Nalanda, and the massacre of poor peasants elsewhere. Violence claims the headlines when scrap pickers are pushed to death in the Subarnarekha River in affluent Jamshedpur, or when prisoners are blinded in jails. There is violence in trains, buses, streets, homes in the very air of Bihar. Point 10. The Chhattisgarh area, which was carved out of Madhya Pradesh, is also having a high level of Naxalite violence. There were as many as 352 incidents of Naxalite violence in the state during the year 2004, in which 83 lives were lost. The tribals of Bastar are acting as the front paw of the movement in the region. The latest development in the effort to expand the struggle area is the objective to carve out a compact revolutionary zone extending from Nepal through Bihar and the Dandakaranya region to Andhra Pradesh. The concept germinated at a meeting held in Siliguri in September 2001, which was attended by the Maoists from Nepal, Bangladesh, and India. Sanjay Kajha of the Institute for Conflict Management has aptly summarized the significance of the concept and the threat which it could pose to internal security in the following words. The region over which the proposed CRZ is intended to extend, particularly the stretch from Nepal to Chhattisgarh, is marked by widespread poverty, unemployment, and lack of economic development, coupled with strong regional imbalances, very poor governance, the existence of powerful traditional structures of exploitation, and an under-equipped police force. In many of these areas, the institutions of the state have virtually ceased to exist, or have, at best, a nominal existence. Naxalites fill the vacuum and exploit the poor performance of the institutions of governance on issues such as land rights, minimum wages, education, and anti-corruption. In some area they have assumed many of the tasks of the state and run a parallel administration. Any further crystallization of the idea of the CRZ can only aggravate the substantial security challenges that already exist in the wide swathe of territory, and have the potential to destabilize a much wider region. Point 11. There are, as of date, two roadblocks in the realization of the concept. 1. The discontinuities in the areas under the influence of left-wing extremists, and 2. The fragmentation and factionalism within the movement. The concept nevertheless shows the ambitious designs of the Naxalites. Government response. The salient features of government strategy to tackle the Naxal problem are: having a peace dialogue between the affected states and the Naxal groups if they are willing to shun violence and the local conditions are conducive for talks, strengthening the administrative machinery to make it more responsive, transparent, and sensitive to enable effective redressal of public grievances and improved delivery mechanisms aimed at accelerated, integrated development including enhanced employment opportunities in the Naxal-affected districts, and building up of local capabilities by the affected states in terms of improved intelligence gathering and sharing mechanisms and specially trained and well-equipped police forces to facilitate effective police action in a coordinated and sustained manner. At the Chief Ministers' Conference held in New Delhi on February 8, 2003, it was recognized that one of the basic reasons for the growth of extremism was the lack of good governance, and that therefore the administrative machinery should be made more responsive, transparent, and sensitive, and that the physical and social infrastructure in the affected districts should be developed on a priority. The central government accordingly advised the Planning Commission to include the Naxalite-affected districts under a new scheme called Backward Districts Initiative. All such districts are provided an additional amount of 15 rupees crores per year to enable them fill up the critical gaps in infrastructure. The government had constituted a coordination center headed by the Union Home Secretary with chief secretaries and directors general of police of the affected states as its members to review and coordinate the steps taken by the states to check left extremist activities, monitor the plan of action of each state, and make recommendations both on development and security aspects of the problem. On April 15, 2005, it was decided to upgrade and constitute a high-level committee headed by the Union Home Minister and comprising chief ministers of the 9 Naxal-affected states to pursue a holistic, multi-pronged developmental approach to tackle Naxalism. Steps have also been taken to secure the Indo-Nepal border. The Sashastra Seema Bal, SSB, units have been deployed in the bordering districts of Uttaranchal, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar and West Bengal. Besides, the states have been asked to intensify their own security arrangements along the borders with Nepal to prevent any movement of Maoist elements from either side. The government response betrays greater emphasis on tackling the law and order aspects of the movement. There should actually be greater stress on tackling the socio-economic causes which are basic to the problem. Elaborate plans are made from time to uplift the poor and landless people, but the vested interests supported by an obliging bureaucracy quite often frustrate the implementation of these schemes. The corrupt manage to siphon off much of the funds earmarked for development. These shortcomings will have to be removed and the loopholes plugged. Until that is done, the lava of popular discontent would continue to erupt from time to time, leading to violence, bloodshed and mayhem. The root causes. The government has been going hammer and tongs against the Naxalite movement in different parts of the country except for brief intervals when peace negotiations were held. The states are given paramilitary forces and all the other assistance needed by them. The movement, however, refuses to die down. On the contrary, it has been spreading in ever-widening circles to newer areas. This is essentially because the movement has its roots in the socio-economic grievances of the people. The Naxalite ideology may be convoluted, their logic may be flawed, their formulations may be irrelevant, yet it strikes a sympathetic chord among sections of people, who find that the existing governmental apparatus does not or is incapable of addressing their problems. These socio-economic problems are related to poverty, land reforms, unemployment, corruption, tribals' rights, and governance poverty. Poverty has been described as a situation of pronounced deprivation in well-being, and being poor is to be hungry, to lack shelter and clothing, to be sick and not cared for, to be illiterate and not schooled. The poor people are particularly vulnerable to adverse events outside their control, and they are often treated badly by institutions of the state and society and excluded from voice and power in those institutions. Using income as a measure of poverty, the World Development Report, 2000-01, refers to the deep poverty amid plenty in the world and deplores that a fifth of the world's people live on less than $1 a day, and 44% of them are in South Asia. Asha Kapur Mehta, Professor of Economics, Indian Institute of Public Administration, and Amita Shah, Associate Professor, Gujarat Institute of Development Research, in a brilliant paper on chronic poverty in India, have described the condition of people living below the poverty line in these words. Those who are severely below the poverty line are largely involved in subsistence-type activities for which they get exploitatively poor returns despite suffering extreme physical hardship and undertaking grave risks so as to earn a meager income. Since earnings are below even the margins of existence, expenditure and survival needs exceed income. This often results in the need to borrow small amounts of money at usurious interest rates of as much as 120% per annum. When borrowing is not possible, hunger is suffered. Their inability to change the power relationships results in scarcely available common resources, such as even drinking water, or public funds meant for poverty alleviation being misappropriated and diverted through manipulation by the locally powerful or corrupt. Since there are no mechanisms for grievance redressal, this could result in social tension, despair, or a combination thereof. Point 12. The Planning Commission estimates the incidence of poverty in India on the basis of household consumer expenditure surveys conducted by the National Sample Survey Organization. 6 large sample consumer surveys have been conducted by the NSS on a quinquennial basis since 1973 to 74. Here is what the Planning Commission document on the 10th Five-Year Plan says in the chapter on poverty alleviation in rural India. At the beginning of the new millennium, 260 million people in the country did not have incomes to access a consumption basket which defines the poverty line. Of these, 75% were in the rural areas. India is home to 22% of the world's poor. Such a high incidence of poverty is a matter of concern in view of the fact that poverty eradication has been one of the major objectives of the development planning process. There could be no greater indictment of our planning process. 260 million people is a huge mass of humanity. It is equivalent to the combined populations of UK, France, Germany, and Italy. The irony of the situation is that experts are skeptical about the accuracy of the above figures. At a workshop held in New Delhi on January 11 to 12, 2002, economists expressed their reservations about the comparability of the poverty estimates, based on the NSS 55th round, 1999 to 2000, with the estimates based on earlier rounds of the NSS. There was nevertheless general agreement at the workshop that poverty had declined in the 1990s, though there were differences on the extent of decline. According to Deaton's corrected estimates, 29% of India's population still lived below the official poverty line in 1999 to 2000. According to K. Sundaram and Suresh Tendulkar, there is unambiguous evidence that poverty in India did decline in 1990s in all dimensions. Point 13. Taking an overall view, according to Mehta and Shah, the pace of reduction in poverty varied considerably during the period 1973 to 74 to 1999 to 2000. There was a large decline in the percentage of population in poverty throughout the 1980s, a slowdown in the pace of poverty reduction in the early 1990s, and a reported, though contested, sharp 10% decline in poverty in the second half of 1990s. The number of people below the poverty line increased by 8 million during the 1970s, decreased by 21.8 million during the 1980s, increased by 13 million during the early 1990s and decreased by a massive 60 million during the mid to late 1990s. Incidence of poverty, percentage of population and number of people below the poverty line, 1973 to 74 to 1999 to 2000. Source: Planning Commission Draft 9th Five-Year Plan, 1997 to 2002, and Government of India, Poverty Estimates for 1999 to 2000. State-wise, the percentage of population below poverty line during the year 1999 to 2000, giving the rural and urban breakup separately, was as follows. Source: Planning Commission. The World Bank India Country Study brings out the wide disparity in poverty across the Indian subcontinent and their uneven progress in poverty reduction, and points out that generally the better-off states remained relatively affluent and reduced poverty, while the poorer states remained poor and made less progress in poverty reduction. Kerala was an exception. Here rural poverty declined at 2.4% per annum between the early 1970s and early 1990s. Other states where poverty incidence fell substantially were West Bengal, Andhra Pradesh, Orissa and, to a lesser extent, Gujarat and Tamil Nadu. UP and Bihar were found to be poor performers. Almost half of India's poor and one-third of India's population is concentrated in the three states of Uttar Pradesh, including Uttaranchal, Bihar, including Jharkhand, and Madhya Pradesh, including Chhattisgarh. Mehta and Shah have also tried to identify the spatial poverty traps. Their conclusion is that, at the regional level, spatial poverty traps seem to exist in several rural pockets of Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Orissa, Bihar, and Maharashtra. Similarly, urban spatial poverty traps seem to exist in some regions of Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Karnataka, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, and West Bengal, most regions in Maharashtra and all regions in Madhya Pradesh and Orissa. A study district-level deprivation in the new millennium by Bibek Debroye of the Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Contemporary Studies and Lavish Bhandari of Indicus Analytics has identified the most backward districts of the country on the basis of 6 measures of socio-economic progress: poverty, hunger, literacy, immunization, infant mortality, and elementary enrollment. Out of the 69 districts thus identified, 13 are in UP, 26 in Bihar, 10 in Jharkhand, 6 in Madhya Pradesh, 10 in Orissa, 3 in Arunachal Pradesh and 1 in Karnataka. 14. Looking at the study of chronic poverty in India by Mehta and Shah and the study by Debroye and Bhandari, it will perhaps not be incorrect say that the poorest people and the most backward districts include the Naxalite belt that stretches from Bihar's borders with Nepal right up to the Rayalaseema region of Andhra Pradesh. It is in this region that the Naxalites want to carve out what they call the compact revolutionary zone. It is not suggested that poverty necessarily in all cases breeds Naxalism, but it does provide an environment where this kind of ideology finds fertile ground and, as Mehta and Shah have said, in the absence of mechanisms for grievance redressal, there is social tension, despair, or a combination thereof. The Government of India has identified 55 backward districts in the affected states of Andhra Pradesh, 8, Bihar, 8, Jharkhand, 13, Madhya Pradesh, 2, Chhattisgarh, 7, Maharashtra, 4, Orissa, 7, UP, 3, and West Bengal, 3, and decided to allot 15 rupees crore per year per district for a period of 3 years to fill the critical gaps in physical and social infrastructure in these areas. One can only hope that the funds are properly utilized. Land reforms. Land reforms are essential to any long-term improvements in the agricultural sector. It encompasses, a. abolition of intermediaries, b. tenancy reforms with security to actual cultivators, c. redistribution of surplus ceiling land, d. consolidation of holdings and, e. updating of land records. Land reforms come under the jurisdiction of the states. The central government has nevertheless been playing an advisory and coordinating role in the matter ever since the first 5-year plan was launched. The major objective of land reforms have been the reordering of agrarian relations in order to achieve an egalitarian social structure, elimination of exploitation in land relations, realizing the age-old goal of land to the tiller, enlarging the land base of the rural poor, increasing agricultural productivity and infusing an element of equality in local institutions. 15. The intermediaries were done away with in the early 50s with the abolition of zamindari, which covered 40% of the land area in the country. According to official figures, out of a total of 73.73 lakh acres of land declared surplus in the entire country till March 2002, about 65.01 lakh acres were taken possession of and 53.93 lakh acres distributed to 56.47 lakh beneficiaries, out of whom 36% belonged to scheduled castes and 15% to scheduled tribes. The Department of Land Resources in the Ministry of Rural Development also initiated amendments to the Constitution 13 times for the incorporation of 277 land laws in the 9th schedule to the Constitution. The last such amendment was the 78th Amendment of the Constitution to incorporate 27 land laws in that schedule. At a seminar held in June 1989 by the Planning Commission on Land Reform, a retrospective and prospect, the Planning Minister, Madhav Singh Solanki, admitted the failure of land reforms in the country and said that the real dent in the concentration of land in a few hands could not be made despite legislation. The implementation of ceiling laws in India has been described as a case of inchoate policy, imperfect legislation, and inefficient implementation. Sr. Sankaran, who was secretary in the Ministry of Rural Development, has given an interesting comparison of the extent of redistribution of land in other countries. According to him, in China 43% of agricultural land was redistributed. The corresponding figure for Taiwan is 37%, for South Korea 32%, for Japan 33%, while in India it is a pathetic 1.25% only. The main reasons for this low figure, as stated by him, are the total lack of political will, the halting and ambivalent formulation of policy, the painfully slow process of legislation, lukewarm and inefficient implementation, absence of pressure from below, inadequacies of the administrative machinery, indiscriminate judicial intervention, and lack of correct and up-to-date land records. It is a pity that the pace of land reforms has lost its momentum in the country, even though there is, to this day, a wide gap between the legal position and ground realities. Sankaran's observations on this point should act as a guideline for the government. The objective of land reforms is to ensure equitable distribution of land resources in favor of the landless poor, and this cannot be achieved unless the entire gamut of legislation, whether pertaining to government land, ceiling on agricultural holdings, tenancy laws, and other legislative enactments to protect the rights and interests of the landless poor are streamlined and vigorously implemented through comprehensive and integrated efforts with the active participation of the community, supported by a sensitive and responsive administration. The 10th Five-Year Plan document contains the following indictment of states on the subject of land reforms. The record of most states in implementing the existing laws is dismal. Concealment of land is widespread. Land acquisitions have been disputed, with cases piled up in courts for years without resolution. 16. There is a great deal of truth in the statement that land is at the center of poverty, parasitism, exploitation, misery, and iniquitous relationship, and that the redistribution of land in favor of the rural poor frees them from exploitation, strengthens labor and credit markets, provides the beneficiaries with a source of sustenance as well as economic and social status. In short, it empowers the rural poor in the socio-economic structure. Unfortunately, however, as beautifully stated by K.C. Suri and C. V. Ragvalu, land reforms have become a romantic theme for the intellectual, a populist slogan for the politician, and a persistent source of hope for the landless. Land reforms in West Bengal. Among the states which have achieved a considerable measure of success in implementing land reforms, West Bengal deserves special mention, special because it was here that the Naxalite movement raged with fierce intensity in the 70s but has since been controlled and is now in a subdued and muted form. A brief reference to the factors which contributed to deflating Naxalite movement in the state would be relevant. When the Communist Party, Marxist, came to power in West Bengal in 1977, it undertook an extensive program in land reforms. The Bargadar or the tenant is an important component of West Bengal's zamindari system. He did everything from sowing to harvesting but was given only 1/3 of the produce, while the zamindar kept 2/3 of the share. The zamindar also had the power to remove the Bargadar from the land at any time. It was necessary to give a sense of security to the Bargadars and bring their names on land records. The Marxists therefore launched a campaign called Operation Barga to prepare a proper record of land. Earlier, the Bargadars had to go to government officials. The state government now directed the officials to go the Bargadars. Camps were held which were attended even by ministers. The record of Bargadars was prepared on the spot and the list displayed in the office of the local Gram Panchayat. Objections were invited and, after taking them into consideration, the final list was drawn up. A land reforms commissioner was posted to give impetus to the work. The World Bank report of 1990 described the Operation Barga a success in the rural areas. It is estimated that about 14 lakh sharecroppers were registered and given permanent and inheritable rights of cultivation on their plots covering a total area of 11 lakh acres. Besides, 1.37 lakh acres of ceiling surplus and Benami land were acquired by the state government and distributed among 25 lakh landless and marginal cultivators. There was a complete change in the rural scene as a consequence. Earlier, 4% of the families owned 60% of the land, now 40% of the families owned 80% the land. It is true that the middle-class farmers gained more, but nevertheless the economic disparities were substantially brought down. This one single measure took the wind out of the sails of the Naxalite movement in the state. Unemployment. The employment scenario in the country is gloomy in an otherwise bright picture of orchestrated economic growth. On the one hand, we have the Goldman Sachs report released in November 2003 which said that India would be the third largest economy after the United States and China by the year 2050. On the other hand, we have the quinquennial survey of National Sample Survey Organization on Employment and Unemployment, 55th round, 1999 to 2000, which says that the rate of growth of employment, on current daily basis, declined from 2.7% per annum in 1983 to 1994 to 1.07% per annum in 1994 to 2000. Macro scenario on employment and unemployment, CD's basis, person years. Source, Economic Survey, 2002 to 2003. Some other findings of the NSSO survey were: The decline in the rate of growth of employment was associated with a sharp decline in the rate of growth of labor force. 2. The absolute number of unemployed as well as the incidence of unemployment increased during this period. 3. The decline in the overall growth rate of employment in 1994 to 2000 was largely due to near stagnation of employment in agriculture. 4. Employment growth in services generally exceeded 5% per annum. The share of casual labor in total employment showed an increase. The 10th Five-Year Plan, 2002 to 2007, also makes the disturbing revelation that the incidence of unemployment is much higher among the poor and goes on to elaborate that in the lowest consumption expenditure class the unemployment rate is more than twice the level compared to the highest expenditure class. It also projects that the percentage of unemployed will grow up to 11.0 at the end of the 10th plan, giving a total unemployed labor force of 45.56 million person-years, and adds that this picture is not acceptable on any socio-economic or political ground. We seem to be passing through a period of jobless growth. The GDP is on a high trajectory, but this growth is not producing enough jobs. As observed by Praful Bidwai, when higher GDP means less employment and lower income for most people, you have horrendous social regression and discontent. This was demonstrated when 7.4 lakh men applied for 22,000 Group D jobs advertised by the Indian Railways in 2003, an average of 336 persons per job. The anti-Bihari riots which followed, leaving a trail of 56 dead, exposed the underside of the Indian economic miracle. No less a person than President APJ Abdul Kalam, while addressing the Golden Jubilee celebrations of the University Grants Commission on December 28, 2003, said, "Our employment generation system is not in a position to absorb the graduates passing out from the universities, leading to increase in educated unemployed year after year. This situation will lead to instability in the social structure." A random survey carried out in Andhra Pradesh showed that in number of cases the youth were attracted to the People's War in the absence of a job. The possession of a weapon and the fear he evoked as member of an underground organization, gave him both money and status. Corruption. Corruption in India is all-pervasive. There is no activity in the country which is totally free from this malaise. The World Economic Forum survey ranked India 45th out of the 49 countries on the honesty of its officials. Transparency International survey shows India becoming more corrupt in the recent years. We have the dubious distinction of being one of the most corrupt nations of the world. Transparency International ranks different countries according to their Corruption Perception Index, CPI. The index is derived from different polls and surveys of independent institutions carried out among business people and country analysts. The CPI defines corruption as the abuse of public office for private gains. People are interviewed to assess their perception on the corruption prevalent in 10 sectors, namely education, health, police, law and order, power, telephone, communication, railways, transport, land and building administration, judiciary, taxation and ration, public distribution system. India's CPI score and rank has declined over the years, as the following table would show. Corruption Perception Index and Rank of India, 1995 to 2003. Source, Corruption Perception Index, Transparency International, Berlin. The famous economist, late Mirbab ul Haq, poignantly described the ill effects of corruption in a South Asian country like ours in the following words. Corruption happens everywhere. It has been at the center of election campaigns in Italy and the United Kingdom, led to the fall of governments in Japan and Indonesia, and resulted in legislative action in Russia and the United States. But, if corruption exists in rich, economically successful countries, why should South Asia be worried about it? The answer is simple. South Asian corruption has 4 key characteristics that make it far more damaging than corruption in any other parts of the world. First, corruption in South Asia occurs upstream, not downstream. Corruption at the top distorts fundamental decisions about development priorities, policies, and projects. In industrial countries, these core decisions are taken through transparent competition and on merit, even though petty corruption may occur downstream. Second, corruption money in South Asia has wings, not wheels. Most of the corrupt gains made in the region are immediately smuggled out to safe havens abroad. Whereas there is some capital flight in other countries as well, a greater proportion goes into investment. In other words, it is more likely that corruption money in the North Asia is used to finance business than to fill foreign accounts. Third, corruption in South Asia often leads to promotion, not prison. The big fish, unless they belong to the opposition, rarely fry. In contrast, industrialist countries often have a process of accountability where even top leaders are investigated and prosecuted. For instance, former Italian Prime Minister Bettino Craxi was forced to live in exile in Tunisia to escape extradition on corruption charges in Rome. The most frustrating aspect of corruption in South Asia is that the corrupt are often too powerful to go through such an honest process of accountability. Fourth, corruption in South Asia occurs with 515 million people in poverty, not with per capita incomes above $20,000. While corruption in rich, rapidly growing countries may be tolerable, though reprehensible, in poverty-stricken South Asia it is political dynamite. Combating corruption in the region is not just about punishing corrupt politicians and bureaucrats but about saving human lives. Corruption in India is rampant at all levels. It is eating into the vitals of our entire system. Those controlling the levers of power have ensured that the anti-corruption or vigilance organizations would not be able to harm them and that these would be catching the small fish only. There is lack of political and administrative will to deal firmly, expeditiously, and in an exemplary manner the corrupt elements. The Supreme Court had, in the Delhi Development Authority vs. Skipper Construction Company, P. Limited case, made the following observations. A law providing for forfeiture of properties acquired by holders of public office, including the offices/posts in the public sector corporations, by indulging in corrupt and illegal acts and deals is a crying necessity in the present state of our society. The law must extend not only to properties acquired in the name of the holder of such office but also to properties acquired in the name of children and other relatives and associates. Once it is proved that the holder of such office has indulged in corrupt acts, all such properties should be attached forthwith. The law should place the burden of proving that the attached properties were not acquired with the aid of monies/properties received in the course of corrupt deals upon the holder of such property. Such a law has become an absolute necessity, if the canker of corruption is not to prove the death knell of the nation. According to several perceptive observers, it has already reached near fatal dimensions. It is for the Parliament to act in the matter, if they really mean business. But does the Parliament mean business? In another case, while sentencing a public servant, the Supreme Court observed that the tentacles of corruption are spreading fast in the society, corroding the moral fiber and consequentially in most cases the economic structure of the country. One of the most disturbing aspects of corruption is that it hits the poor people hardest. It makes it extremely difficult, if not impossible, for millions of people in India to get what is earmarked for them by the state or which should be available to them on payment of minimal price. A former Central Vigilance Commissioner estimated that 31% of the food grains and 36% of the sugar meant for the public distribution system disappear in the black market. A paper circulated by the National Commission to Review the Working of the Constitution said that hardly 16% of the funds meant for scheduled tribes and scheduled castes reach them. All the rest is misappropriated by some of the members of the political and official class and unscrupulous dealers and businessmen. Corruption may be a global phenomenon. It may also be impossible to eliminate it totally. But it is really tragic that in a country like India, which takes pride in its moral and spiritual values, corruption has become a low-risk and high-return activity. The trouble is that corruption starts from the corridors of power in New Delhi and trickles down to the Gram Panchayat level in the villages. Political corruption is at the root of overall corruption in the country. And until the political class comes out clean and shows a commitment to cleanse the public life, the people of this country would continue to groan under an inefficient and corrupt system. There is fortunately a vocal demand in the country to debar criminals from contesting the elections. As Prashant Bhushan, a Supreme Court lawyer said, the heavens won't fall if a charge-sheeted person is debarred from contesting, but heavens would fall if an actual criminal comes to power. Unfortunately, the criminals are coming to power and their numbers in the state legislatures and the parliament continue to increase with every successive election. Persons of dubious character and questionable antecedents are becoming ministers and even chief ministers. Persons who defrauded the state and looted its treasury have managed to get away. We take great pride in being the largest democracy of the world, but what we have is not democracy in the true sense of the word. It is, more often than not, the rule of the thugs and goons who have managed to capture power with the strength of money and muscle power. The conclusions of the chairman, Transparency International, India are telling. There is ample evidence to show that corruption has slowed down economic progress and poverty alleviation. It has impact on the nation's security system also. Corruption affects our polity and economy in diverse ways. To the extent, however, corruption slows down economic development, affects poverty alleviation and retards the delivery of services, it inevitably alienates the people, undermines their faith in the fairness and legitimacy of the state and, in that environment, provides fertile ground for the sustenance and even spread of Naxalite ideology. Tribals. India has the largest tribal population in the world, as the following estimated figures show. Source: Supporting Indigenous Peoples in State of the World, 1993. World Watch Institute Report on Progress Toward a Sustainable Society. The tribals in India are distributed unevenly in different regions of the country. The bulk of them, about 85%, are concentrated in the central tribal belt extending from Gujarat and Rajasthan in the west to West Bengal in the east through the states of Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Orissa, and Bihar. The Indian panorama encompasses a bewildering mosaic of ethnicities living within a plethora of ecosystems and climatic zones, each replete with its own range of biodiversities, livelihood patterns, living habits, and even a philosophical framework. 17 The areas inhabited by the tribals are rich in mineral wealth, and yet, tragically, half the tribal population lives below the poverty line. The Constitution of India contains special provisions to safeguard these communities from any possible exploitation and ensure social justice to them. Article 15, 4. Enjoins upon the state to make special provisions for the advancement of any socially and educationally backward classes. Article 16, 4, empowers the state to make provisions for reservation in appointments or posts in favor of any backward class of citizens. Article 46 enjoins upon the state to promote with special care the educational and economic interests of the weaker sections and in particular the scheduled tribes, and protect them from social injustice and all forms of exploitation. A study team under the chairmanship of Shalueo in 1969 identified indebtedness, land alienation, educational backwardness, and inadequacy of communication as main problems of the tribal communities and called for vigorous interventions to address these problems. In 1974, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, in a letter to the Home Minister, stated that unrest among the tribals was mainly due to land alienation, exploitation by outsiders and lack of area development. She called for an integrated strategy and assured the availability of higher financial outlays. The Task Force on Development of Tribal Areas headed by L.P. Vidyarthi and the Working Group on Personnel Policy for Tribal Areas headed by R.N. Haldapur looked into various aspects of tribal development. The Fifth Plan, 1974 to 1979, introduced a component of tribal subplan, and the Ministry of Home Affairs issued detailed guidelines incorporating measures to check land alienation, bonded labor, indebtedness, etc., but their implementation left much to be desired. The tribal societies, with few exceptions, continued to be deficient in terms of social development and suffer from not only capability poverty but also from income poverty, despite major industrial complexes having been established in their areas. The present situation of the tribals has been beautifully summed up by the expert group on prevention of alienation of tribal land and its restoration, which was constituted by the Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India, in the following words. Land plays a vital role in the lives of the tribal people, both in economic and social terms. Landless people have a subordinate role in tribal societies. Landlessness undermines the tribal livelihood, food security, and social standing of tribal people. Land ownership is of various kinds, where the primacy of communities' ownership over land is distinctly discernible. Like ownership of tribal land, the pattern of land use are varied and is largely governed by the availability of moisture. Though land is the principal asset of the tribal people, access of the people belonging to the tribes is limited and has been on the decline, which is reflected in a rising trend towards landlessness among the tribals. There is also a corresponding rise of the marginal and the small groups, indicating a dilution of holdings. The tribal agriculture is undergoing basic changes, from expansive shifting towards settled agriculture under pressure of population. Yet, it is caught in a low productivity trap with low capital investments and technological backwardness, which makes large segments of the tribal households deficit and compelling migration under adverse circumstances. The indebtedness of the tribal people is also significant, with considerable variations across regions, and most of the debt is from informal sources of credit accessed at exorbitant rates of interest, a situation which is pregnant with the possibility of further alienating whatever land the tribal people have, as it has happened over decades. The livelihood of the tribals continues to be land dependent, and agriculture, through both settled and shifting cultivation, shows declining trends. The asset base of the tribal people is weak, and there are instances where the net worth of the households is negative or close to it. Hence, the protection of the tribal land is vital to their existence, in which the protection of the state is best articulated through the architecture of protective legislation. The tribal poverty is persistent, debilitating, and only mildly responsive to the anti-poverty/agrarian reforms program structure. 18 The expert group studied in depth the impact of agrarian reforms and noted with anguish that land belonging to the tribal people was being alienated in all the states despite the existence of an umbrella of protective legislation since the 19th century. A whole lot of people had ganged up against the tribals in the process, and they included private individuals, derelict revenue officers including deputy commissioners, unscrupulous lawyers, and the ignorant civil courts. Tragically, the long arm of the state and the force of the rule of law have failed to prevent their depredations. 19 According to the figures given by Dr. K. Mohan Rao in his book Tribal Development in Andhra Pradesh, Problems, Performance, and Prospects, 1999, the extent of land alienation in some of the district in Andhra Pradesh was as follows. A case study by N.V. Madhuri of the National Institute of Rural Development on the displacement of Gans in Adilabad district as a result of the Vatavagu medium irrigation project brought out a harrowing picture. One definite unfortunate outcome is the feeling of alienation, helplessness, and powerlessness that has overtaken the displaced. This stems from the way in which the people are uprooted from homes and occupations and brought to question their own values and behavior. Such feelings persist for a long time to come. The Gondoustis were impoverished and were forced to become paupers with respect to fodder and fuel which was available freely in their previous habitat. This had led to psychological trauma due to disruption in the established pattern of their lives. Production systems are completely dismantled, close-knit kinship groups get scattered, long-established relationships are disrupted, traditional sources of employment are lost, and ancestor symbols and shrines, and an entire sense of history and cultural identity are irretrievably lost. Point 20. The official claims about the restoration of alienated lands to the tribals are quite unimpressive. According to the Planning Commission, a total of 3.75 lakh cases of tribal land alienation cases were registered till 2002, covering 8.55 lakh acres of land. Out of these, only 1.62 lakh cases could be disposed of in favor of the tribals, covering a total area of 4.47 lakh acres only. Referring to the process of restoration of land to the tribal people, the expert group expressed the view that the process has worked against the tribals and that it has left the tribal people totally exhausted, impoverished, and traumatized. Point 21. The net result is that, despite the plethora of development plans, programs, and activities initiated in the scheduled areas, the majority of the scheduled tribes still live in conditions of serious deprivation and poverty. The socio-economic infrastructure among them is inadequate, thereby contributing to their helplessness and absence of capabilities. Point 22. No wonder, tribal disaffection is a major component of the Naxalite movement. Governance. Good governance is perhaps the single most important factor in eradicating poverty and promoting development, said Kofi Annan, Secretary General of United Nations. Jeffrey Sachs, Professor of International Trade at Harvard University, also expressed the view that of all the ills that kill the poor, none is as lethal as bad governance. Governance provides the foundations of good administration in all the departments. Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, USA, and UK have made their mark in this sphere. A number of initiatives have been taken in these countries to provide clean, responsible, people-friendly, transparent, accountable, and sensitive governance to their citizens. The situation in India, on the other hand, is far from encouraging. Addressing the chief secretaries and the state police chiefs of the states in New Delhi on January 18, 2004, the Prime Minister admitted that one of the fundamental reasons for the ills of insurgency, extremism, and crimes affecting internal security was the lack of good governance, especially at the cutting-edge level. There is a general feeling of despair among the people over the way the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary have been functioning. The executive's moral fiber is in shambles. The bureaucracy and the police, generally speaking, have scant dedication or commitment to the people. The civil services performance has touched a nadir, and what was once a steel frame has been bent and deshaped. According to Madhav Godbole, former Union Home Secretary, our whole administrative apparatus is in shambles, and the organized and highly qualified civil services based on open competitive examinations are on the brink of extinction. The legislatures are infiltrated with criminals. Not one political party has a clean image. Persons with shady background have managed to reach the level of chief minister in some states. One can only hope and pray that a Noriega does not preside over the destiny of this country from the South Bloc one day. The judiciary also stands tainted. The Supreme Court, while granting stay on the ex parte order of Allahabad High Court in a case, deplored the stinking mess in the administration of justice. There is an acute sense of disillusionment over prolonged delays, tortuous procedures, and, at the end of it all, very poor convictions, with the criminals and the mafia having the last laugh. A robust criminal justice system is the best answer to problems of governance. It is a great pity that successive governments have paid scant attention to reforms in the police, which constitutes the core of the criminal justice system. As far back as 1977, when a National Police Commission was appointed, it was felt that a fresh examination is necessary of the role and performance of the police, both as a law enforcement agency and as an institution to protect rights of the citizens enshrined in the Constitution. The NPC submitted 8 detailed reports between 1979 to 81 containing comprehensive recommendations covering the entire gamut of police working, but these received no more than cosmetic treatment at the hands of the Government of India. The political leadership is just not prepared to give functional autonomy to Tihi police because it has found this wing of the administration a convenient tool to further its partisan objectives. And so, the Act of 1861 continues to be on the statute book even after nearly 144 years, a millstone around the police neck. A police force which is under the thumb of politicians and whose officers have always the Damocles sword of transfer and punishment hanging over their heads could hardly be expected to uphold the rule of law. As David H. Bailey said, the rule of law in modern India, the frame upon which justice hangs, has been undermined by the rule of politics. Police reforms today are too important to be neglected and too urgent to be delayed. What is at stake is not only the vitality and credibility of the police but the very survival of the democratic structure and the success of the economic reforms. The Polymath Committee recommendations on overhaul of the criminal justice system are also gathering dust in the government secretariat. Vested interests and empty-headed idealists have raised a cacophony of criticism against some of its important recommendations. Prognosis. The Naxalite struggle in India today is concerned with down-to-earth questions, issues relating to land, payment of fair wages, deforestation, displacement of tribals, etc. in rural areas and tribal pockets. The movement is sustained and fertilized by the grievances of the people, and the state apparatus, with its enormous resources and formidable strength, has not been able to stamp it out. The spirit of a people yearning for social justice and minimum economic well-being cannot be vanquished. The question naturally arises, would the Naxalite movement, presently confined to specified areas of some states only, spread all over the country? Would the seething discontentment of those living below the poverty line and suffering from a sense of injustice, real or perceived, lead to a violent upheaval? We have already seen that there is a mass of humanity in the country, the largest in the world, which is still living below the poverty line more than 5 decades after independence, that land reforms which are basic to any improvement in the agricultural sector have been implemented in a half-hearted manner, that the backlog of unemployment continues to rise, and that the tribal's rhythm of life has been disturbed by an unimaginative development process. All these factors taken together constitute a highly combustible mixture. However, what ignites this combination is when people lose faith in the established political processes and administration, when they see that the state apparatus is hand in glove with vested interests, when they find that justice is not available to them through the normal processes of law, which are long drawn out and much too complicated, when they feel that the representatives of the people are busy feathering their own nests rather than looking after the interests of the people they represent. Unfortunately, these impressions are gathering strength, and governance does not inspire confidence. As stated by Walter Laqueur, men and women will not rebel, risking their lives and property, without good reason, the occupation of their country by foreign armies, economic crisis, a tyrannical political regime, great poverty, or great social discrepancy between rich and poor. 23. It would be difficult to deny the existence of some of these factors in the country. The United Nations Human Development Report 2005 does not make an encouraging reading. It places India at number 127 out of a total of 177 countries, Norway at number 1, USA at 10, China at 85, Sri Lanka at 93 and Pakistan at 135. There is a slight fall in the incidence of poverty, but on most other indicators, especially health-reducing child and maternal mortality, achieving universal primary education and gender equality, we are sluggish in achieving the Millennium Development Goals. On the other hand, it is also a fact that the Indian economy is on a high trajectory, and the country has one of the fastest growing economies in the world today. During the year 003-04, the country's economy registered a growth rate of 8.5 A recent report by America's National Intelligence compared the rise of China and India to the advent of a united Germany in the 19th century and a powerful US in the 20th century, and said that the event would transform the world's geopolitical landscape with impacts potentially dramatic as those in the previous 2 centuries. In the same way that commentators refer to the 1900s as the American century, the 21st century may be seen as the time when Asia, led by China and India, comes into its own. The Economist, in a survey of China and India in its March 2005 issue, observed that the two countries, home to nearly 2/5 of humanity, are 2 of the world's fastest growing economies. In fact, in terms of purchasing power, India is already the 4th largest economy in the world. The overall scenario is thus somewhat mixed. We have come a long way, but there is still a long way to go. There are islands of prosperity surrounded by large areas where the socio-economic conditions are far from encouraging. This internal contradiction was beautifully described by C. Ram Manohar Reddy, editor of Economic and Political Weekly, in the following words. Of course, there are many sectors of the economy that were doing well at the beginning of the year, 2004, continuing to do well and promise to do so in the year term. It's not the IT and the BPO segments that are booming. Banking, insurance, media, telecom, automobiles, hospitality, and organized retailing are some other areas where things have never been better. However, visible as these success stories are in urban India, they employ only a sliver of the population. For the vast majority in the towns and villages, the grind is as bleak as ever. The social, economic, and geographic divide in India is not a new phenomenon. But the transformation in globalist India has given the divide a new edge. There is now what is best called Enclave India, that at work, home, schooling, and recreation is cut off from the larger India figuratively and sometimes even literally. The citizens of Enclave India at the upper echelons work in office environments that rival the best in the world, often live in gated communities. The children go to international schools and they entertain themselves by visiting malls, multiplexes, and amusement parks, or taking a holiday abroad. Enclave India will thrive. But how long can one small section race ahead while the larger one is mired in despair? 24. No wonder the Naxalite movement continues to spread to different parts of the country, to areas outside the enclave, to areas where governance is more on paper than on the ground, to places where poverty is endemic, to remote regions where the tribals have been systematically displaced from their natural habitat. Does Naxalism have a future? To the extent the movement espouses social and economic causes, it will continue, and, wherever there are glaring inequalities or outrageous discrimination, it would even thrive. The wretched of the earth, the exploited, the oppressed, the deprived, and the alienated, with furies and sorrows in their hearts, as Francisco de Quevedo said, would continue to wage battles against the system. The struggle areas would witness gradual enlargement, encompassing an agrarian area, an urban pocket, or a tribal region, wherever popular discontentment against the system reaches a flashpoint. But any political designs of capturing power or ushering in what they call a new democratic revolution are doomed to fail and only bring unnecessary suffering to the people. The Indian state, with all its failings, is no banana republic. It has enormous strength, and, once its leaders make up their minds, the most lethal terrorist movement can be stamped out, as happened in the Punjab. The PW leadership is unfortunately caught in a time warp. They are still mouthing phrases and repeating jargons which Russia has buried and China has forgotten. Russia went through an agonizing period of de-Stalinization and, during Gorbachev's period, the empire fell apart. In China, Mao may have propounded any theories, but these have been gradually, even if in a subtle manner, abandoned. The People's Republic of China, ever since 1949, has been pursuing expansionist policies, brutalizing its ethnic minorities, crushing any demands for a separate homeland, and bullying and threatening its neighbors, be it Japan or Korea. On the economic front, it is propelled by the vision of Deng Xiaoping and financed by global capital and not hamstrung by any phantoms from history. The world is on the move, and so is India. The Naxalites would do well to come to grips with the changing times and adapt themselves to an environment where Marxism, Leninism, Maoism have ceased to have significant relevance. Appendices. Appendix A. People's Daily. July 5, 1967 editorial. Spring thunder breaks over India. A peal of spring thunder has crashed over the land of India. Revolutionary peasants in the Darjeeling area have risen in rebellion. Under the leadership of a revolutionary group of the Indian Communist Party, a red area of rural revolutionary armed struggle had been established in India. This is a development of tremendous significance for the Indian people's revolutionary struggle. In the past few months, the peasant masses in the Darjeeling area led by the revolutionary group of the Indian Communist Party have thrown off the shackles of modern revisionism and smashed the trammels that bound them. They have seized grain, land, and weapons from the landlords and plantation owners, punished the local tyrants and wicked gentry, and ambushed the reactionary troops and police that went to suppress them, thus demonstrating the powerful might of the peasants' revolutionary armed struggle. All imperialists, revisionists, corrupt officials, local tyrants, and wicked gentry, and reactionary army and police are nothing in the eyes of the revolutionary peasants who are determined to strike them down to the dust. The revolutionary group of the Indian Communist Party have done the absolutely correct thing, and they have done it well. The Chinese people joyfully applaud this revolutionary storm of the Indian peasants in the Darjeeling area, as do all Marxist-Leninists and revolutionary people of the whole world. It is an inevitability that the Indian peasants will rebel and the Indian people will make a revolution, because the reactionary Congress rule has left them with no alternative. India under Congress rule is only nominally independent. In fact, it is nothing more than a semi-colonial, semi-feudal country. The Congress administration represents the interests of the Indian feudal princes, big landlords, and bureaucrat comprador capitalists. Internally, it oppresses the Indian people without any mercy and sucks their blood, while internationally it serves its new boss, U.S. imperialism, and its number one accomplice, the Soviet revisionist ruling clique, in addition to its old suzerain British imperialism, thus selling out the national interests of India in a big way. So imperialism, Soviet revisionism, feudalism, and bureaucrat comprador capitalism weigh like big mountains on the backs of the Indian people, first of all on the toiling masses of workers and peasants. The Congress administration has intensified its suppression and exploitation of the Indian people and pursued a policy of national betrayal during the past few years. Famine has stalked the land. The fields are strewn with the bodies of those who have died of hunger and starvation. The Indian people, above all the Indian peasants, have found life impossible for them. The revolutionary peasants in the Darjeeling area have now arisen in rebellion, in violent revolution. This is the prelude to a violent revolution by the hundreds of millions of people throughout India. The Indian people will certainly cast away these big mountains off their backs and win complete emancipation. This is the general trend of Indian history which no force on earth can check or hinder. What road is to be followed by the Indian Revolution? This is a fundamental question affecting the success of the Indian Revolution and the destiny of the 500 million Indian people. The Indian Revolution must take the road of relying on the peasants, establishing base area in the countryside, persisting in protracted armed struggle and using the countryside to encircle and finally capture the cities. This is Mao Zedong's road, the road that has led the Chinese Revolution to victory, and the only road to victory for the revolution of all oppressed nations and people. Our great leader Chairman Mao Zedong pointed out as long as 40 years ago, in China's central, southern and northern provinces, several 100 million peasants will rise like a mighty storm, like a hurricane, a force so swift and violent that no power, however great, will be able to hold it back. They will smash all the trammels that bind them and rush forward along the road to liberation. They will sweep all the imperialists, warlords, corrupt officials, local tyrants, and evil gentry into their graves. Chairman Mao has explicitly pointed out long ago that the peasant question occupies an extremely important place in the people's revolution. The peasants constitute the main force in the national democratic revolution against imperialism and its lackeys. They are the most reliable and numerous allies of the proletariat. India is a vast semi-colonial and semi-feudal country with a population of 500 million. The absolute majority of which is the peasantry. Once aroused, these several 100 million Indian peasants will become the invincible force of the Indian Revolution. By integrating itself with the peasants, the Indian proletariat will be able to bring about earth-shaking changes in the vast countryside of India and defeat any powerful enemy in a soul-stirring people's war. Our great leader Chairman Mao teaches us, the seizure of power by armed force, the settlement of the issue by war, is the central task and the highest form of revolution. This Marxist-Leninist principle of revolution holds good universally, for China and for all other country. The specific feature of the Indian Revolution, like that of the Chinese Revolution, is armed revolution fighting against armed counter-revolution. Armed struggle is the only correct road for the Indian Revolution, there is no other road whatsoever. Such trash as Gandhism, parliamentary road and the like are opium used by the Indian ruling classes to paralyze the Indian people. Only by relying on violent revolution and taking the road of armed struggle can India be saved and the Indian people achieve complete liberation. Specifically, this is to arouse the peasant masses boldly, build up and expand the revolutionary armed forces, deal blows at the armed suppression of the imperialists and reactionaries, who are temporarily stronger than the revolutionary forces, by using the flexible strategy and tactics of People's War personally worked out by Chairman Mao, and to persist in protracted armed struggle and seizing victory of the revolution step by step. In the light of the characteristics of the Chinese Revolution, our great leader Chairman Mao has pointed out the importance of establishing revolutionary rural base areas. Chairman Mao teaches us that in order to persist in protracted armed struggle and defeat imperialism and its lackeys, it is imperative for the revolutionary ranks to turn the backward villages into advanced, consolidated base areas, into great military, political, economic and cultural bastions of the revolution from which to fight their vicious enemies who are using the cities for attacks on the rural districts, and in this way gradually to achieve the complete victory of the revolution. Through protracted fighting. India is a country with vast territory, its countryside where the reactionary rule is weak, provides the broad areas in which the revolutionaries can maneuver freely. So long as the Indian proletarian revolutionaries adhere to the revolutionary line of Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong's thought and rely on the great ally, the peasants, it is entirely possible for them to establish one advanced revolutionary rural base area after another in the backward rural areas and build a people's army of a new type. Whatever difficulties and twists and turns the Indian revolutionaries may experience in the course of building such revolutionary base areas, they will eventually develop such areas from isolated points into a vast expanse, from small areas into extensive ones, an expansion in a series of waves. Thus, a situation in which the encirclement of the cities from the countryside will gradually be brought about in the Indian Revolution to pave the way for the final seizure of towns and cities and winning nationwide victory. The Indian reactionaries are panic-stricken by the development of the rural armed struggle in Darjeeling. They have sensed imminent disaster and they wail in alarm that the peasants' revolts in Darjeeling will become a national disaster. Imperialism and the Indian reactionaries are trying in 1,001 ways to suppress this armed struggle of the Darjeeling peasants and nip it in the bud. The Dange renegade clique and the revisionist chieftains of the Indian Communist Party are vigorously slandering and attacking the revolutionaries in the Indian Communist Party and the revolutionary peasants in Darjeeling for their great exploits. The so-called non-Congress government in West Bengal openly sides with the reactionary Indian government in its bloody suppression of the revolutionary peasants in Darjeeling. This gives added proof that these renegades and revisionists are running dogs of US imperialism and Soviet revisionism and lackeys of the big Indian landlords and bourgeoisie. What they call the non-Congress government is only a tool of these landlords and bourgeoisie. But no matter how well the imperialists, Indian reactionaries, and the modern revisionists may cooperate in their sabotage and suppression, the torch of armed struggle lighted by the revolutionaries of the Indian Communist Party and the revolutionary peasants in Darjeeling will not be put out. A single spark can start a prairie fire. The spark in Darjeeling will start a prairie fire and will certainly keep the vast expanses of India ablaze. That a great storm of revolutionary armed struggle will eventually sweep across the length and breadth of India is certain. Although the course of the Indian revolutionary struggle will be long and tortuous, the Indian Revolution, guided by great Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong's thought, will surely triumph. Appendix B. Biographical sketches of some Naxal leaders. Bosauran. Born in 1925, at Ulipurduyar in the Jalpaiguri district, a graduate. Joined the CPI at a young age. Arrested during the Sino-Indian border war in 1962 for alleged anti-state activities, after release joined the CPI, M, in 1964. A member of the Darjeeling District Committee of the party. Expelled from the party along with Charu Mazumdar in 1967 for organizing the Naxalbari peasant uprising. A founder member of the Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist. Included in the party's Central Committee at its foundation Congress held in 1970 and had discussion with some senior Chinese leaders at Peking over the tactics to be followed by the CPI-ML. On his return, developed ideological differences with Charu Mazumdar and joined Ashim Chatterjee's faction. Chatterjee, Ashim. Born in 1944, son of a rich and influential congressman of Birbhum, West Bengal. Known in the party circle as Kaka and Kokan. Graduated from Presidency College, Calcutta. A leading figure in the Presidency College Students' Union controlled by the BPSF-L, the students' wing of the CPI-M. Expelled from the BPSF-L, for organizing students' movements at the Presidency College and Calcutta University in support of the Naxalbari peasants. Formed a Marxist students' organization, the Presidency College Students' Consolidation. In 1969, on Charu Mazumdar's call to work among the peasants in the countryside, Chatterjee along with his close associates, left for Debragoppabalapur in Midnapur to organize agrarian movements. After the failure of the peasant movement in that area, he developed differences over ideological tactical questions, especially over the Bangladesh issue with his mentor, Charu Mazumdar, and built up his own organization, the Bengal-Bihar-Orissa Border Regional Committee. Formed in alliance with Satyanarayan Sinha, Secretary, Bihar State Unit of the CPI-ML. Elected member of the party's Central Committee in 1970. Tried to organize red bases in the countryside of Birbhum but failed. A proclaimed offender with an award of 5,000 rupees on his head, Chatterjee was arrested at Deoghar in November 1971. Dutta, Saroj. Born in 1913 at Jessore, East Bengal, now Bangladesh, received education up to the postgraduate standard. Took up the career of a journalist. Joined the Amrita Bazar Patrika as a sub-editor and rose to the position of editor-in-chief at the night shift of the Daily's office. Lost his job in 1949 for participating in violent and subversive activities which the CPI had launched during the left sectarian period under the leadership of B.T. Ranadive. Known in the party circle for his extremist views, was one of the editors of the Swadhinata. Arrested in 1962 for anti-state activities, joined the CPI-M, after the split in the CPI in 1964, elected a member of the Calcutta District Committee of the party and appointed one of the members of the editorial board of the Desha Hitashi, weekly Bengali organ of the CPI-M, West Bengal State Unit. Expelled from the party in 1967 for supporting the Naxalbari peasant uprising. Was one of the founder members of the Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, and elected to the Central Committee of the party. Appointed editor-in-chief of the Deshabhrati, the weekly Bengali organ of the CPI-ML's West Bengal unit after the dismissal of Sushil Roy Chaudhary, who had developed serious ideological differences with the party chief, Charu Mazumdar, from that post. Had a very powerful and facile pen and used to write under the pen name Sasanka Ghosh, Suniti. A former lecturer in English in the Vidyasagar College, evening section, Calcutta, Ghosh was known to have always taken extreme positions in his political views. Became politically active after the Naxalbari peasant uprising of 1967 and joined the CPI-ML, in 1969. Was a close associate of Charu Mazumdar and elected to the Central Committee of the party. Took over charge of the CPI-ML, English organ Liberation in 1971 as its editor-in-chief after the expulsion of Sushil Roy Chaudhary from the party. Wrote under the pen name Samya Kailsum, Adhib Hatla *. Born in a poor Brahmin family of Karavalasa village, Parvathapuram taluk of Srikakulam district, he studied up to class 8 and thereafter took teacher's training. Joined as a teacher in a primary school in Pedamarnji village but was attracted to the communist movement, so resigned from his job in 1959 and started giving all his time to farmers' struggles. Came into contact with Vempatapu Satyanarayana. In 1960, while Vempatapu was president of the Girijan Sangam in Srikakulam district, Kailsam was its secretary. From 1964 onwards, he led an underground life, championing the cause of Girijans. Was arrested by the police in March 1969, imprisoned in Visakhapatnam jail, but released in October 1969. Kailsam was the brain behind the Girijan movement in Srikakulam. On July 10, 1970, Kailsam and Vempatapu were both shot down by the police. Mazumdar, Charu. Son of Bireswar Mazumdar, born in a Zamindar family of Siliguri, Darjeeling in 1918. Matriculated from the Siliguri Boys' School in 1936. Joined the Edward College at Pabna, now in Bangladesh. In 1938 joined the then outlawed CPI and started working in the party's peasant front in the Jalpaiguri district. Organized the Tabhaga movement in the 1940s mainly in the three police stations of the Jalpaiguri district, Boda, Peshagarh and Dibiganj. After the failure of the movement, devoted himself to organizing the workers of the then Bengal Doors Railway at Domohani. Censured by the Jalpaiguri District Committee of the CPI for plunging the peasants of Borodiyot in the doors in a premature and militant movement which resulted in the first police firing in the region leading to the death of 12 men and women. During the period of Stanovist adventurism followed by the CPI under the Ranadive leadership in the late 1940s, Mazumdar organized the tea garden workers of the Darjeeling district. Arrested in 1949. After release in 1952, resumed trade union activities. In early 1960s raised the banner of Maoist revolt against the revisionist leadership of the CPI. Arrested in 1960 for anti-state activities during the India-China border war. Released in 1963, contested a by-election as the CPI candidate to the West Bengal Assembly from Siliguri and was defeated. After the split in the CPI in 1964 joined the CPI-M. In 1965 issued a circular in the name of the CPI-M, condemned and suspended temporarily by the party. In 1967 on the decision of the CPI-M, to join in United Front government, wrote a series of 8 letters to party members urging them to launch an immediate armed struggle on the Maoist line. Soon after the installation of the UF government he masterminded a peasant uprising in the Naxalbari area of Darjeeling district in the spring of 1967. Expelled from the CPI-M, for this towards the end of 1967. Formed the All India Coordination Committee of the Communist Revolutionaries, IUCR, in 1968. On May 1, 1969 the CPI-ML, was formed with Mazumdar as its first general secretary. The party started disintegrating from the middle of 1971 when different leaders challenged Mazumdar's leadership and his tactical lines on annihilation of class enemies and urban guerrilla action. A proclaimed offender in 1971 with an award of 10,000 rupees on his head, Mazumdar was arrested in Calcutta on July 16, 1972. Died of a heart attack on July 28, 1972 in police custody at Lal Bazar, Calcutta. Patnaik, Nagbhushnam**. Born on November 27, 1934 in Orissa, Patnaik was the eldest among his 6 brothers and sisters. Was attracted to left ideology during college days. Later, while studying in Banaras Hindu University for postgraduate degree in mathematics, got involved with the communist movement. After the CPI was split, he joined the CPM but was expelled at the Burdwan plenum in April, 1968. The Naxalbari uprising attracted him and he met Charu Mazumdar in Calcutta. On return, joined the Srikakulam District Coordination Committee and organized guerrilla squads. On November 25, 1968, about 250 tribals, armed with bows, arrows, and spears and led by Vempatapu Satyanarayana and Patnaik raided the house of a landlord in the Parvathapuram area, and seized the stocks of rice and other food grains that he had hoarded. Patnaik spread the movement to Malkangiri and Koraput areas of Orissa. A lawyer by profession, he won the confidence of tribals by appearing for them in legal disputes without taking any fees. On July 15, 1969, he was arrested along with 10 others in Visakhapatnam. 3 months later, in a daring jailbreak, Patnaik and his comrades escaped. Became a member of the Central Committee of the CPI-ML. Was arrested again in 1970, tried for the Parvathapuram conspiracy case and sentenced to death. Several civil liberties organizations wrote to the President of India for pardon. Patnaik on his part refused to sign any petition for mercy. The punishment was subsequently commuted to life sentence. On October 9, 1998, Patnaik died. Rana, Santosh. Born in a scheduled caste family in 1944 at Gopiballavpur in Midnapur, West Bengal, and Master of Science from the University of Calcutta. Inducted into the Maoist movement in West Bengal immediately after the Naxalbari peasant uprising of 1967. Active in the PSCC, a Maoist students' organization throughout 1968 to 1969. Organized peasant guerrilla warfare at Debragopaballapur, Midnapur district in 1967 to 1970. Elected to the CPI-ML Central Committee in 1970. Developed tactical and ideological differences with Charu Mazumdar and joined Ashim Chatterjee's Bengal Bihar Orissa Border Regional Committee. Married Jayashri Rana, who had actively led the tribal peasants at Debragopaballapur. Arrested in early 1972. Rao, Gumudi Vital at Gadar *. Born in a poor Dalit family of Medak district in 1948, Gumudi Vital Rao, better known as Gadar, was forced to abandon his engineering studies because of poverty and take up job as a bank clerk. The call of revolution and music was, however, too strong for him, so he left the job and became a member of the Jana Natya Mandali, JNM, Cultural Front of the People's War Group. A balladeer, his songs inspired the people. The songs were about life and death, about friends and foes, about the sun and the moon, and about the poor peasant whose whole life is Amavasi. During the post-emergency period, he moved extensively in Warangal and Karimnagar districts to mobilize the peasants. In 1985, he went underground and associated with the armed squads. Resurfaced in 1990 after the Chennareddy government announced a policy of conciliation towards Naxalites. Thousands of cassettes containing Gadar's songs were sold during the period. His relations with PWG, however, became strained in 1992, and the party suspended him on charges of misappropriation of funds, associating with a private school and writing songs for commercial films. Suspension was revoked in 1996. He was shot at by unidentified persons in 1997, an unknown outfit Green Tigers claimed responsibility for the attack, accusing him of raising needless hue and cry over the killings of Naxalites. During peace talks between the government and Naxalites in 2002, Gadar represented the People's War. Rao, Mupala Laxmana at Gunpudi *. Born on June 16, 1949 in village Birpur of Karimnagar district, he has 2 brothers and 2 sisters. Studied in his native village at the primary stage, later completed the intermediate level at Government College, Jagdiyal. Did Bachelor's of Science in 1971, served as a teacher in Janjapalli village and also in Eligadu High School. Undertook B.Ed. training in 1974 to 75. Was attracted to left ideology from his high school days, joined the underground movement in mid-70s. Worked as district committee secretary, Karimnagar from 1980 to 1986, became state committee secretary in 1987. Was elected secretary, Central Committee PWG in 1992 following the expulsion of Kondapalli Sithramaiah. Under his leadership, People's War has grown in strength, uniting with smaller Naxalite formations, forging links with Maoist parties of Nepal, Bangladesh and other countries, and acquiring sophisticated weapons. During 9th Congress of the party in 2001, he was elected president of the Politburo. Rai Chaudhary, Sushital. Born in 1917 at Hooghly in West Bengal, graduated from Calcutta University. Joined the Indian Communist movement at a very early age. Elected secretary of the Hooghly District Committee of the CPI in 1943. Wrote extensively in the party weekly Swadhinata and other papers like Matamat, Views, Sambad, News, on the Tabhaga movement in Bengal in the early 1940s. Transferred to the Calcutta District Committee of the party after independence and joined the editorial board of the Swadhinata. Gravitated to the left communist faction during the inter-party squabbles following the India-China border war of 1962. Joined the CPI, M, in 1964 and was elected to the editorial board of Desha Hitashi, the Bengali weekly organ of the CPI, M, West Bengal State Unit. Known for his extremist views. In 1965 wrote a series of articles in Chinta, Thought, challenging the party program as revisionist. Formed an extremist organization in the CPI, M, the Marx-Engels Institute to wage inter-party ideological struggle. Actively supported the Naxalbari peasant uprising of 1967 and was expelled from the CPI, M. Became a founder member of the CPI, ML, and elected to the party's Central Committee in 1970. Appointed editor-in-chief of Deshabhrati and Liberation, the CPI, ML, Bengali and English organs subsequently, developed ideological differences with Charu Mazumdar and was expelled from the party. Died of a heart attack in early 1971. Santhal, Jangal. A tribal of the Middle peasant origin in the Naxalbari area, Santhal is known as a professional tribal revolutionary leader. As a member of the Siliguri local committee of the CPI, M, Santhal had been active in the Peasant Front. Elected president of the Siliguri subdivisional Kisan Sabha. Contested for a seat in the assembly as a CPI candidate in 1962 and in 1967 as a CPI, M, candidate, was defeated on both the occasions. Acted as the field commander of the Kisan Samiti's operations against landlords in the Naxalbari area in 1967. Elected a Central Committee member of the CPI, ML, in 1970. Arrested in 1971. Sanval Kanu. Born in 1932 at Jalpaiguri, came in contact with Subhas Chandra Bose and learned from him his early lessons in politics. Received early education at the Kursaong English School, joined the Jalpaiguri Ananda Chandra College at the intermediate class, and became a very active leader of the BPSF, the students' wing of the CPI. Expelled from the college for organizing a violent demonstration against Dr. B.C. Roy, the then Chief Minister of West Bengal, who was visiting the Jalpaiguri town. Joined the Darjeeling District Committee of the CPI and devoted himself as a full-time party worker among the Adivasis, poor peasants and agricultural laborers. Joined the CPI, M, in 1964 and became a close associate and right-hand man of Charu Mazumdar. Revolted against the CPI, M, leadership when the party became a partner at the UF government in West Bengal and led the Naxalbari peasant uprising in the spring of 1967. Expelled from the party. Announced the formation of the CPI, ML, at a May Day rally in Calcutta in 1969. Elected Central Committee member of the party and held a position next to his mentor, Charu Mazumdar. A proclaimed offender with an award of 10,000 rupees on his head, Sanyal was arrested at his Naxalbari hideout in early 1971. Satyanarayana, Venkatapu *. Born in Burja Vilasa village, Bobili Taluk of Srikakulam district, he was the youngest son of Guraya and Appamma. Undertook teachers training in Bhadrachalam and served as a teacher during 1956-57 in Goyapaka village of Parvathapuram agency. The plight of Girijans deeply moved him, so he started organizing the Girijan Sanghams along with one Pali Ramulu, headmaster in the Kondabareddy village. Married one woman each of the Jatapu and Savara tribes to identify with them. Took up issues affecting the Girijans like the right to cultivate wastelands, increase in the wages of farm servants and daily wage workers, reduction of landlords' share in lands cultivated on sharecropping basis, transfer of alienated lands to their rightful owners, etc. Achieved a fair measure of success in about 300 villages of the agency area, where Naxalites claimed to have seized knights from the enemy's hands. Girijans started calling him Gapaguru or Chief Guru, some even looked upon him as God. Venkatappu was given membership of Communist Party and, in 1960, was elected district committee member. Attacks by the landlords and absence of support from local officers gave a violent turn to the movement in 1968. Decided to have an insurrection on the pattern of Naxalbari in Srikakulam also. Girijans were organized into guerrilla squads or dalams. Venkatappu's daughter Bharti was also a member of the central dalam. These dalams would attack the houses of landlords and money lenders, loot their properties and food grains, and distribute them among the poor. Venkatappu rose to be a member of the Central Committee of the CPI, ML. Government stepped up police operations in the area. On July 10, 1970, Venkatappu and his colleague, Adabhatla Kailsum, were killed in an encounter with the police in the Bori hills of Parvathapuram Taluk. Sithramaya, Kondapolli *. Born in 1919 in Lingavaram village of Krishna district, he studied in elementary school and did Visharad in Hindi. Later, took up teaching in a school in Warangal district. Was attracted to the communist movement and became secretary of Krishna district unit of CPI, which played a crucial role in the Telangana armed struggle. In due course, joined the CPI, ML, and attended the party conclave held at Gadakondabilam in Guntur district in 1968, which was addressed by Charu Mazumdar. Rose to be state committee member of the CPI, ML, and participated in the Srikakulam struggle. Was arrested in 1977 in Nagpur where he had gone to attend a regional conference of the party, remained in jail for 2 years. In 1980, he founded the People's War Group. Was arrested again in the Secunderabad conspiracy case in 1982, but managed a sensational escape from the Osmania hospital, where he was admitted for treatment, in 1984. Henceforth, he concentrated on organizational consolidation and expansion. Forest committees were constituted for the jungle areas and regional committees for plains areas. Armed squads or dalams were organized. Terror was unleashed. PWG influence spread to the adjoining states. Differences within the party, however, weakened Kondapolli's position. He was expelled in 1992 on charge of dictatorship and autocratic style of functioning and replaced by Gunpati. In 1993, police picked him from Hanumanapudi, a remote village in Krishna district. TDP government, however, dropped all charges against him and released him on humanitarian grounds on January 27, 1995. Sithramaya suffered from Parkinson's disease, lost his memory and had heart problem. KS breathed his last on April 12, 2002. Sen, Usid. Born at Rangpa in East Bengal, now in Bangladesh, in the early 1920s, a science graduate from Calcutta University. Was active in the BPSF, the students' wing of the CPI in the late 1930s, elected secretary of the local committee of the CPI at Rangpa, his hometown. Joined the Swadhinata unit of the party in 1950. Transferred to the Park Circus local committee and put in charge of the education branch of the committee. Joined the CPI, M, after the split in 1964. Supported the Maoist faction in the CPI, M, after the Naxalbari peasant uprising in 1967. Expelled from the party in late 1967. Presided over the May Day rally held in Calcutta in 1969 in which the formation of the Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, was announced. Subsequently, developed ideological differences with Charu Mazumdar, resigned from the CPI, ML, in early 1970 and formed a Maoist organization, the Preparatory Committee of the Revolutionary People's Struggle. Edited Dakshin Desh, Southern Country, and Liberation War, 2 Maoist journals. Sen, Mary, née Tyler. Born in London in 1943. Daughter of Ernest Tyler, a port superintendent in North London. Became a school teacher in Willesden High School after graduating from King's College, London. Connected with the Marxist circles in London. Met Umlendu Sen, a committed Marxist from India during one of her trips to West Germany. Came to India in late 1969 by an overland route, and because of her association with Umlendu Sen, joined the Naxalite movement, then at its height. They were married in April 1970. Arrested along with 51 others on May 28, 1970 from the dense forests of Jamshedpur, Bihar, immediately after their abortive attack on a nearby police post for seizing arms. Government of India withdrew all cases against her and she was sent back to United Kingdom. Spoke English, German, Italian, Spanish, Latin, Hindi and Bengali. Singh, Satyanaran. Born in Bihar in 1932. Singh started his political career as a Congress volunteer, participated in the Quit India movement as a Congress socialist whose idol was then Prakash Narayan, became a communist while working as an aircraftsman in the Royal Indian Air Force, arrested for refusing to salute the Union Jack on August 15, 1947 and released at the intervention of Jawaharlal Nehru. Joined the CPI-M in 1964 and became a member of the party's Bihar Secretariat, became a Maoist in 1967 after the Naxalbari peasant uprising. Organizer of the Naxalite movement in Mushahari, Bihar, Singh had been one of the closest associates of Charu Mazumdar at the initial stages. He was elected secretary of the Bihar Committee of the CPI-ML, and a member of the party's Central Committee and Politburo. He staunchly defended Mazumdar's line when it came under attack from Nagi Reddy, Usat Sen and Parimal Dasgupta. In September 1970, he himself, however, questioned Mazumdar's line, and in 1971 he along with several leaders of the CPI-ML, Central Committee met in Bihar to review the party line. They rejected the political line laid down by Charu Mazumdar, and removed him from the party. Subsequently, Singh was elected General Secretary of the party. The biographical sketches marked asterisk are by the author. The rest are based on 77 IC Spring Thunder and After by Ashish Kumar Roy, Minerva Associates, Publications, Calcutta. 1975 pages 276-284. Appendix C. Joint Statement of the Maoist Parties and Organizations of South Asia. June 2001. We, the undersigned Maoist parties and organizations of South Asia, proclaim the formation of the Coordination Committee of Maoist Parties and Organizations of South Asia, COMPOSA, and issue this joint statement. Under the signboard of globalization, structural adjustment and open market economy, world imperialism has announced its global agenda to further intensify the domination, exploitation, and oppression of the people. This agenda reflects a new spiral of crisis of world imperialism, bringing about the inevitability of even more misery, horror, devastation, and war, on a world scale. The proletariat and the oppressed people of the world continue to resist this agenda by raising revolutionary struggles, targeting imperialism and the subservient reactionary ruling classes of different countries, and generating a new wave of people's struggles all over the world, particularly in the oppressed countries. As Mao formulated, the oppressed countries constitute the storm centers of world revolution, and revolution is the main trend in the world today. The region of South Asia continues to provide a concentrated expression of this truth. South Asia, with more than 1/5 of the world's population, is a simmering volcano, as recognized by the imperialists themselves. All the major contradictions in the region are intensifying and call for revolutionary solutions. Inspired by the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution in China, the historic Naxalbari armed uprising under the leadership of Charu Mazumdar served to ignite sparks of protracted people's war in different parts of South Asia. The drums of Naxalbari continue to reverberate throughout South Asia and beyond. The protracted people's wars, which are advancing in Nepal and India, Andhra, Dandakaranya, Bihar, etc., and the preparations for initiating protracted people's war in the region basically derive their origins from the spring thunder of Naxalbari. National liberation movements are also continuing in Kashmir, Assam, Nagaland, Manipur, and other northeastern areas of India, and in Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. Various peoples struggle against imperialism, and the reactionary ruling classes are also surging forward. The irresistible advance of the new democratic revolution and the protracted people's war in Nepal under the leadership of the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, CPN, M, along with the protracted people wars in India led by Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, People's War, CPI, ML, PW, and the Maoist Communist Center, MCC, are changing the political geography and revolutionary dynamics of South Asia. The emerging new wave of protracted people war is clearly visible in the South Asian region. The Indian ruling classes, under the leadership of the Bharat People's Party, BJP, are sharpening their offensive against the ongoing protracted people's wars and the various nationality movements in India. Various operational command units have been formed to suppress these struggles, and the central government is directly coordinating all the various operations. The BJP, a Hindu chauvinist force, is rapidly transforming the state into a fascist apparatus and is adopting newer and newer black laws to crush all types of democratic movements in India, surpassing all its predecessors. It has also started functioning as the gendarme of US imperialism in order to fulfill its expansionist ambitions, suppressing people's movements in the subcontinent, particularly threatening armed intervention in Nepal. The reactionary ruling classes in Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, and Bhutan are intensifying their fascist repression of the masses and of the democratic, progressive and Maoist revolutionary forces. In spite of vicious fascist repression, the masses continue to resist and are struggling forward in the region. The Indian expansionist state, backed by world imperialism, particularly US imperialism, constitute the common enemy of the people of South Asia. This provides a concrete political basis for building the unity of the South Asian revolutionary forces. The increasing collusion between US imperialism and Indian expansionism can be clearly seen in the politics of the region in recent years. This can be seen clearly in the recent developments in Nepal. However much the imperialists and their lackeys try to cover up the real politics behind the brutal massacre of the royal family of Nepal, the people know the truth. The crisis that led to the massacre is directly related to the development of the new democratic revolution and protracted people war in Nepal. King Birendra and the royal family were annihilated in order to ensure that state power would be in the hands of a more reliable, fascist, and die-hard section of the ruling class that would be interested in the task of deploying the armed forces in an all-out, total counter-revolutionary war against the CPN, M, the People's War and the oppressed masses of Nepal. This crisis was deliberately designed to create the conditions for external intervention by Indian expansionism in the hope of extinguishing the flames of Maoist protracted people war in Nepal. This massacre was clearly planned and executed as a conspiracy between US imperialism, the Indian expansionist state and the most die-hard fascist sections of the Nepalese ruling classes. The CPN, M, and the massacre has effectively liquidated the traditional monarchy, placing the establishment of the People's Democratic Republic of Nepal on the people's immediate agenda. The Coordination Committee of Maoist Parties and Organizations of South Asia, COMPOSA, has been formed in order to unify and coordinate the activities of the Maoist parties and organizations in South Asia to confront this developing situation by spreading protracted people's war in the region, in the context of hastening and advancing the world proletarian socialist revolution. This is a historic step of far-reaching significance. The initiative is the result of ideas and suggestions put forward by the CPN, M, and CPI, ML, PW. The Committee of RIM played a positive role in this process. The Coordination Committee resolves to combine their efforts and raise their revolutionary struggles, with the aim of fanning the flames of protracted people's wars in Peru, the Philippines, and Turkey. We resolve to combat and defeat revisionism, both parliamentary and armed, as the main danger to developing protracted people's war. We declare our principled unity and conscious determination to hoist the red flag of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism and Communism in all its splendor on the silver summits of the Himalayas and throughout the region. We undertake this responsibility as our internationalist duty contribution towards destroying the system of imperialism and achieving our final goal of socialism and communism by accomplishing the new democratic revolution through the path of protracted people's war. We appeal to all the Maoist forces of South Asia to join Composa to defend and advance the ongoing protracted people's wars in Nepal and India and to achieve the victory of new democratic revolution in the countries of South Asia. We appeal to all anti-imperialist democratic forces to support us in strengthening the rising mass struggles against imperialism and Indian expansionism. Signed. Purba Bangla Sarbohara Party. PBSPCC, Bangladesh. Mobadi Punorgathan Kendra. MPK of PBSP, Bangladesh. Bangladesh Samiyabadi Dal, Marxist-Leninist, BSD, ML, Bangladesh. Communist Party of India. Marxist-Leninist, People's War. CPI, ML, PW, India. Maoist Communist Center, MCC India. Revolutionary Communist Center, Maoist, RCCI, M. India. Revolutionary Communist Center, Marxist-Leninist Maoist, RCCI, MLM, India. Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, CPN, M, Nepal. Ceylon Communist Party, Maoist, CCP, M, Sri Lanka. Appendix D. Chronology of events. 1946 to 1951. Telangana struggle. Peasants' uprising against the feudal rule of Nizam. 1964. Communist movement in India splits into Communist Party of India, CPI, and Communist Party Marxist, CPM. 1965 to 66. Charu Mazumdar wrote articles based on Marx-Lenin-Mao thought during the period, which later came to be known as Historic 8 Documents and formed the basis of Naxalite movement. 1967. Uprising in Naxalbari village situated at the tri-junction of Nepal, Bangladesh, then East Pakistan, and India. July-November, journals Liberation, English, Deshabrodi, Bengali, and Lockwood, Hindi, start appearing, propagating Naxalite ideology. November 12 to 13, the extremist elements within the CPM meet in Calcutta and set up the All India Coordination Committee of Revolutionaries, ICR. 1968. May 14, the committee is renamed as All India Coordination Committee of Communist Revolutionaries, ICR, with Sushital Roy Chaudhary as its convener. Andhra comrades led by T. Nagireddy stay out due to differences. 1969. April 22, the CPI, ML, is launched on the birth anniversary of Lenin. Charu Majumdar is elected secretary of the Central Organizing Committee. ICR is liquidated. May 1, Kanu Sanyal announces formation of CPI, ML, at a rally held in Shahid Minar Ground, Calcutta. October 20, Maoist Communist Center formed under Kanai Chatterjee's leadership. 1970. May 11, First Party Congress is held in Calcutta under underground conditions. Charu Mazumdar is elected Party General Secretary. July 10 to 11, Venkatapusatyanarayana and Adabhatla Kailsum, leaders of the Srikakulam movement, are shot down by the police. Leading lights of Telugu literary world like Sri Sri, R.V. Shastri, K.V. Ramana Reddy, Varavara Rao, C. Vijayalakshmi and others join hands to form Virasam, Viplav Rakayathala Sangam, or Revolutionary Writers Association, RWA. Formation of People's Liberation Army announced. May, 54 men belonging to the MMG group, man, money and gun, arrested from the forests of Jataguda, Bihar. July 1 October 15, Operation Steeplechase launched by security forces in the bordering districts of West Bengal, Bihar and Orissa. Jana Natya Mandali, JNM, formed in Andhra Pradesh. It propagates revolutionary ideas through songs, dances, and plays. Gaddar plays the lead role. 1972. Charu Majumdar is arrested in Calcutta on July 16, dies in Libazar police lockup on July 28. Movement suffers serious setback. 1974. July 28, the Central Organizing Committee of CPI, ML, is reconstituted at Durgapur meeting in West Bengal. Subrata is elected General Secretary. August, Andhra Pradesh State Committee is reconstituted with Kondapalli Sitharamaiah representing Telangana region, Uppulsuri, Coastal AP, and Mahadevan, Rayalaseema. 1975. Emergency is declared in the country. Large number of party activists arrested/detained. 1976. February 26 to 27, CPI, ML, holds its second Congress in the countryside of Gaya in Bihar. Vinod Mishra takes over as General Secretary following the death of Subrata in an encounter in Bhojpur. 1977. April 26, Kondapalli Sitharamaiah is arrested. 1978. CPI, ML, Unity Organization, is formed in Bihar. 1980. April 20, Kondapalli Sitharamaiah forms the People's War Group in Andhra Pradesh. CPI, ML, Red Flag is formed by K.N. Ramachandran. 1981. CPI, ML, organizes a unity meet of 13 Marxist-Leninist factions to form a single formation. The unity move, however, fails. 1982. April 24 to 26, Indian People's Front is launched in Delhi with Nagbhushanam Patnaik as its president. At the end of the year, Third Party Congress is held at Giridih, Bihar, where the issue of participation in elections is clinched. CPI, ML, Party Unity is formed. 1984. November 4 to 6, Second Conference of IPF is held in Calcutta. 1985. People's Democratic Front is launched in Karbi Anglong district of Assam. PDF wins a seat in Assam Assembly elections, marking the first entry of CPI, ML, in the legislative arena. Jansanskriti Manch is formed in New Delhi at a conference of cultural activists from the Hindi belt. 1986. April 5 to 7, CPI, ML, organizes a national women's convention in Calcutta. April 19, landless laborers are killed in police firing at Airwal in Jehanabad district of Bihar. 1987. PDF is transformed into the Autonomous State Demand Committee, ASDC. December 27, 6 IAS officers of AP state government kidnapped in East Godavari district. 1988. January 1 to 5, CPI, ML, holds its fourth Congress at Hazaribagh in Bihar. 1989. CPI, ML, Liberation, records its first electoral victory under the banner of Indian People's Front. ERA sends the first Naxalite member to Parliament. 1990. In February Assembly election, IPF wins 7 seats. In Assam, a 4-member ASDC legislators group enters the Assembly. August 9 to 11, All India Students Association, ISA, is launched at Allahabad. October 8, first All India IPF rally is held in Delhi. Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chennareddy lifts curbs on Naxal groups. 1991. In the May Lok Sabha elections, Indian People's Front loses ERA seat but CPI, ML, retains its presence in Parliament through the ASDC MP. 1992. May 21, Chief Minister Janardana Reddy bans PWG and its 7 front organizations in Andhra Pradesh. December 20 to 26, CPI, ML, organizes its 5th Congress at Calcutta. Party comes out in the open. 1993. January 27, K.S. Vyas, Deputy Inspector General of Police, is killed by the Naxalites in Andhra. ISA registers impressive victories in Allahabad, Varanasi, and Nainital University elections in Uttar Pradesh, also in the prestigious Jawaharlal Nehru University of New Delhi. 1994. Indian People's Front is dissolved and fresh attempts are initiated to forge a united front of democratic and revolutionary organizations. 1995. A 6-member CPI-ML group is formed in Bihar Assembly. May, Chief Minister, N.T. Ramarao, relaxes ban on People's War Group in Andhra Pradesh for 3 months. July, CPI-ML organizes All India Plenum at Daifu, Assam, to streamline party's organizational network. 1996. 5 members of ASDC make it to Assam Assembly. An ASDC member is re-elected to Lok Sabha. Another ASDC member is elected to Rajya Sabha. ASDC retains its majority in Karbi Anglong District Council and also unseats Congress in the neighbouring North Kachhar Hills district of Assam. A tribal people's front is formed. 1998. CPI-ML, People's War is formed with the merger of PWG and Party Unity. 1999. December 2, 3 top PWG leaders killed in Karimnagar district of AP. Naxalites react with vehemence. December 15, Lakiram Kavra, Transport Minister of Madhya Pradesh government, is killed by Naxalites in Balaghat. 2000. February 20, 23 policemen including an ADDL. SP killed in a landmine explosion in Bastar, MP. March 7, A. Madhav Reddy, Minister for Panchayat Raj, AP killed at Kotkasar in Rangareddy district, AP. December 2, PWG constitutes People's Guerrilla Army, PGA, to counter security forces offensive. 2001. June, Naxalite groups of South Asia form a coordination committee of Maoist parties and organizations of South Asia, Composa. Sept, at a meeting held in Siliguri, it was decided to carve out a compact revolutionary zone. December 5, Centre bans People's War Group and Maoist Communist Centre and their front organizations, branding them as terrorist organizations. 2002. Peace talks held between PWG and AP government at the initiative of Committee of Concerned Citizens. No agreement on substantive issues. 2003. Maoist Communist Centre of India, MCCI, formed with the merger of MCC and Revolutionary Communist Centre of India, Maoist. October 1, attempt on the life of Chandrababu Naidu, CM of Andhra Pradesh, while he was going from Tirupati to Tirumala. 2004. February 7, Naxalites overrun Koraput district headquarters, Orissa. 3 CRPF Jawans and 1 constable of Orissa State Armed Police are killed. About 200 weapons are looted. July 22, Congress government, in Andhra Pradesh lifts ban on PW and its front organizations. October 15 to 18, peace talks held in Hyderabad. November 20, Naxalites blow up a police vehicle in Chandali in eastern UP, killing 13 POK Jawans and 4 police personnel. 2005. January 5, SP Munger, Bihar, KC Surendra Babu, and 5 other policemen killed in a landmine blast. February 11, 6 policemen of Karnataka State Reserve Police, KSRK, killed in Tumkur district, Karnataka. February 22, 7 policemen killed by Naxalites in Gadchiroli district, Maharashtra, in a landmine blast. April 4, Naxalites announce their decision to withdraw from peace talks in Andhra. August 15, Narsai Reddy, Congress MLA, and 8 others killed by Naxalites in Mahbubnagar district. August 17, Communist Party of India, Maoist, and its front organizations banned by AP state government. September 3, 22 CRPF personnel killed in a landmine blast in Chhattisgarh. November 13, Maoists force jailbreak in Jehanabad, Bihar, resulting in the escape of 389 prisoners.